This is an Amazon coin, and it's the start of something big. Did you know that Amazon coins can get you games, apps, and in-app items at super discounts every day of the year? Amazon coins. Save big and play on. Amazon coins can be used in games and apps from the Amazon Underground app on Android devices and Amazon App Store on Fire tablets and Fire TV.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first Evil 8 broadcast of the Vainglory Summer Season, powered by Amazon Coins. My name is Action Jackson, and alongside me is our new analyst, Humanist. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing great. New season, new format, new host. What could be better?
It's going to be absolutely awesome. And speaking of a new format, before we get anything else underway, we should definitely break that down for you guys. I'm sure some of you haven't been following closely the changes going on. So, for a start, the reason why we did this, we've been listening to you guys loud and clear. We know that everyone wants to see more matches of the quality that we get during the live championships, and we thought the best way of doing that would be to have the top 8 teams playing the entire season long in a tournament all of their own. That's the Evil 8. That's what we're going to be broadcasting for you guys today. Simultaneously, along with that, we're going to have Challenger Leagues running every 3 weeks. So there's 2 3-week splits in this season.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm excited for this format, right? Because we know these top teams, right? We've seen them time and time again. This is the cream of the crop, right?
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. But what's really cool is they have this format. We know they're not feeling scared about are they going to be there or not. Until it comes to the challengers, right? This is where the up-and-coming teams really have a chance to shine and eventually a chance to knock one of these teams off.
Yeah, and those chances come in the form of the Challenger Battles. These happen between each of the 3-week splits, and the top 3 teams from Challengers and the bottom 3 teams from the Evil 8 duke it out to see who's going to get those spots. Now, how are we doing this point system? How's that going to work?
Well, basically, you're going to get a point for every win, right? So it's very, very crucial that sometimes you're going to lose a series, right? In the past, it was like, well, how hard do you try when you feel like it's going against you? But you want to get to that third game. Even if you only win one game in that series, that's a point right there, and you need every point to stay alive in the Evil 8.
Absolutely, and speaking of the points, after both of the splits and both of the Challenger Battles happen, there's also an additional week where any teams who were just recently promoted into the Evil 8 will have a chance to get some points to improve their seeding moving into the live championships. Obviously very important. You want to be coming in with the best seed possible. Now, if you guys want to get involved, there's a way of doing that. Also, you can participate in these community challenger events.
How do you do that, Jackson?
Alright, so basically, if you want to sign up and play in these, go to VaingloryEsports.com. There's an Apply Now button. You don't need to worry about which of the 2 independent leagues is running that given week. It'll automatically sort that out for you. We've got VGL running the first week this season, followed by VIS, and you can join in if you get selected from the list of teams that apply.
Definitely. Very cool stuff. Very straightforward as well. You just got to get that in-game team signed up and then go ahead and apply. VaingloryEsports.com. Doesn't get any easier than that.
Alright, so with that out of the way, let's talk about the Evil 8 itself, what we're going to be looking forward to today. We've got some great matchups. Snow versus G2 up first is going to be a great one. We're following that up with For Justice and Gangstar's Cerberus, Lemon and Lime versus Mousesports, and finally Secret versus SK. This could be a live championships, Humanists. That's exactly why we're doing this.
This is ridiculous. I'm so excited. I mean, honestly, I love seeing these teams play up against each other, but just kicking it off, early morning Team Snow versus G2, I'm hyped right here.
I mean, what a way to wake up, right? It's going to be absolutely awesome. And Team Snow were an incredible team during the live championships. They actually placed second during the spring season. That's a great position to be in. Let's have a look at their roster, actually, because we do have a few changes coming across from what they played with in spring. Look at Me has stepped back to that management position, so it's PT Lamb, Sasiska, and Araxi starting for their lineup.
Yeah, definitely. This is one of these teams that I find very interesting. Consistently a top 3 team all the time, but when Look at Me's playing, they're top 2, almost knocking off Secret. So we'll have to see how this lineup works moving forward. Across the board with G2, now this is a very strong lineup. And we see Redix not in the picture anymore, but Redemption and Majestic stepping back in. Both of these players have played with G2 before. There's going to be synergy there, and I think this is a team to watch.
Oh, absolutely. These guys have a history of being extremely strong. The fact that Team Secret, the team that has been top in Europe for 3 seasons running, picked up Redemption and Majestic as substitute players previously, indicates to you just how strong they are. Now that they're actually going to be starting on a new lineup for G2, I'm sure the synergy they've built in the past few months is really going to shine. I'm so excited to get this match underway. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, it definitely will be. I mean, for me, when I think about G2, personally, the thing I'm most curious about is how is Redemption going to fit in here? Will they decide to rotate him in as a sub? Will they develop him into that top role? Or will he just kind of be, their backup moving forward? I guess only time will tell here.
It's a good question. The thing is, with a lot of these teams that have substitute players, there's so many different ways of utilizing a sub, right? You can have them be a specialist, someone who kind of learns the heroes that maybe aren't in the meta right now, but on a new patch, they're ready to step in and be there for the team.
Yep.
You can have them be in a position where they kind of provide support most of the time, but just step in when they need to, like Look at Me.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different ways you can do it.
Yeah, definitely. So you got that specialist role. He can come in and just blindside a team with this hero maybe they didn't expect, or he just backs them up as needed and filling in that kind of role. So these teams coming up, there have been a lot of roster changes. If you guys are not aware of the scene, NA more than EU, but these teams actually pretty stable, things we've seen in the past. So I feel like I can actually kind of ask you before we get into this, do you have a favorite coming into this matchup here?
Into this first matchup, I think it's got to be Snow, right? Like, just based on their previous performance, they look so strong moving into the summer season. That said, both the times we've seen them do incredibly well, they've actually had Look at Me playing on their lineup. And he really wants to step back and do the managerial role. So perhaps, that's a loss for the team. It depends on how much they've been able to practice up with this other lineup, if they've got the synergy developed that they had with Look at Me gained during the season, the spring season rather. So I certainly think this is a close matchup. Either of these teams could pull it out, but I'm leaning towards Snow just because historically they've had such a good record.
Definitely. It makes sense. I think I'm with you in that regard as well. I'm probably going to lean towards Snow. The wild card is Look at Me not playing, but PT Lamb, this guy is a monster. So if he can have a good game, I think it does go Snow's way. I think if PT Lamb has a bad game, it's going to G2.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. But guys, we do have the draft ready for the first game of the Vainglory summer season, the Evil 8. It's going to be absolutely amazing, Humanist. Let's have a look at what these teams are going to be picking up for themselves. So many strong options, actually, now that we're on 119. It's hard to say exactly what teams are going to be prioritizing here.
Yeah, it's actually a little tough coming into this, but with the Finn ban off the bat, I imagine this is going to be a Lyra ban forced out of G2. Otherwise, that should be picked up. Right now, everybody knows that Lyra is incredibly strong, but they're highlighted on the Saw. It's going to be the Saw ban right here. Moving forward, a little bit of surprise to me. Let's see if this is a pickup.
I can't believe that you don't ban Lyra in that position. It really surprises me. That said, we do know that Saw is supposed to be one of the really strong laners on this patch, so maybe they feel like after the hotfix that came through for Lyra, she's a bit more easy to manage. She does get locked in, though.
Yeah, she does get locked in. Now, the only reason G2 would have left that is if they have prepared something against Lyra and they feel strongly that they can counter it. I'd expect this to be done with some sort of range-type mage, potentially a Celeste. Lance, the first pickup.
I'm so surprised by the Lance, actually. I feel like a hero like Lance, who has the jump on his Impale and his roll, gets dealt with very easily by the Bright Barrier that Lyra can put up. Typically, we see like Catherine being the main counter to her because you can't really interrupt what she's trying to do.
Well, teams have, they've been putting a lot of favor on Lance. They, Finn, a big deal, but Lance adds so much to your team as that tanky frontliner. With Vox, he'll have huge damage potential. Ringo, it will do good against the Vox as far as the hero matchups go, but he's going to have to do it early.
Yeah, he really is, because later on into the game, Vox can get out of control. We do have a Krull on the side of Snow Tsunami, maybe able to mitigate some of that damage with weakness stacks, and of course, much more easily able to stick onto Vox with the support of a Lyra. What do you last pick here? It looks like it's going to be, a Skye.
Skye, last minute coming in here. You saw they almost wanted the Taka. I'm kind of surprised they go away from the Taka, but there's a lot of firepower here on this team right now.
There really is. Both lineups look incredibly strong. I'm leaning towards Snow's lineup as perhaps the more powerful, just because they have some great synergy with the Lyra and the Kroll, plus Ringo's going to be great in the individual matchup up against Vox. Before we get into this game, which team do you think has a better comp here?
I actually like G2's comp.
Oh, okay.
I think as long as they don't get just crushed, they're going to scale incredibly well, and I love offensive-based teams.
That's a fair enough point. You know, it certainly could be a very powerful situation for G2. So I believe we're about to get into the match, guys. I cannot wait to see these teams face up against each other. It's going to be amazing. We've got Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon as your casters. Let's hop on in.
Tsunami, but of course the new hero as well, Lyra, being added to the fold, expected to make a huge impact and already showing up in our very first game of the day.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of things that I personally am going to be paying attention to. Lyra, how does she, fill out in the hands of these pros? And, a lot of new items, out and about here in 119 as well. I mean, we got those new protector contracts, the Iron Guard. Will we still see Stormguard banner? Are we going to see a Stormguard? Things that I personally am going to seek answers for this weekend.
Yeah, the thing that I like about this new patch is, I actually really like what it's done for roamers. You see all around on Reddit and the Vainglory official forums, a lot of people complaining about roaming, but I actually love what 119 has done for roaming because it opens up the door to a lot of different starts, and you can see the two roamers in this game, Lance opting for weapon power as his initial items, whereas Lyra going for extra health to start, and that's something that we never saw before. It was always the exact same items to start things off.
Yep, but they found Sasiska, and they're going to be bringing him low, but Majestic does actually get body block, does not get the rest of that forward barrage for a kill, but he will use the Suri Strike to escape. Nice escape from him, and Dark Potato, at this point, Lance should not really go down one-on-one up against Araxi, but you can see the power of that push. Dark Potato with that double weapon blade early, he can get these roots, he can get that damage. Look at the burst, and there goes the Kroll. That is not something you get to see every day, ladies and gentlemen, but Sasiska, he's just going to be powerless to do anything else about this. PT Lamb, it's a nice idea for the rotate, but yeah, he's just going to have to come back to lane. Will they actually try to fight Redemption here?
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to try and go for it. Sasiska is just so low, and it's that weapon power Lance. It's something that we saw start up in 118 in the European Spring Championships, and we saw it used to great effect. It was Secret that was the team that had run that, but now that you can run the weapon power out of the roam position, it makes him such an even stronger pick than I feel he was in 118, and right there we got a great glimpse into why.
Yeah, so far Lyra not really holding her own here early on, but some nice aggression coming into G2 does put them sort of in the driver's seat now of everything. With this combination of those roots, that extra damage, and Dark Potato just laying into these guys with that auto attack range of Lance, it sets up very nicely for Majestic, and Majestic on Skye is just absolutely astounding because he's one of the best Skies EU. Not entirely too sure he got it into that draft, but coming into this early, 1,000 gold at 3 minutes is not too shabby.
Yeah, the other most interesting thing to me that 119 has really done, and again G2 is putting it on full display here, is the fact that you don't have that traditional, you don't necessarily need the traditional roam position. I mean, Dark Potato is someone that we've seen running in the jungle for the past couple seasons, and now he's playing this Lance, but going for a full weapon Lance. That's what you expect from a jungler, not from a roamer, and so it allows teams to have this sort of flexibility.
Yeah, another big lunge right there, but a hit and a miss for Dark Potato. Sasiska does not go down that round. And if he does get this root, I just don't see Sasiska living through that. Not with Redemption there, not with Dark Potato, with this heavy weapon emphasis. And you're right, this is going to be the first patch without that traditional roam. And I said a little bit earlier, where do the Iron Guard contracts kind of fall? Well, they don't fall anywhere in this match.
Yeah, well, the Iron Guard contract is actually one of the weaker contracts in my opinion because of the fact that it gives you that extra health when you kill a jungle camp. But if you clear properly with your jungler and roamer, each sharing the tanking duties on those jungle camps, you end up getting to the shop around full health for both of you anyway. So it's really not a useful contract. But there's a big difference.
Oh, man. And yeah, that death from above and that root. How did Lamb not go down? So Cisco with the heals, he's going to actually be able to have them both escape out of that one. Definitely wounded, but not dead. But still, the lane can push. This could be some pretty decent turret damage. If we get another root on Cisco, you can see him going down.
Yeah, they aren't even looking for the kill, though. They just want the damage on the turret. Early on in the game, especially, objectives are worth just so much more than a kill still. So even though they didn't get the kills, I'm sure they would have loved to have gotten them. It wasn't that big a deal. Forcing them to recall is about as effective as a kill would have been in that situation.
Yeah, they did get some really good damage on top of that turret right there. So another advantage that they could actually take in. Look at that, the stun into the wall after the root. PT Lamb, Dark Potato's going for it, but no, he's a little bit too far forward. Still, they will actually lose out that engage. 2 of Snow are actually going to win. 2 of G2 are dead in the water right there, but perhaps a little bit too greedy, trying to take out PT Lamb. They didn't have the burst for that kill, Bacon, and they paid for it.
Yeah, didn't have the burst, and again, it's really tough to dive onto the back lines when there is a Lyra. She just has to put down that field around her, and it just is such a massive slow. Not to mention negating any dash abilities. That completely shuts down the Sturdy Strike from Skye. Vox can't use his Sonic Zoom. Dark Potato, once he hits level 6, won't be able to use that ultimate. Like, it's such an incredibly effective tool, and I'm kind of surprised that G2 picked these 2 heroes into the Lyra. Like, when Lyra was first picked, they knew what they were up against there, and they still picked 2 highly mobile heroes that rely a lot on that mobility.
All right, flares out, counter flare. They find this gold mine. Death from above is going to connect, and the gold mine will get stolen out there by BT Lamb. One shot. He just comes down, casually picks that up. Not so bad for a majority crystal. Ringo. Probably actually, yeah, he had probably used that Achilles shot to pick it up, but that is just not going to plan. Right now, G2, not only have they lost that momentum, but now the gold swing is going right over to Snow.
Yeah, about 1,000 gold in favor of Tsunami, and so that's not where you want to be if you're G2. Obviously, it's not it's not a lead that they can't come back from, but it's going to be tough. Lyra is a hero that snowballs incredibly hard. She's just going to get stronger and stronger. Now that she has a Fountain of Renewal, can just start building into damage. That's actually what I like to do when I play a roam Lyra, is I get the rushed Fountain of Renewal, and then I actually just start building her like a carry, similar to what Dark Potato has done, except Dark Potato went for the carry item first and is now going into the Fountain. So, but it's still, you see a lot more damage items on roamers now in 119, which is, again, something that I just absolutely love, but it looks like we might be getting a big fight.
Yep, stun silence, that's it. PT Lamb is out of this equation. Cisco has that zone control set up, but if you're not fighting in it, it's not going to be that useful. You can see Kroll just cannot win out that 3v1, so Cisco will be the only one to live, but Dark Potato, could he actually change his mind right here? Goes for the root, doesn't actually land, but still with that push, they could actually now take this turret, and so Cisco, he's going to have to get out of dodge because it is about to go down. There goes the turret kill, and now we are looking to definitely a little bit more of a stronger G2. If they can continually catch out PT Lamb, especially as a crystal like this, and he doesn't get that dragon's breath off, the Hellfire Brew, sorry, other fire guy, then, like, what good is PT Lamb going to be here?
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that the Death from Above caught PT Lamb right off the bat in that fight was absolutely huge. And that's one of the things about the Lance Skye combination. If you can land that first stun or a root, like if one of those 2 lands, it's a kill. It's almost a guaranteed kill onto anyone on this team, except maybe Krull, because he's going to just be getting consistently tankier and tankier. But if they can just target down PT Lamb, they have won a fight if they take him out immediately. So it's exactly what we saw in that last trade, and that's going to be G2's key to winning this game. And they're going to look to be doing that all game long. I want to see what they actually decide to do with these items. As you can see, Redemption going for a weapon power Vox build, starting off with a Breaking Point. Not very common because obviously, again, Breaking Point needs the weapon power to be dealt to get the stacks. So a lot of times you see someone pick up the Breaking Point after getting another damage item. So going to take a little bit longer for Redemption to really heavily ramp up.
Yeah, you will be gaining that weapon power to ramp up for sure. But, I mean, if they're just able to take out PT Lamb and crew very quickly, then, well, you're probably not going to see the full power of it. But it is an interesting choice. It also does give attack speed. And it does look like perhaps a Tornado Trigger next, or a Tyrant's Monocle. Either way, if you look for attack speed with crit like that, I mean, we could see some very, very dead Snow members here. But a few pickups there as well for Snow. They're coming into their own 10-minute mark. It's not uncommon to see second items. But look at PT Lamb Bacon. There's a sword, but a sword and a miss. I don't think Redemption's going to go down. PT Lamb has an alternating current.
Yeah, alternating current, not at all surprising. It's what you do if you are going to be going for that Crystal Ringo, and you need to have, obviously, again, your key is the Hellfire Brew, but you can't be firing off Hellfire Brews constantly in a fight. You only get one, so you need to have another source of damage. That alternating current allows him to do so. But right now, we see the gold mine being contested. This could be a full-on fight.
But the death from above doesn't land. The silence only lands us because there's that damage from the Hellfire on top of Majestic, but we do got a fountain to combat that, and you know, the hit points actually is just not really changing on either side. A lot of misses from G2, but still the damage was not really there from Snow Tsunami. They weren't able to stack it up. They didn't get a kill. The Goldmine does not know which way to go here, Bacon. Is it left? Is it right? Who's the attacking? We put up the zone there from Sasiska. PT Lamb's trying to stay in it, but it is going to be the Goldmine going blue. We get a kill. A counter there as Lamb picks one up. Majestic is going to run. The Suri Strike kept him alive just long enough, but Sasiska with those auto attacks, that passive, and now a portal, and it's going to be trying the other way. Here comes the Hell's Heart. Now Raxi says no dice, but Dark Potato very likely to drop between this power combo, but he's rolling for safety, and there's the cash in. That's the ace, and Snow Tsunami will take that fight.
Dark Potato trying to play a game with those portals, but Araxi and Sasiska having no part of that and take him down, securing that ace. A great fight for Snow. It looked like it was going to be swung in favor of G2 because of the fact that Hellfire Brew wasn't available and the Death from Above was able to come out, but they pick up a turret and now they're diving onto Redemption. He's going to be able to get away from this one, but again, a really smart fight from Snow Tsunami. Their patience is what is really impressed me there.
Alright, so I have feedback that my mic is no good. Bacon, I will leave you in the trusty hands here as the moment as I fix it.
Yep, not a problem. We are going to be potentially seeing a fight break out here, and that is going to be a big teleport in with the zone being put down to stop that movement. G2 is taking a ton of damage. They do manage to disengage from this fight, but for how long? Hellfire Brew is coming out onto Dark Potato. He's healing up, but the from Hell's Heart connects as well, and that's an easy kill. Redemption is dropped very low as well. He is going to be able to get underneath the turret. Majestic trying to do what he can with that forward barrage, but has he stuck his neck out a little too far? Yes, he has. Sasiska finishing off that kill with the extreme range on Lyra's basic attacks, and that is going to be 2 more kills going over to Snow Tsunami. And they're starting to take a pretty commanding lead. The gold is still rather close. It's still only about 2,000 in favor of Snow, but they have won the last couple fights in a row. The momentum is fully on their side, and G2, they need to figure something out. I want to see more shield getting picked up by them because they're just getting melted through by PT Lamb on this Ringo. And I mean, looking into their inventory, there's really only the one big shield item thus far in the form of that Fountain of Renewal on Dark Potato. Redemption has started to get one. We have reflex blocks on all 3, but it's just not doing enough for them. And now, Tsunami, 14 minutes, they're going to go ahead and take this gold mine. Very likely the last one to be taken before the Kraken spawns. But we'll have to see. I don't think either team is going to try and get another one because of the fact that it's just not going to really be worth any decent amount of gold. So Nice job again, Tsunami just starting to really take control, trying to zone out this side of G2. Maybe looking for a fight there. Forward barrage connecting up to Siska. That's a big stun, but it's not going to be enough. It already, Snow Tsunami has backed off of this. Will there be a Hellfire Brew coming out? They were just all grouped. It was a great opportunity for it. Majestic is going to get hit square in the face. Is going to heal from that Fountain Renewal, but it's not enough. He goes down. So Siska and the rest of Snow Tsunami are charging in. Redemption is so low, but they've gone a little too deep. Diving underneath that turret. PT Lamb falls thanks to Dark Potato snaring him and rooting him underneath the turret. And it ends up being a 1-for-1 when the dust has settled. But Dark Potato maybe wanting to a little bit more onto Araxi, but Araxi does actually have that camp stolen from him. Dark Potato able to pick that one up, gets that extra bit of healing, and it looks like we are going to be maybe moving towards Kraken now that she has spawned.
All right, so I'm going to give you a little bit of a test here. So it's because Kraken coming in at the 15-minute mark. Hell of a fight there from Snow, Mr. Bacon. Do you hear any of the same issues here?
It sounds like it, but we'll have to. We'll go ahead and take care of it after the game because solo casting not fun.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you. But how about you can take the play-by-play here for this one, sir. I'll swap desks with you because so far everything I hear is just gravy.
Oh, it's going to take a moment as it looks like G2, they've managed to get themselves prime position on this Kraken, but so Siska is in a bad spot, has to use that ult defensively, and G2 is on the hunt. Araxi actually goes through the portal, not sure if that was intentional or not. He takes a little bit of poke there, so Siska has got himself out of trouble, is going to try and heal up from Hell's Heart, gets blocked by Majestic. Here comes the Hellfire Brew, doesn't have that reflex block as the Crucible comes out late. That's going to be Majestic falling to the burning, and it looks like Snow Tsunami are trying to turn this one around. Look at how much healing has come out of Siska on this Lyra. They've got themselves a second kill as they hunt down Dark Potato. This could very well be the Kraken.
Well, I mean, if they get that Kraken, it definitely could be the game. A really nice combo, though. You saw that it was the Hell's Heart. It got blocked. That was immediately split-second decision right there. It was going to be that Hellfire Brew, and that is a decision-making that we are very used to here for Snow.
Yeah, well, it was a little bit late on the Crucible from Dark Potato. If the Crucible comes through in time to block the Hellfire Brew, then, I mean, that means Majestic lives through that ultimate, and I don't know if it necessarily turns the fight around, but it definitely makes sure that Snow doesn't continue chasing quite as hard onto Dark Potato for that second kill. They do pick up the Kraken, and with the 4 turrets still remaining, I don't think this is going to be enough to finish the game unless Snow can pick up an ace. Everyone is aware of everyone else's position thanks to those flares. Looks like Siska trying to get some harassment down, but again, that healing, when Siska takes damage from being so aggressive, just put down that healing field and everything is negated, but now they are onto the turret.
Yeah, they got that root down to Siska, and PT Lamb's actually taking a ton of damage, but still, this Kraken is just leading the way. PT Lamb, oh, that's going to be a stun. Majestic is not going to be able to finish out that kill, and, well, as you said, heals, right? They are trying to just win this poke war.
And the death from above comes down. Here comes Hellfire Brew. Majestic is low once again. The reflex block is way too early, and that's another kill. Dark Potato is going to get ulted into with that teleport, and that's another kill. Kraken is very low, but it's at least 2 turrets taken by Snow Tsunami. I would not be surprised if they go ahead and push in for a third. They have 20 seconds until Majestic is back up. It's just Redemption to try and defend. Kraken will go down after this turret, but they are going in for the kill. They want this ace. They get the ace. The Kraken is down, but I don't think it matters. The final turret is going to fall. Here comes Majestic and Dark Potato, but 2 on 3 with just a crystal, and it will be Snow Tsunami picking up their first win, the very first point of the summer season in the Evil 8. It belongs to Snow Tsunami.
Well, I mean, a little bit of a shakier start, some huge aggression from G2 early. They tried to capitalize, made some slip-ups, but the power of Lyra Bacon, we said it in our meeting, it's probably going to be like 100% pick or ban.
Yeah, I mean, Snow, it looked like G2 was doing really well early on, and then it's just Snow Tsunami. This Lyra really came online. No damage items even picked up, which is really surprising to me. But enough healing being done, enough tankiness picked up on both Lyra and the Krull to survive. And once they were able to survive the burst of a death from above, they were just able to turn fights around. And we saw it happen constantly. PT Lamb or Sasiska get dropped extremely low, and then the healing would come through and they would turn the fight around once those abilities were no longer available to G2. And just a really strong performance overall.
All right, well, we'll see what Game 2 has in store. To set that up, we're going to give it right back to our good friends of Humanist and AJ. See you then.
Thank you very much, guys. That was an exciting Game 1. Some cool stuff right off the bat that people might not have been familiar with from previous patches. One thing which in Europe, though, we've seen in the past is that Crystal Ringo did a lot of work here.
It did a lot of work. I don't know if Rome is watching right now, but I'm sure he's kind of, squirming in his seat when he sees that Crystal Ringo come out. When I first saw it, I was kind of hesitant on it, but it worked out incredibly well. I think part of it, it was played very well by PT Lamb. And I mentioned earlier, if they're going to win, he's going to have a good game. He played incredibly well. But across the board, Majestic was getting smoked by these Hellfire Brews. Yeah. 800 damage coming out on some of these things. He had no shield. So
he didn't have shield, but he also didn't reflex block them in time quite a few times, and that's a big deal because the burn damage, the tick, the slow, all that stuff matters.
Even when you would get that off, he's sitting on 25% health because they're just kind of poking and trading back and forth. I feel like if he could have benefited from maybe skipping his Frostburn, getting straight into a Broken Myth and building a little tankier, a little more survivable, because really the huge damage output potential on that team was that Vox. But he could never get into the fight. He was always dancing around the back of it.
And this is another problem, I think. The Frostburn, I can kind of understand the idea behind it. G2 wanted to force fights constantly. But Snow were playing very patiently. They were kiting back until all of the cooldowns were gone and then going in. And they were doing that even though Majestic had the Frostburn. So the Frostburn didn't work.
It didn't, and that speaks to the power of the Lyra. It's so easy to kite backwards because once you see that they're going to jump on you, it's like, okay, well, there's your B. Try to run through there. Good luck. We're portaled over here. Something you mentioned during the game I thought was a really good point as well. You had double Atlas Pauldron coming out of Snow, and with that portal, it was so incredibly easy to get right on top of their face, get that easy Atlas off, and GG.
When you go for the turnaround, once you're done kiting, once you see all of those cooldowns burned by G2, Lyra is very easily, like you said, able to jump in there and get the Atlas Pauldron off. And when you do that, it crushes the Vox's ability to get those bounces going, get the AoE damage down. You just get Krull right on the back line, like we talked about before the game, to weaken them too. It was very difficult for G2 to be proactive. They tried in the beginning. They did get a very good first blood, and I think their jungle pair has the capability of doing that. But again, the patience from Snow Tsunami, it can't be overrated.
Let's talk about this for a second, what you just mentioned. The early aggression coming out of G2, and I liked it. I think that's what they needed to do. They needed to snowball. But Dark Potato, if you didn't notice, he was running the Lance, okay? And we've seen Dark Potato play Roam in the past. Yeah. I don't know if this is going to be the trend moving forward, but it was that kind of hybrid Roam, which I think with the new ambient gold changes, we're going to see more and more of. It wasn't played to effect here. They did get the early kills, but I marked down immediately, it was at 5 minutes, 45 seconds in that game, they got too aggressive, and they lost 2 kills that they should not have. They shouldn't have put themselves in that situation. I think if they had continued that trend of taking the right calls early, they would have won the game.
Yeah. And there were opportunities, there were glimmers of hope, I think, for the side of G2. There was one point where PT Lamb was something like 50 health from dying, right? They tried to set up that kill, but they couldn't quite finish it off. If they'd gotten a few of those edge cases in where maybe they got the win, also Goldmine's constantly contested. Just barely going back and forth there. Yeah, if any of those things changed, maybe they could have got that momentum. They could have got the ball rolling that they needed. But it's hard to say for sure. We've got the draft ready for the second game. Obviously, these teams going to be looking to alter their strategies maybe a little bit from the last time around. Lyra, as we expected, a force to be reckoned with in that game 1. So I don't know if Saw is really more important.
I'm really surprised that they let it go through. But when you see it go through, you have to imagine that they have a plan against it. It just didn't work out.
All right, well, let's kick this draft off. G2 banning first. Let's see what they go for here. They have the opportunity to first pick their own Lyra if Snow do not ban it. So perhaps they'll ban the Saw again and force Snow into that decision.
Yeah, I'm just kind of surprised that G2 would go with the Saw ban. But the thing is here, with the first ban, they're going to take the Vox out, forcing Snow to go ahead and ban out that Lyra if that is their choice.
Well, they've got some time to think about it here. The Vox ban is interesting, but Lyra very quickly decided on by Snow. They probably said, man, that game felt really easy with Lyra on our team, so let's just not let them have
Let's
that.
not let them have that. And of course,
G2
maybe they haven't practiced that counter right here. You know?
Yeah, of course. So actually, okay, it's going to be Finn first up here for G2. How do you feel about that as a first pick?
I think actually we're going to see a lot of these kind of first pick Finn scenarios as we move on through the Evil 8. Finn is incredibly strong in so many of these compositions, and it doesn't reveal anything about what you intend to play.
All right, so on the flip side, though, Snow, they've said quite a lot here with their 2 rotations. They've got the Lance and the Kroll. Now, that combination, obviously very burly. It's a great front line. Do you think they're going to pick up, like, a strong carry to finish things off?
They definitely need to, right? Like, the Krolls that we've been seeing, they're usually paired up with someone that has high damage output, and Kroll can kind of front line and mitigate some of the damage coming out of your opponent. It's going to be Skye picked up. G2 definitely leaning on the Skye, maybe to their detriment. We'll see moving forward. And Saw, it makes a lot of sense here as the last pickup.
Yeah, it does, especially because they actually play that Saw so well. We are going to have to remake that lobby real quick. There was a technical glitch. We'll get over it very soon. But let's talk about the picks that we do know about and maybe what we expect Snow to pick up in their last pick. So I'm assuming that Saw was going to be locked in. So we've got a lineup of Finn, Skye, and Saw. How do you like that?
I do like it. It feels... The thing is, right, you're going to have this anchor, so to speak, around Finn, right? He's going to anchor the fight for you. The fight becomes very predictable with Saw as far as positioning-wise, right? As long as you have your weapons.
Does Skye mix that up, though? I mean, she's got the option of going all over
Exactly,
the place.
and that's where I think Skye will have a big impact. If she's able to dance around these fights because they try to focus the Saw down. But can Saw be in the good position? Because sometimes, and this happens oftentimes, but teams with good communication, it happens less often, is that your Skye is going to be chasing targets down. Suri's striking over here, and Saw's like, wait, bro, I'm spun up. I'm over here. Like, what am I going to do? So in that, if they can avoid those kind of situations, I think it's incredibly strong.
I do like the nice synergy between someone like a Skye and a Finn also. The fact that you can auto-attack whoever he forced the cords in and then get that death from above down, and it can really create a very dangerous zone for their opponents. Now, let's talk a little bit about the composition on the flip side, though, right? So we've seen the Kroll. We've all seen that Lance. How would you round it up?
It's actually kind of tough here because you've already picked yourself into this composition with the Kroll. So I feel like you need some range on this team, especially not to get smashed by the Saw super early. You're not going to want to put the Kroll in lane unless you're Adi Andres, which is apparently not on the roster here. I wouldn't be against picking up an Adagio.
That'd be pretty cool. We haven't actually seen so much of him recently because he got banned so much on 118 especially, and 117 and 116.
And also, it lends itself to you have these predictable areas, right? That we were kind of talking about. You're going to have with the Finn, with the Saw, you know where the team fight's going to break out oftentimes. With an Adagio, it's pretty easy to kind of lock those down with a big verse.
All right, so just whilst we're waiting on getting this game started off for you guys, let's have a look forward at some of the matches we can expect later on today for the European portion of the Evil 8. Next is going to be Gangstar Cerberus against Gangstar Cerberus against For Justice. That should be quite an interesting one.
Yeah, definitely will be an interesting one. I think Gangstar's come in with an advantage there. But you can't lie down on any of these teams in the Evil 8, so they will have to be bringing their A game. But Gangstars, this is one of those phenom teams that I think is really on a roll right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they had a weak showing at the spring season. You know, they did actually place very low in that live event, but they had an explosive start. And I feel like maybe there's a volatility to them, which means you can't entirely predict what's going to happen.
I hear what you're saying. I think a lot of it comes down to the fact Leon wasn't there. It's not that Leon didn't care. He just couldn't be there, you know? So when he's there online, they get so much work done. There are few people that can really stack up to his mechanical skills. On top of that, they've added Iraqi to this roster, and
that's what I wanted to touch on. I mean, they've got support staff now with so much experience. Iraqi is going to be able to coach them. He's been through VIPL. He's played in North America side.
Big deal.
Big
pickup there, yeah.
Yeah, really, really solid addition to their lineup. So I'm excited to see what they can do. Now, Lemon and Lime, these guys were like one of my favorite teams in the previous split just because they always play awesome, crazy compositions. They're going to be up against Mouse Sports. That should also be quite an interesting one, especially given the fact that Mouse Sports has actually lost Mr. K-Cool, one of the sort of well-known players on their lineup.
Right.
I feel like Mouse Sports is going to look totally different this season.
Yes and no. I do agree with you that it can definitely shake things up when you lose a key component like Mr. K-Cool. They bring in a player that is similar in a lot of ways in Azotur. So I think, it's going to take... One of the things is that they may have to work on that team synergy, right? Because with Great Khali and Nettollette, they've been playing together for a long time, and sometimes you're not going to be communicating with the new guy the same way you're communicating with your old friend.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So the final matchup that's going to be coming up today is Secret versus SK. So looking at Team Secret, obviously they finished as the grand finalists of 3 seasons in a row.
Have they now?
Yes.
Haven't heard of these guys.
You haven't heard of these guys? Oh, okay.
Team Secret. Oh, they're
the
so
worst
good,
kept secret of Europe. I mean, they're
man.
incredible. They're up against SK, who's a team organization that's been in Vainglory for a very long time, but hasn't had that same level of success. And Secret also, one thing you got to highlight about them is the fact that their roster has been stable for an extremely long time. During some of the qualifiers, they had to use their substitute players who are now playing on G2 because Palmatora had school.
Right.
But I'm pretty sure they're actually using their full championship lineup here for the Evil 8, which is scary to say the least for anyone who comes up against them.
Much fear, probably, from teams that are facing them. Secret, I expect these guys to come in well prepared to execute and not make many mistakes. That doesn't leave much room for any of their opponents to actually take a victory off of them. A team like SK, they come in, they have the talent, the ability to do it. It's just, can they put together that magical game?
So I'm looking at SK Gaming's lineup right now. In lane, they've got Raph, they've got Illohook as the jungler, and actually they've put Bayou as their roamer now. Now, he used to be their substitute player. They've rotated him back into a starting position. That's quite an interesting change. Maybe they weren't quite as happy with their live performance.
Yeah, I do think that they would have preferred to place higher, but at the end of the day, this roster is incredibly stacked, so it's tough to figure out where to put people in. Right now, I think with the what you've just laid out here as their starting roster, I think they actually have a very good chance to place high in this event.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely possible. I mean, I'm actually looking at this in more detail. So they replaced Cream and Medic on the starting lineup, which is quite interesting. So those are our matchups for today. Every single one of them is going to be incredible. This is why we changed to this format, why we've got the Evil 8. We want to show you guys the best games possible for an entire season long. If you want to get involved, though, there's a way you can do that, because in addition to the Evil 8 this season, we've also got the Challenger Leagues, independently ran by VGL and VIS, that you can participate in if you sign up. They're 32-team tournaments. They are going to be picking the strongest teams from the ones who submit their applications. But if you want to join up, just head on over to VaingloryEsports.com. There's an Apply Now button. You have to have an in-game team set up inside of Vainglory, but aside from that, everything is super simple.
Yeah, it's really simple. I think they've done such a good job with this format. In particular, you're going to have, of course, you're going to be working with VIS and VGL, 2 great organizations that we have here in the Vainglory community. And yeah, it's so straightforward for you guys. If you get into that Challenger Series, it's just show up, play your best. If you win, and you can have a chance eventually to maybe knock off one of these bottom 3 Evil 8 teams at some point, and that's a really cool deal.
Yeah, and speaking of your opportunity to knock those teams off, let's talk a little bit more about the structure, because obviously we've got a lot of people here who maybe have tuned in who don't know too much about the structure. It's fairly simple. We've got 2 splits in the summer season that last for 3 weeks. During those splits, we're going to have the Evil 8 running on weekends, and during the week, the Community Challenger events. Now, after each 3-week split, the Challenger teams with the top points are going to face the Evil 8 teams with the bottom points for a chance to take their spot.
And I think those are going to be some of my favorite games to watch, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, the Evil 8 is always good. You know it's going to be good. And you're going to get these Challenger matches. They're going to be exciting. We come into that, we don't know what to expect as much. But when we come into these Challenger matches, that's where you're going to see the real fireworks. Because you got guys competing. You're like, you are not taking me out of the Evil 8. The other teams are like, yeah, buddy, you're about to sit down right now.
Think about how much footage there will now be on the top 8 teams as well. Like, there's so much room for a very dedicated challenger team to come across with maybe the coach or something and really analyze exactly what they need to do to shake up the meta to deal with a particular team. The challenger games are going to be bloodthirsty. These guys are going to be desperate to get in. If you manage to make it into the Evil 8 for the second split, that puts you in a great position to maybe make it to the finals, the live finals that are going to be happening at the end of the season. Also, one other cool thing that's going to be happening is the All-Stars matches that are going to be happening at the end of the season before the live championships. Those are super cool. I remember we did those in the North American live championships, and there were some really fun games to cast, so I'm looking forward to those as well. Just an update on the situation, guys. There was a technical difficulty. We've got to start that draft back up. We should be doing that very soon, and I believe they're getting it ready right now. So we are going to be jumping back in quite quickly.
Did you kick some cables or something over there?
No, it was Zekant, man. He's back
Zekant,
there.
I knew
Yeah.
it. I saw him.
He drank too much coffee, you know?
Too much coffee.
He's jittery.
Zekant, yeah.
That's what happens.
Day
when-
after coffee
Yeah.
hangover.
Exactly.
Got it.
He's a small guy. The coffee affects him in a big way.
You just gotta get your coffee stamina up. That's what I'm saying.
All right, let's hop back into these picks and bans, guys. Sorry for the delay, but we've got a great game coming up. This is Game 2 that we're about to enter into between G2 Kinguin and Snow Tsunami. Snow Tsunami picking up the victory in Game 1. In the new format, that means that they've already got themselves a point. They're off to a great start in the Evil 8 first split. Now let's see what they're going to round out with. It looks like the Saw Hover that we saw before could be G2's final pick.
And it's gonna get locked in right now. Honestly, a hero that deals with these opponents very well. Well, Celeste is going to come out right there. You're going to have it locked down. This makes sense. We talked about. I felt like they needed a little bit of range to deal with this. She's going to do great in predictable team fight areas. So I think this is a great pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are a lot of predictable teamfight areas when you're playing up against a Saw and a Finn. They don't really move around that much. Saw's super slow, and he kind of tries to bring you to him instead of actually chasing you. And Saw has to stay still for a very long time as well. So a Celeste is going to be able to hit those core collapses, going to be able to hit those heliogeneses. We're nearly into game. Which lineup do you think has the edge here?
My goodness gracious! They got the Saw. They got the Saw on G2. I'm going to go with G2.
All right, well, I'm going to go on the flip side and say Snow has the lineup that's going to take it away here, but let's not deliberate about it anymore. We're going to be hopping into game with Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon to take you through the action.
This is going to go 2 points straight over to G2. Or Snow Tsunami.
I was going to say, it's Snow that has the first point here. G2 is looking to get themselves a point in this first matchup and force us to a decisive Game 3 to see who will have the opportunity to get a third point or perhaps more. Right off the bat, we see all 6 members rotating on down into the jungle, looking for a fight at the shop.
Yeah, but they're just going to bounce off each other for now. Dark Potato does not have that force to guard. He isn't level 6, so he's not going to be able to get that one going. And yeah, they will just kind of bounce right back to their own places. But G2, with that Saw, I mean, it feels like it's going to be more of a fight Saw, doesn't it?
It definitely does. I mean, Saw, it's going to be that weapon power as well. So not going to be relying everything on that roadie run. It's going to be a lot of the basic attacks coming out of Majestic that are going to be their big source of damage. Of course, Sky also a huge damage threat, but up against this Celeste. That's her name.
Totally Celeste, yeah.
It could be tough because of the fact that she can stay at such a long range, especially once we hit level 8 and the Heliogenesis gets its increased range. It can be really difficult for Majestic to get anything going. Looks like they may want to try and go on to Redemption, but he's a little bit too far away.
All right, so no kills as of yet. We did have 1,000 gold lead last round from G2 early on, about the 3-minute mark. But this time, no such luck. We are just going to continue on with the farm. And until then, a little bit of an item shop. And G2 has been doing these 3-man rotations they're making.
Yeah, and they don't want to give up any early kills. And so the 3-man rotation, especially, a lot of it is actually to protect Saw, to allow Saw to get down to the shop with his heavily decreased movement speed and the obviously he's really vulnerable while making that rotation. So it's mostly the full rotation. Oh my goodness, as PT Lamb just gets deleted, they go in aggressively, get that kill. Majestic almost pays for it on the way out, but he does get himself back to safety, is going to recall on back to base as well. But First Blood going over to G2 this time around. A solid start for them. We'll see if they can keep up that pressure.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, nice solid start. Hopefully this is the end all to all the fixes, Mr. Bacon.
Well, hopefully. Obviously, first day in the new season, problems are bound to arise. But we'll hopefully again now we will have everything all set to go, as it looks like they may be fighting again in the lane.
All right, so yeah, if they do actually get Sosiska into the area of Majestic, I mean, this was something that we saw in EU, right? You take Saw if you're going to deal with Lance, because, the route doesn't matter. You just kind of destroy him. So we'll have to see if that will continue on. So far, though, they did chase out G2 from that lane. We are trying to push a little bit farther forward here. But okay, so right now, a little bit of an issue. So we're just going to give it back to AJ and Humanist, because we need to really figure out how this game is going to end, guys.
Thank you very much, Forecourt. Apologies for the delay yet again. I mean, this time we want to make sure we have game sound going on for you guys. Obviously, make
Game
sure
sounds good.
The viewing experience is as good as possible. So we'll be hopping back into game quite soon. Given what you've seen so far, are things stacking up the way you expected them to?
They're stacking up the way I would expect them. I said in the beginning I do favor the draft of G2, but the thing that has me a little worried is Dark Potato in this roam position and not what we've seen in the past.
All right, I got to stop you there, because actually the game sounds have come back. We're heading back into game. Forecourt, Tasty Bacon, take it away.
All right, so Bacon coming back into it all. What are we going to see here? I mean, still only one kill. Majestic pushing down that turret. He actually did some good work there. And Lamb just doesn't seem to have what it takes. We also lose that river troll. And that actually is going to be there for Celeste. Lance just not able to come up for the save, but he will get redemption.
Yeah, he does get the redeeming kill. It wasn't quite redemption that he took out. He was Majestic. Redemption was down in the jungle, but he gets the answer kill. And so a nice job, at least, by Snow to get the 2 kills, but they did lose out that turret. Saw, of course, is exceptionally strong at pushing turrets. Getting that first one down sub 5 minutes, that's exactly where he wants to be. Right. I've heard some of the pros say that, if you don't have that first turret taken down by 5.5 minutes, then Saw just becomes useless.
Raxi stun, yep, right into the bush, into the root, and it's just no chance. Once you get that stun train going, you are going to drop like a rock, and we don't have any of that defense ready. Majestic just picks up that O-card. You can probably see that reflex later, but death from above. We actually get 1 stun, and did you see that? Suri strikes. Sosiska just not able to land the hits, and that will be redemption now. Just going to survive through that one. That level 6, though, from Cole does put us into that triple stun combination, and that could be the answer for this song.
It absolutely could be. Like you said, reflex block going to be extremely important. I'm actually really surprised to see a tension bow picked up by Majestic as a first item. It's nice for that early damage, but I mean, it falls off so hard. I guess they really just want to emphasize the early strength of Saw, but this could be big.
All right, you have 1 root. Majestic, he's going to take some bursts, but he's not going to be done yet. Dark Potato is still only level 4. We're not going to have the force to court issue. It's really coming down to Majestic and Redemption to keep Snow at bay, and it looks like they're just going to retreat from this one. 2 kills to 3, but they have the gold lead, so there's actually no real reason to press this. And if they do rotate down to 3, Majestic, he's looking for an item. He has 800 gold, and yeah, he is actually not entirely too sure what he picked up right there. Did he upgrade his boots? Looked like it.
Yeah, he upgraded to boots, and a Dark Potato also got that Fountain of Renewal, so that's a big item spike on this Finn, and we'll have to see. I assume it's going to be just largely defense being picked up by Dark Potato, trying to be as big and tanky as he possibly can. For the side of Snow Tsunami, though, Shatter Glass for PT Lamb, and they're going to look to put that to good use.
Yeah, but Potato, that's going to be a stun instead on Redemption. They're looking to just lock him up, but nope, it's not going to be that stun train. And now Sosiska's dropping low. Does Dark Potato, he has the boots. He's going to move forward. He's looking to cut him off. And no, the stun, the core collapse. PT Lamb, it's just not enough. That's some huge damage return on top of Majestic. Will PT Lamb get out of this one? Potato still doesn't have that level 6, but he is providing vision. And Redemption, he just couldn't get the Suri Strike over. He had no target lock. And PT Lamb will survive. Araxi is just in the wings there as well. But instead, G2, they're going to turn around. They're going to pick up this gold mine and just look to further that gold lead.
Yeah, they can really sit on this lead and play pretty defensively because of the fact that they have this Saw. I mean, you don't want to play too defensively because you'll then give up the lead, but they don't need to be going chasing fights deep into the enemy jungle. They can just do exactly what they did there. They got themselves one kill, and instead of going way too far, staying too long, and getting themselves caught out, giving kills back over, they backed off of it and went and instead took that gold mine. Really smart play from G2 to try and keep this lead. They do need to get some more pushing done onto this turret, though. It's now 8.5 minutes in, and they've only done a sliver of damage to this second turret. And again, eventually Saw is going to fall off. He does have a breaking point.
Yes.
So going to try and keep himself relevant in the late game a bit more, but that lack of mobility could be a big point of trouble for G2, especially if core collapses start landing.
There's that block. You saw that there from Majestic. He's not going to be part of that stun train this round, but he has brought PT Lamb down low, so Siska has to use the boots, and he gets to safety. But if we go for a fight here, Snow Tsunami, with their artillery cannon way in their back, already low, you can see him taking that health creep. He's trying to stay in this fight and stay relevant. This could actually be pretty disastrous for Snow if they snipe out Lamb.
Well, they are. He is able to get back up to a respectable health pool, but the minion mine going to be stolen away by the side of G2. They want to get these minions pushing as hard as possible because, again, pushing is what they are looking to do. They want to try and keep this pressure on, siege up on these turrets, and prevent Snow from being able to go out and farm the jungle, take the gold mine, or really be able to do much of anything other than deal with these constant wave of minions that are going to be crashing onto the turret. And thus far, G2 have been able to play this really well. We'll see if Dark Potato can go fishing and pull in, if he pulls in PT Lamb, it should be a kill secured for Snow. He tries to get it there, but it would have been blocked even if it had hit, but it didn't quite connect.
Still, good reflexes on PT Lamb. He had that reflex block ready to go, and with that trump card kind of out of the deck, G2 is now just going to collapse. They do continuously go down this route. They look to steal as much of that farm as they can safely. They're picking up another gold mine. They're extending that gold lead, so it's slow and steady. Now, you keep saying that Saw falls off by the end of it. I'm not disagreeing, but with this weapon and with the breaking point, it just feels like the tankier that his opponents get, if Majestic can live through that, he's going to be putting out massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, living through it is usually the difficult part of that statement, though, especially because, again, PT Lamb, as long as he doesn't get pulled in, he's going to be able to stay relatively safe on the back lines. And so Siska and Araxi, they can dive onto him really well, especially if they land a stun.
Stun one into the root. The second does not actually connect, and the ult from PT Lamb goes wide. That is not going to be a solar snipe whatsoever. Majestic is going to now just spin up in case there was a chase. But he's going to be fine, and he knows that he's safe. There's no global here to kind of snipe him down. And Redemption, he's going to be moving forward. He will be able to deal with this wave. I don't think we're going to be seeing damage, but we do got the pull-in. PT Lamb has nowhere to go, so he's just going to turn and fight instead. But there's no focus. Dark Potato will live through it. Redemption barely hurt. And now Majestic, he's coming back for revenge.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It looks like they want to try and go for the chase, but again, no forced accord, as it was just used in the lane. So G2, without having that ultimate available, they just aren't really in much of a position to try and force a fight. And instead, they just have to settle for trying to chase Snow out of the jungle and steal away what they can once again. This time, they only get the forward shop camp, so it's not going to deny too much gold from the side of Snow. But this gold lead is staying steady at about 4,000 to 5,000 in favor of G2. We'll have to see. That pull is about to be back up. Will they start a fight?
Yeah, that crossfire was amazing, and Sasista down already a quarter, down half as well. The poke, there's the stun from Dark Potato and Araxi. He's going to be the big target. He gets pulled back in as well. He will get up the Hell's Heart, but it hits nobody. And now PT Lamb, he will actually pick up one. He has the reflex. He will live through the second. That is a very dead Majestic. And now Redemption, will he be able to actually continue this fight? I think Sasiska has enough of a front here to dissuade any more aggression from G2. And, sweet plays all around. But they do trade it out only 1-1.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be G2 getting heavy advantage on that one because they caught out Araxi and were able to take him down without the Kroll getting any weakness stacks built up. But Majestic just a little bit too far forward, and that's what I was talking about. He's, yes, with that breaking point, will be able to stack it up and do immense damage, but he has to survive. He has to be able to stay alive, and PT Lamb did solid work on that Celeste, able to pick up the kill onto Saw. So Majestic needs to be a bit more careful when these fights break out, because if he stays alive, that's an easy ace and turret picked up by G2, but instead it just ended up being that 1-for-1. A decent gold payout does go over though, so this gold lead again still sitting at 4,000 to 5,000, but Snow are starting, it feels like they're starting to get back into this game.
Well, a big thing was Sasiska had 3 items prior to that fight. He had that tension bow and the fountain. Now he has a reflex block. You can tell they're going to be going for that crucible, and he's not going to be, really too far from it at this point. He might be able to pick it up by the time the Kraken comes around.
And 500 gold at this point.
Yeah, and so, I think that could be a big turning point, but if you keep either ace alive, if Majestic or PT Lamb can live through the entire fight, you got an ace on either side.
And that's going to be from Hell's Heart, connects onto Majestic, and they want this fight.
Yeah, and you can see him just looking to get into that back there, looking to kite this out. Redemption, though, is a great, solid backline of the triple stun from that Polite Company, and now the Quibbles, they're doing the work, and Dark Potato, he's here, and he's looking for blood. He gets the stun. Araxi has nowhere to go, and Sasiska, I don't see getting out of this one, but he rolls right through the Surrey. Doesn't matter. That's Majestic with a rocket and his name on it, and Redemption will not even go down. That's a 3-0 ace, and the kite back was superb from G2.
Yeah, Majestic got caught by the From Hell's Heart, but they just were not able to capitalize and follow up on that stun quick enough. And he's able to use that roadie run to get himself out of trouble. PT Lamb coming very close to getting pulled in, but Dark Potato really hasn't been able to have great effect with those forced accords. Majestic having to run from PT Lamb, trying to find a spot to recall. They got that turret, but now it's right. Snow Tsunami looking to make them pay for staying too long, but it looks like G2 stayed just long enough as they get themselves back to the base. Another couple items coming through. Eve of Harvest means Redemption is going to be even more difficult to take down, and G2, they need to be careful because Snow, this is a risky play if they actually want to try and start this Kraken, but it does look like they've decided to back off of it. But they're keeping Kraken aggroed for a long time. I think they were just trying to bait in a fight.
Yeah, but unfortunately, there's just no one there to kind of eat that bait. So Majestic has that now, that bone saw on top of it, and again, damage numbers are good. And sometimes, it's not even about the Finn landing the hooks. It's always about the threat. The threat at any time. You got to keep that finger hovered above that reflex block, and once you get that sweet hook, it's done. We'll have to see if they're baiting into a good spot here. There goes the Quibble, the Polite, another triple, but Redemption has paid the price. He has taken way too much damage, and he is down and out. Majestic actually nowhere near that fight. He was back in base. He recalled.
Yeah, really bad fight timing for G2, as now they're going to try and chase onto PT Lamb. Forced Accord is still available, but I think they're going to save it to try and make something happen at Kraken, because Kraken has been started.
Yeah, and Majestic, he's going to be the target. One route, the second stun. He does get off that lunge. The roadie is on the run, and he is actually just doing a really good job again, looking for this kite. That's the stun. Dark Potato, though, 3v1. He's a big guy, but he is not enough to bring down anyone. He will drop. PT Lamb is low. Majestic's looking for the trade, but he doesn't get it. And now this will be, that's actually not an ace. The Sky's back in the ring. But still, the Kraken's been reset. Bacon, are they going for it? They don't have the health.
Yeah, without getting the ace buff, they weren't able to go and take that Kraken. Redemption just respawning in time to prevent that from happening. But this is the problem for G2. They got ahead early, but their composition just doesn't lend itself well to staying alive in these extended fights. There's just so much more tankiness available to Snow Tsunami that they can survive the initial burst of Sky. They can survive the ramp-up time of Saw, and they can pick up a kill during that period of time before Saw is really pumping out his maximum damage potential. Dark Potato gonna try and steal the Kraken. Not quite, but here comes the fight.
Yeah, but the stuns don't work on the big River Troll, and that's that. Finally, one of those big hooks, Sasiska gets stopped in his track. A double stun from the death from above. PT Lammy's looking to get some damage out, but it's gonna go wide. He does throw out all the stops, but it's not enough. Redemption gets one, Majestic gets the other, and now it's all up to Sasiska to bait them out. No, it really, oh, Dark Potato, he stops it, but he's not going to be able to bring down Sasiska by himself. There is a Kraken on the board here as well, and it's looking to eat up some of those turrets.
It should only get one of these turrets because G2 is there to start working on it, and it's both of their carries doing a lot of damage. So one turret does go down. Meanwhile, on the backside,
yeah, Sasiska's actually punishing Dark Potato. The damage is absolutely real. You can't stun this big guy, but he can't run away from Sasiska, and he's actually poised to drop.
Yeah, I mean, Finn is slow enough on his own, and yeah, he can't be stunned, but what would normally stun him does still slow him, and so Siska able to get some solid damage in. That tension bow. Again, I'm not a fan of the item pick, but it was able to at least do a little bit of extra damage to Dark Potato during the course of that skirmish. Kraken was taken out after just, again, taking down one turret in favor of Snow, so it helps them get back in this a little bit, but the gold lead, again, still sitting right around this 5k mark, but this is where it's been for about the past 5 to 6 minutes. So Snow Tsunami, they've done a phenomenal job of not letting this game get any further out of control, and instead they've been keeping it even for a good while now. We'll see if they can get themselves another good fight. They do all recall as G2 is pushing in towards this turret. I think they want to try and get another siege going, but they need to be careful because Snow has the potential to engage now. They are tanky enough. You can see the Fountain of Renewal and Crucible completed. A Atlas Pauldron for Araxi. He also has a breaking point to just try and get that damage ramped up if he survives long enough in the fights. It's gonna be really interesting to see because both sides kind of seem to want those long, drawn-out fights. And thus far, it's been so even for the past few minutes.
It feels like it's just a little bit of footsies right now. We're going to have that Kraken coming in sometime in the next 60 seconds or so, and it just feels like that's what both teams are waiting for. They're looking to see if they can get some items. They're looking to see if they can get the positioning, because it's all about playing that very important piece on the board. That Kraken is such a monster at pushing down when in the right hand. So you win a fight in and around when she spawns, you can actually capitalize very well, and that's why we're seeing kind of like this passive play coming back and forth. But something I want to throw at you, Bacon, as she does now spawn. 118 was the patch of Soreblade. Looks like 119 is the patch of Breaking Point.
Yeah, Breaking Point definitely making a comeback on the fold. It was always such a strong item. I think it's mostly just that there's so much more tankiness going on, and so Araxi gets pulled in, but they aren't able to pull the trigger on the fight.
No, but they did actually split the team. So Siska's on one side of this death from above, and Dark Potato does not have that anchor anymore. Redemption over the wall, but he will only find some slows. On top of land, they don't bring down Siska. The Hell's Heart goes wide, and Araxi's already used out that reflex block as well. So Tsunami, they do not have this positioning, but it's do or die time. They are going to come right back into this one.
So Siska still has this down, but they're going in.
Yep, and again, like Dark Potato, he's there. He has that hook. The damage is real from both sides. Majestic will avoid the shot from PT Lemon, so Siska just will not bring down Redemption. Dark Potato still going. Majestic is taking out this Kraken. If PT Lamb can steal it, he can solve this game, but he can't. It's going to be blue, and this is a mighty push lined up for G2.
Yeah, and of course, picking up Kraken, it gets you the same regen as if you had gotten an ace. So now all three members of G2 back at full health, full energy, pushing in onto these turrets, and it is just PT Lamb to defend for 20 seconds. They're not even going to wait for the Kraken or the minions for this first turret. It is destroyed. That is the last turret remaining Another forced cord doesn't quite connect, but look at how low that cooldown is now. 10 seconds and he'll be back available again. There is no respite here for PT Lamb or Snow. Kraken is coming in. Dark Potato's taken down pretty low, and this is going to be their last defense.
Whoa. Yeah, this is Hell's Heart only hitting Potato, but there's the snipe on top of Majestic with that Solar Storm. Araxi taking some massive damage. The Death from above doing work. And Potato, I just don't think he's going to live through this one. Does he have the speed? He will survive for now, but PT Lamb is out for blood, and he is still looking to capitalize here. Araxi dropping low. They are trying to juggle out these forward barrages. Redemption, it's time to go 1v3. He gets PT Lamb, so Siska is now rolling just safety, and Araxi is nowhere near. I think Redemption might be able to bring this one down. There's only one turret between him and victory, and the Kraken is still going.
Yeah, 2 kills plus Kraken still working. This should be the game for G2.
And the stuns, he's looking to keep Araxi at bay. He just needs another Suri, and that is probably going to be that. I don't see Araxi cleaning up both. He might get one, he might get the other, but that is going to be a point on the board for G2 here in the Evil 8. And this also means, I believe, a game number 3.
And that will, in fact, be a Game 3 G2. It was a definitely not a convincing victory. There was moments, but they kept this gold lead all throughout. But oh, what a game between these two teams. Snow Tsunami really trying to pull that one back, but unfortunately for them, G2, that early lead they picked up was just too much for Snow to overcome.
Yeah, that 5,000 gold or so didn't exactly break the bank, but, you know, you can't actually get more Vainglory Ice from the Banks of Boyne, but you can with the Amazon coins. So, guys, you know, we are here with the Evil 8. Go to Amazon.com/Vainglory. You can save big on ice while you watch these games, so you get the best of both worlds. And, you know, that 5,000 gold lead, it was enough, Bacon.
Yep, the 5,000 gold lead, it lasted for about 10 minutes of just a static 5,000 gold. But again, like you said, just enough for G2 to be able to get that Kraken and push in for the victory. But to go over the rest of that game and get us prepped for game number 3, we're going to throw it back to the lair where we have Action Jackson and Humanist.
It was very close, or so it felt, for a large portion of that, even though G2 had a very big gold lead. Why was that? What was keeping Snow in the game?
Well, indeed. I mean, you mentioned this as we were watching. It was like, oh, this feels pretty close, but what is this 5,000-6,000 gold lead? All right, well, what does it come down to? PT Lamb was getting a lot of farm that game. His item progression was on point, and the later you get into a game against the Celeste, she just scales so incredibly well. And honestly, I felt like G2 weren't approaching the fights that particularly well up to a certain point. For example, they took a 2v3 next to the Kraken there, and you were sitting there and you were like, Redemption? What? Yeah. Like, what's going on there? They lost that fight, and then you see momentum going the other way.
The thing is, off the back of that fight, that G2 tried to push their edge a little bit too much. Majestic tried to keep the fight going, and actually, as a result, they all died. But it wasn't an ace because Redemption had died so long ago.
Calculated.
So it didn't end up being too bad for G2. They were able to come back into things. And actually, another question I wanted to ask you, do you think the decision that Snow made towards the end of the game to chase instead of focusing the Kraken was the right one?
That's tough. You're still in the game. If you're playing defensively, taking the Kraken down. The thing is, then you give G2 the option of, do we poke or do we end the game here? And then it just comes to an outplay. I think the onus was on Snow to take action there. At the end of the day, it didn't work out for them. But I think a lot of that actually comes down to how well Redemption did in that last fight. He kited Krull off a little bit to the south of that fight. He Suri Striked right back up, found the kill onto PT Lamb after his allies go down. It's reminiscent of what Redix was able to do in the spring championship. And that's the power of the sky there.
Very much so. So pretty impressive performances across the board. I do want to talk a little bit about the itemization that these guys went for, because we saw a few things that I thought were interesting. So we saw another Frostburn very early coming out of Redemption, something which, a lot of people don't really like that much.
I think it's very situational. Of course, pro players have been saying a lot of times you can just skip that. If you think you're going to be able to stick to a target, if you are A+ Sky player, a lot of times you can get away with avoiding the Frostburn. And not to say that Redemption isn't an A+, but in this case specifically, when you have a Krull running at you and you want to kite backwards, that's a pretty good item to go for right there.
That does make a lot of sense. So the other big interesting one is that Siska went for the same build that Dark Potato did in the previous game on that lance, picking up a tension bow quite early. It seems to be quite a common theme amongst the lances that we're seeing, at least so far, but both times it hasn't worked out.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out, and I don't know if it comes down to just the playstyle. I don't think it's really a wrong item choice. I think it's the correct item choice in a lot of cases. With that lance, and with the new ambient gold, you can get these kind of hybrid roam builds coming into play. Lance actually has surprising damage output, and if he can land onto multiple targets with that one shot, it's a lot of output. But at the end of the day, yeah, it just didn't work out for these guys.
All right, so we've got the Game 3 coming up. What would you pick if you're these teams? Like, what is the composition you'd like to see G2 on? What is the composition that you'd like to see Snow Tsunami on?
I think, honestly, Snow, they need to stick to their guns. Picking up the Celeste again, I don't think a bad idea if they can do it. Well, we have not seen Vox, right? No one wants to deal with the Vox. So if any of these teams can get their hands on that, I say go for it. If you can get Saw into the hands of Majestic, you're going to have a good chance of winning that fight. If they do that specifically, I think it needs to be paired up with the Fen. Otherwise, grab the Lance, and well, you always got Arden in your back pocket. But that's the kind of theme I'd like to see them run with.
See, I'd quite like to see Snow pick up Finn with the expectation that Majestic goes for Saw, right?
Okay.
Because you're quite able to catch out a Saw with a Finn. And also, Majestic plays, in my opinion, a little bit overly aggressive sometimes. We saw that towards the end of the last game especially. He pushed in to try and kill PT Lamb in the base. It was way too far up. He got core collapsed on, jumped on, went down. It was nearly a turning point.
Right.
So, knowing the tendencies of the players, and this is something which, as we move forward in the Evil 8, because these teams are going to be playing each other so frequently, is going to become more and more important, can really give you an edge, and in my opinion, that's the edge I would exploit when facing G2.
Yeah, definitely. At some point though, Majestic, it was pick your poison, and Majestic, while I do agree that he overextended, he did a good job of forcing them to choose a target, and the kind of positioning thing that we talked about before the game. Skye can often get to a point where Saw actually can't be part of that fight, but Majestic did such a good job of making sure that he was always there. Redemption brought the fight back to him, and then they would kind of split up right in that range of can we fight or can we not fight, and it forced them to pick or choose one target, and they were never able to land that AoE onto both of them.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. It's something you got to keep in mind when you're drafting your composition. What's the sort of layout of a fight? Where are things going to move? From, like, if you start 3 people against 3 people, is it going to stay that way?
Right.
Because certainly in, actually the best example I can find for this, right, is in Blind Pick during the Winter Championships, when we saw a mirror matchup, and the Krolls just chased people off to the sides. It was very interesting to see how that developed like a total mirror. But we are heading into the draft for this third game. Can't wait to see what these teams pick up. There's so many really good options here for both sides. What do you think is the most critical pick in the meta right now that we don't want to be? Is it Lyra?
I think Lyra's number 1. Number 2, you're going to have Vox. And then situationally, it could be Saw.
Okay.
And unless you have a phenomenal player on a different hero.
All right, so that's interesting. 3 heroes that, Lyra, I think a lot of people would expect moving into this season just because she was released so strong. Even with the hotfix, she's still in a really good place. But the Vox and the Saw, I think they kind of take me by surprise at the very least. Saw is someone who's been a niche pick forever, basically. And the fact that he's now, ubiquitously good, or not ubiquitously, but sort of generally good, is a very big departure from previous patches. We are into the draft, though, guys. Snow Tsunami and G2 Kinguin have both acquired themselves 1 point in the Evil 8 so far. Whoever can win this series is going to be taking home the 2nd point. So, and also advancing forward, of course, into the later stages of this weekend's miniature tournament. Snow Tsunami looks like they're considering banning a Lance here.
Oh, this is interesting. If that's what they choose to do, Noben actually going to come out there, just the mind game psyching him out. But this leaves a lot of power on the board, and they can really do whatever they want with this. One of the things about Snow Tsunami that I really enjoy is they have a very deep hero pool. So doing something like this actually maybe not a hindrance to them.
Yeah, and especially considering the fact that there's well, the way that you put it and what we've kind of seen so far is that there's 3 real priorities. It forces G2 to either ban something else so they can pick 2 of them, or ban one of them and give like a guaranteed strong pick to Snow. So Snow going for the Lyra first here makes a lot of sense to me. They used it to great effect in Game 1. It's extremely strong. G2 didn't have a good answer in Game 1. Have they worked out something new now that can deal with this Lyra pick?
They're going to have to deal with the Lyra's ability to get on top of you, to control area of effect. Lance is going to be the first pickup. I won't be surprised if they go with the Saw in this decision here, but they can always save that for their third pick. But across the board, if they leave that in the pool, Snow Tsunami can always take that away from them.
I like the Adagio here, actually. We've seen Lance with Adagio work quite well during the Spring Championships. When we saw Adagio, I mean, we very rarely saw him get through picks and bans, but when you make that pairing, it is extremely potent. So G2 doing kind of what we expected. They've gone for 2 very strong picks in their first rotation. Now Snow can answer with 2 picks of their own. There's a lot of things that complement the Lyra very well. Looks like their first pickup's Vox. And this is crazy to me because Lyra crushes a Vox's ability to navigate around a fight with her B. Having them both on the same team means that it's so hard to catch the Vox.
It is incredibly hard. Honestly, I am 100% in Snow's corner right now when it comes to the draft. They're going to pick up a Glaive as well, so like, okay, oops, you're snared, and we're going to knock you backwards. It's going to be really dirty. This is a great tool for them to be able to peel off the Vox as they go into the late game. Last pick here. Let's see what G2 want to do with it. They're going to lock in the Rona, so this is going to be a bit of a buff comp. You got your tanky, frontliner and Lance. Imagine he might go for that Tension Bow build once again, and this is going to see, all about Rona here.
I'm a bit worried for G2, though. I'm not sure the Rona can carry them through because she really relies on being able to jump onto people with Enter the Fray, with her B as well.
Yeah.
They're both mobility spells, and Bright Barrier is going to crush that. Plus, Glaive can just afterburn her out of there, and she can't do any range damage. This is a scary position to be in for G2. It's hard to find a good fight, I think, unless you have the drop on Snow.
Yeah, I think they got outdrafted here, but let's see if they can pull this game out. I'm in Snow's corner. Yourself?
I'm in Snow's corner as well. I think they're going to be able to take this one home. Let's find out, though, with Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon for the third and final game of the series.
Thanks so much there, guys. Game number 3 is always an exciting time to be here into the fold. Isn't that right, Mr. Bacon?
Absolutely is. And, we heard our desk host say that they're in this corner of Snow. I personally am in the corner of Lyra, which puts me in the corner of Snow for this game because Lyra is just so dominant. And like they said, the Rona pick into Lyra, you really have to question it right off the bat. I've played Rona into Lyra. It is not a fun situation to be in. You can't use either of your abilities when you're inside her Bright Barrier. It is just, you just have a miserable time. It's just an absolute mess. I'm really surprised by this draft from G2 and not in a good way.
Yeah, Redemption already seeing a 3-man rotation up into that lane. With that Glaive, you can expect to see a lot of pressure on top of that Adagio, but overall, it's, I got to echo the same sentiments. Having not only Dark Potato, but Majestic on 2 characters that got to use those leaps. It's going to be tough, man, but hey, game number 1, we saw that Lyra just doing some fun work, but if you can actually just burst someone down before those reflexes kick in, it could still be a very close game.
And looking at the early itemizations, it looks like it may be a double weapon composition coming out from Snow as well. Going to be relying on pretty much Lyra, their only source of crystal damage. But you can do that. Like, Lyra is able to put out enough crystal damage to act as a secondary crystal carry, even if she builds pure tank, which is what we saw Sasiska do in game number 1. I wouldn't be all that surprised if he does it once again, but it looks like there's an engage in the jungle. I don't think much is going to come from that.
No, but Majestic was able to be very aggressive into that play, and he was actually able to steal out the minion right from under Araxi right there. So a little bit of a gain going over to G2 on that one. And again, the 3-man into this lane is going to keep Redemption on that back foot. But here comes the Dark Potato, and you can guess that Dark Potato is going to be going into that Tension Bow again. But yeah, the double weapon into Adagio, very, very likely to be a crystal. And again, 119, it's throwing us these curveballs, right? We've not really seen these aggressive starts from roamers, but having a lot of early game firepower, G2 is going to try to make this early aggression kind of work.
Yeah, and they need to make that early aggression work because late game, this just heavily goes in favor of Snow's composition. As right now, Dark Potato going to be taking a good amount of damage. Look at the range of Lyra. I think that is one of the things that makes her so incredibly strong, is once she gets that initial lock on, she can just get that secondary hit with that massive slow from so far away. And thus far, early on, pretty even game, which, I mean, you expect that to be the case just 3 minutes in. But a lot of weapon power being built, lots of weapon blades, and just the cheap weapon items being picked up in rapid succession for the side of Snow. A little bit of a difference when you look over at Redemption, who's going straight for that alternating current.
Yep, there's a root, and now PT Lamb. Okay, so that's going to be the Glaive looking to get Redemption into a kill range, but almost put him into a kill range for PT Lamb. But as it turns out, the 3-man coming up, that's enough to actually take home the winged guy, and he's going to be down for the count here as the first blood. So Araxi and Dark Potato on the same wavelength. They both came up and looked for those engages, but so far, PT Lamb, he's getting the better of the deal. He goes home happy with a kill, and double weapon versus double weapon, and that crystal, as you said, Lyra very likely be going into that tank. You're right with her, poke though. It's still going to feel like a uphill battle for G2.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, that extra weapon from Lance will be really nice. Lance is still very tanky, even while building pure weapons. So it's the tale of two roamers, I feel, with a lot of damage while still building tank, and a lot of tank while still building damage. It's complete opposites, but it's an interesting dynamic to see for sure.
4.5 minutes in, first tension bow is up. Dark Potato's going to have that little bit of extra burst, and Sasiska, after that lock-on, it is rather fun to see it just kind of catapult across the screen, but Redemption's going to come back to lane. He's going to be fine for picking up this farm. 39 to the 53. PT Lamb really showing some dominance when it comes to this weapon power. Vox, and he's picked up his breaking point before the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, it's a very, very early breaking point. And again, very similar to what we've seen. And there goes the afterburn. This could be a kill.
Yeah, and Redemption into that wall. He's just not going to get anywhere. And look at that combo, right? You got that afterburn into the wall. It's enough of a stun. There's no escape mechanism built into an Adagio. You put up the snare from Sasiska, and the rest is history. A second kill going down. This one will go to Sasiska. And again, this is just going to start putting Adagio further and further behind.
5.5 minutes. Here comes Majestic trying to get something answered, but you're not going to be able to do anything against a full health Vox with a Lyra standing there to protect him, and didn't even have to put down that healing rune. And looking at the items for Sasiska, very, very close, only about 60 gold away from finishing off that Fountain of Renewal before 6 minutes.
There it is.
And actually, there it is. 5 minutes and 50 seconds in, a Fountain of Renewal. That is so early to have, and all the advantages right now have to be in favor of Snow. They don't have a massive gold lead, but they are definitely ahead in terms of items, and I just don't know. It's going to be really difficult for G2.
Yeah, Redemption showing himself that right there. I mean, that's just not going to do any good. But Lamb, he's looking for blood. He gets into the bush, though. Redemption's going to be okay. Majestic, however, decides to poke his head out, tries to take down PT Lamb. Double root, but there's no follow-up. You just cannot fight with Redemption this slow. Araxi can just take him out with one afterburn.
And the only reason Redemption is even still alive is that PT Lamb actually... Oof,
Majestic is out, man. He went way too far for that one. Araxi was able to punish. Dark Potato is going to have the movement with the lunge. It's a hit and a miss, but he will live through it. And again, Redemption, that low, poking his head out that far, was a huge detriment to that fight. The 3 versus 2 mentality just kept carrying over. Another kill. Now farm going the way of Snow and a gold mine. They're starting to break this game open.
Yeah, definitely are. Once this gold mine gets picked up, his gold lead's going to jump to well over 1,000 gold in favor of Snow Tsunami. This double weapon composition, Sorrow Blade now picked up for Araxi. It's going to be so difficult for G2 to deal with. They don't even have any armor.
And it's kind of weird to think, like, with so many weapon builds in the game, that we don't really have a Bastion of armor. But I mean, these guys are vainglorious. I'm sure that there's a plan up their sleeve. We do actually get some lifesteal, some damage there from Marona, so she does have that Serpent's Mask. But 7 minutes in feels a little late, but it's not unsalvageable, I feel.
Yeah, first tier 3 items coming out for 2 members of G2 when at 5 minutes we had 2 tier 3 items completed for the side of Snow, and that's just the really big difference in the itemization priority, and it's paid off for Snow thus far. They got those item power spikes and immediately went for fights and got themselves a lead. Now they can try and go for another fight underneath their turret.
Are they looking for Majestic? Well, yes and no. Raxi will take the shot, but we do actually get the leap out, and Majestic's going to be okay. This comes after his failed leap in the back of Shame, but they will actually survive through that one. And again, they've now forced G2 into a 2v3 situation. Majestic makes an exit. We got a 3-man pressure from Snow, now pushing up, and Redemption, he's already far behind, and the snare is enough. But Raxi comes in the silence. It's just all done. You don't have to wait for that one. And another hero kill, 4-0. Snow is taking this game in flawless fashion so far.
And it's just looking so strong. The Glaive Lyra, we kind of mentioned at the start, after bringing someone into the Bright Barrier is doing so much work as another fight starts up.
Yeah, but Majestic just is not going to have the staying power in this one. He will bring Sasiska and Lamb low, but that's the shot from the Sonic Zoom, and that is a very, very dead Lance. And now PT Lamb, he's going to pick up Majestic here. It's not an ace, so Raxi comes in for good measure, but Redemption is left holding the bag on that one. Late to the party from the respawn, now has nothing else to do except sit in lane. Now the the silver lining, definitely not golden, is that the turret won't drop. There's no pressure on it. The other terrible news, however, against G2 is that they're down 2,000.
Yeah, they're down 6 kills and 2k gold. I feel like that last kill was just Majestic forgetting that PT Lamb is a weapon power Vox. If it was a Crystal Vox, he probably survives that and can try and at least do a little bit of harassment, but as a weapon Vox, he's able to just turn around, fire off 2 shots, and get himself a kill. And now you can see the harassment being done onto the turret, and here comes a potential fight.
Yeah, with the snare, we got the healing book down there as well. Dark Potato dropping low from the poke, and Sasiska, the cannon from afar, he actually might be able to be enough for the Dark Potato, and that is going to be the dead Lance right there. Really nice situation. Majestic getting a 3-man missed, doing some really good work, and he will finally get the first point on the board for his team. And Majestic is not done. He's looking for Lamb, but he gets stunned up there under a turret. That is not going to be enough for the kill on Lamb, but he will trade it out. Majestic doing the work that he needs to. Is it too little too late, or is this the start of the comeback, Bacon?
I feel like it's not too little too late, but I don't quite want to call it a comeback just yet. PT Lamb still has a lot of damage and can defend this turret. Redemption does have to back off. It was a really great red mist done by Majestic. I don't want to take anything away from that. But it was also, the side of Snow just kind of let him hit multiple members and get that fortified health and stick around in that fight for so long. I'm really surprised that Araxi wasn't able to pick up that kill.
It felt a little strange that PT Lamb was sticking around and Redemption wasn't really able to put him down for it. But if you look at Redemption's items, well, he really only has that 1 tier 3, right? PT Lamb is looking towards that Bonesaw after a Tyrant, after that early breaking point. So it still feels like the situation's going for Snow, especially with that damage. Look at that, the turret now down, Redemption on the run. Like, that weapon Vox is just doing supreme amount of damage.
It really is. The turret being taken at 11 minutes gives them another little shot of gold into the pockets of Snow Tsunami. They make their way down to the shop. A bone saw completed for Araxi. PT Lamb is getting close to his as well, and looks like they found Dark Potato.
Yeah, he's just not going to go anywhere. He's just getting hit all the way around. He's the ping pong ball of the match, and unfortunately, sometimes those balls break when they hit the floor. So 9-2. Snow Tsunami not looking for any kind of mercy. They are not giving quarter here.
Well, you can't at this point. It's game 3. Yeah, they want the extra point, of course, but the winner of this one stays in the weekend tournament to get more points as they go in deep for a fight.
Yeah, but Raxi, he had it ready to go. He said, we're not going to blow out those stuns early. We're going to use it for defensive. Got to keep Majestic at bay, and that's what they did. They kicked him right back out. The snare went up. The damage went down on top of Redemption. The wait for it was the start of that fight. But as soon as Majestic went back in, Araxi just kind of turned right back around. So I really like the decision-making there from Snow. It will keep them going. It also shows that this Rona pick definitely has some merit.
Yeah, that is the second Bonesaw completed, and now it looks like Snow, they are on the chase. They
Portal.
teleport in!
Yeah, so Sisuke's going to start this one with that snare. The stuns are out again. They got to keep Majestic at bay, but Araxi's on the hunt for Redemption, and now Majestic, he's actually getting turned right back around. The cannon of Sisika complimenting PT Lamb, but the rift, the miss just does not connect. Dark Potato in that 2v2. Araxi gets the kill off to the side, and this is leaving the Potato in a 1v3. And his defense, I mean, it's got a hold here, but there's a 3-man Snow firing squad literally coming down looking for this push.
And they are going to definitely be able to siege up this turret. Dark Potato, he's going to do what he can, but it just amounts to a little bit of poke that immediately gets healed up. The turret is gone. Now Snow can go into the jungle and steal away each of these camps. And there's really nothing G2 can do about it but stand back and watch.
Dark Potato, they're looking. It's a swing and a miss. The snare comes up on top of it as well. Majestic is denied, and he kind of engaged. He's already used that fray, and now he has nothing. He is going to drop, and the silence comes through. Dark Potato is not going to be the target. It looks like Araxi once more looking for that 1v1 on Redemption. Sasiska, I think, by himself might be able to pick up the Potato, but PT Lamb will seal the deal with this ambush, and boom goes the dynamite now up into the top. Kind of a big deal, sure, but watch Araxi. He gets the crit, and that is going to be the ace. 14-2. Snow starting off, game 1, a little bit salty, but game 3, super strong.
Yeah, this is going to be that third and final lane turret being taken down. 14.5 minutes means that the gold mine is about to be taken out by the Kraken, but Snow Tsunami want to make sure that they get one more lick in at it first. And will they be able to take it down fast enough? They only have 10 seconds left, but yeah, those crits coming through from Araxi, more than enough. And PT Lamb joins in at the last second just for good measure. And with 4 seconds left, they get themselves another immense gold payout. Kraken is now on the map, and this gold lead has just shot up. It's been pretty close all game, despite the fact that it's really felt like Snow has been just dominant. And now they're looking for a fight.
Yeah, it's 6,000 gold. We'll see if that pays off. Majestic, though, he's into the mix of things. He has to get that missed out, but he gets immediately just collapsed, stunned, and he's out. He is down for the count. We're going to have a Kraken now ready to go, and Snow, I think, are just going to be looking to push out lane and try to capitalize to look for that endgame situation. And G2, I mean, that felt like a good position for them, Bacon.
I mean, when you're getting controlled and pushed around all game like this, I don't know if anything is really a good position for you at that point. They get themselves taken out. Again, 2 kills going over, and now Kraken is going to be unleashed. Snow Tsunami, I feel like with the lead they've built up and the way that they've been playing and their positioning, this should be the game. They should be able to push in and end it right here. Both minion mines in their control as well. It's gonna be a miraculous defense for G2 if they can hold them off.
Well, Majestic and Potato, they're setting up watch here at their choke point, and even with Majestically, at the beginning of that fight, he was in position, he had the leap, and he was on all 3, but he doesn't have that reflex. So that feels like a really terrible thing to me, Bacon. And as you say, I mean, the hold has to be miraculous here from G2.
Well, it's going to be started off right now.
Yeah, and Majestic's already down to the length of your sentence. He jumps in, gets just absolutely obliterated. Dark Potato misses. He's a target right now. And Araxi, he's looking for that kill. Dark Potato will survive, but he had to throw everything and the kitchen sink out the window to do it. And, well, they get the Vox, but it's just not going to be enough to deal with Araxi. So Siska's there as well, and it's not even going to be that judgment. This is an ace. This is the turret game, and that is series number 1, the first of the Evil 8.
And the judgment was put down, but unfortunately it was not in favor of G2. And Snow Tsunami pick up the first full series win in the Evil 8 summer season. They have two points to their name now, and will have a chance to get more tomorrow as they move on to the next round of the tournament. G2, they at least salvaged a point out of it. If you're going to lose in the first round, obviously one team has to lose. At the very least, you want to get that single point to your name, just to get. It's all about getting as much as you can. You've got 3 weeks to make sure that you're not in the bottom 3, 6 weeks to try and make sure that you stay in the top 8, and every point matters. So at least they got the one there, but Snow Tsunami end up with that Lyra and just end up carrying through these games. The games 1 and 3 just really they felt even more one-sided than they looked.
I'd like to personally thank Majestic for the lovely sound effects here at the end of the game. 10, 1, and 6. I really, really wanted to see this guy at the European Championships last round. We'll have to see how he does in the rest of the games, but these guys are done. We are done here in our first series. We're going to throw it back to the desk to find out what's up next.
Guys, man, what an explosive Game 3 of the series. I actually, for the first 2 games, I'd written like a page of notes per game. This one I've just got 2 points, right? Like, it was ridiculous how dominant Snow were. They had 15 kills at 15 minutes, a kill a minute for the majority of the game. What made that happen? Was it the compositions like we expected, just an outdraft?
I think you can probably put 75% of it on the draft and 25% of it on how the players actually led that out on the map there. But my goodness gracious, when you have and we'll talk about Vox for a second, all right? And with the Vox, both build paths are pretty strong right now, but it feels that teams are favoring the CP Vox. But you get into the situation, you're up against a buff comp, you have to have the ability to 1v1 at some point if you get into that situation. So they're forced into the weapon. They might have been going for the double weapon from the beginning, because we've seen this trend of double weapon, getting the bone saws and just shredding through a target. And it's great against this buff comp. But my goodness, breaking point first item, he gets away with it, is finding kills. They couldn't stop him. Majestic did everything in his power to get on top of PT Lamb's face, but he just kite backwards.
I mean, even when Majestic did have success early on, to an extent, he picked up 2 kills.
Yeah, he did.
He wasn't actually able to get onto PT Lamb. But our MVP of the series is actually going to be Araxi. You gotta admit, this guy in the jungle position was doing a great job of setting up fights, keeping PT Lamb alive in the last game. Really, really strong player.
Yeah, no, he's incredible thus far in the Evil 8, of course. Just one series out of him, but my goodness, what a series. Early on with the Crow, like you said, he was frontlining for his team. The ultimates, he did miss a couple, but the ones that mattered, he landed. Here in this last game, he was just peeling constantly, and he set up those early kills, controlled the lane, and that's what PT Lamb needed.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. So, our first series of the Evil 8 of the Vainglory summer season has concluded, and Snow Tsunami has taken home the win. But they're not the only ones who can win something here. If you guys want to win something, type in hashtag #AmazonCoins in the Twitch chat for a chance to win 500 ice. 3 people will be taking home that prize today, so don't miss your opportunity. We are going to be having a look at the bracket now, though, so let's talk about how things are going to be moving forwards here. Obviously, Snow Tsunami is the first winner of our first day, moving into the semifinals. They're going to be playing the winner of For Justice versus Gangstar Cerberus, which is our next series, so we're going to be able to find out who Snow Tsunami plays tomorrow very soon. Looking at For Justice and Gangstars, who do you think has the edge in the upcoming matchup?
Well, I hate to pick clear favorites. In this sense, I do feel that Gangstars have a very strong edge coming up against For Justice. While For Justice are an incredibly talented team, to be in the Evil 8, you have to be a phenomenal team. I just feel that Gangstars are compositionally, mechanically, on the player level, just everything's going their way.
Yeah, they've got some all-star players on their lineup. Of course, Leon wasn't able to attend the live championships. I think probably a lot of his fans attribute some of Gangstar's failure in that environment due to him not being there, but he is going to be back on the roster for the online stuff. They've got Iraqi Zoro now coming in as their coach.
Big pickup.
So that could be, a big influencing factor. But before we jump into that series, we are going to have a quick break, and then we'll be going right into Gangstar Cerberus versus For Justice.
This is an Amazon coin, and it's the start of something big. Did you know that Amazon Coins can get you games, apps, and in-app items at super discounts every day of the year? Amazon Coins. Save big and play on. Amazon Coins can be used in games and apps from the Amazon Underground app on Android devices and Amazon App Store on Fire tablets and Fire TV.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the first broadcast of the Evil 8 for the Vainglory summer season. My name's Action Jackson. I'm here with Humanist, and we're going to be jumping into For Justice versus Gangstars Cerberus as our second series of the day. Now, this is going to be an interesting matchup. We've got very few roster changes in Europe compared to North America. These teams had basically zero, with the exception of Iraqi Zoro coming over to coach. But let's look at the For Justice lineup. It's going to be Ottomans, CCC, Shervin, Injective, Miralissa, and Shertek.
Yeah, a few of these guys, I really, I got to be honest, I don't know as much what to expect coming out of For Justice. A little bit of a wild card, and in a competitive situation, that does give you a bit of an advantage. But we know Ottomans, he's a great leader, and this team has a lot of capability. So Gangstars, they're going to have to play a good game. But we talk about their lineup: Leon, Tetno, JJ, Emmer King, Iraqi Zoro, and Aeon. These guys all just complete studs on the Halcyon Fold. I would expect in this match, you guys keep your eyes on Leon to be the real big playmaker here. But of course, Tetno, Emmer King, they are completely capable of making these plays as well. It just seems that Leon, being debatably the most mechanically skilled player in the EU at the moment, he can just achieve so many things.
I think as well, 119 really lends itself to this team. We've seen Tetno JJ do some great things on Saw before. Leon could probably play Taka very, very well. And certainly that is a hero that I'm expecting to see more of as we move forward. So we haven't seen any of it yet today, but it is a very strong pick in the current metagame. So in this series, you think Gangstars Cerberus has the edge? That would be my expectation going in.
If I had to, force to make a prediction, which, well, I guess I have to.
You're the analyst. You're the one with the know-it-all.
Dang it! Oh, I'm used to being over here and asking someone about that. Okay, I would say this is going to be a 2-0 in favor of Gangstars. If it goes to the third game, I think it's going to be due to Gangstars doing a little bit of innovation and maybe testing some things out. And that's not shots fired. That's not shots fired at For Justice. That's just where things are at right now. Gangstars, incredible team mechanically, compositionally. They played together, so they're there. Now with Iraqi Zoro giving, that little bit of insight, he's had so much experience, like you said, on the international stage, on top teams. I just think they're really poised to be one of the top two teams in the whole scene.
Wow, that's a big claim. So I've got to agree with you. I think they've got a lot of potential. We've seen quite a lot of different picks so far today. We've seen that Lyra a lot. Do you think that these teams are going to focus on something like that here?
I think we're going to see either Lyra's going to be banned or first picked throughout the day.
Yeah.
If we see, I'm just going to go crazy. If I see it's a second or third pickup or it doesn't get picked, I don't know Vainglory anymore.
Yeah, I've got to agree. I think if it doesn't get picked, I'd be mind blown.
Yeah.
Because it's so strong right now. You've got a lot of flexibility with it. I mean, you can use it in a composition that wants to engage with your portal, and then you can stop them from getting away from your engage with your Bright Barrier, or you can throw down the Bright Barrier, stop them from engaging on you and portal backwards, maybe pull them if they want to fight you into a turret or another dangerous position on the map. So the versatility of a hero like Lyra is extremely potent. All right, so the series coming up, I believe Game 1 has already started because we were delayed a little bit earlier on, so we wanted to make sure these guys could get their game in on schedule. we're going to be jumping into Game 2 once this wraps up. So I'm excited to see who's actually taken home the first game. It looks like it has resolved. Hopefully we can get a ping from production about which team did come out ahead in the first game. But when the draft starts up, we'll be seeing, of course, some... Okay, so Gangstar Cerberus, they're up 1 game. I guess we can't be too surprised by that, yeah. And the draft has started for Game 2, so let's see if they can take home the series 2-0. Gangstars have got 1 point on the board for the Evil 8 so far. They're looking to get some more. Looks like their first ban is going to be the Saw.
All right, Saw banned out. We're going to expect... that is not what I expected. Cruel actually banned out right off the bat. This leaves Lyra open. Of course, that's going to be your pickup. Now, let's see.
Iraqi Zoro's playing.
Yeah, and
I thought he was just coaching.
Exactly, I thought that was going to be the call as well, but it looks like Tetno not in here. So let's see. Iraqi Zoro, you know, a bit of a different hero pool than you're going to see out of Tetno, but obviously they can accomplish a lot both in their own right. For Justice, do they go with the Vox? Do they go with the Vox?
I think so, but I was wrong.
Rip.
They trolled me. All right, so it's going to be the Sky pickup. That doesn't exclude them or preclude them from picking up a Vox later on. You could put the Sky in the jungle, have the Vox in the lane. I do think Vox, I mean, admittedly, is going to struggle a little bit against Lyra's B, but so Sky. You know, that's still a problem.
It definitely will, but they pick up the Lance. That's a great tool to kind of rotate around, dance around if you are Sky. Voxel will be the pickup for Gangstars. This makes a lot of sense. And if they go ahead and end up locking in this Taka deals with Sky incredibly well, and any other squishy high damage dealer that For Justice may pick up.
Okay, so we've got 1 more pick here on the rotation for Gangstar's Cerberus. Taka is what they're hovering, but they're going to lock in the Glaive. They do similar divey kinds of things, but Glaive offers that CC that Taka does not.
Exactly.
So I guess they want the ability to, for example, while we've got the Sky inside of the Bright Barrier, keep him there with the Afterburn. You know, that's the kind of thing that a Glaive offers that Taka doesn't.
All right, well, like I said, a little bit harder to predict where For Justice would go with the end of this draft. They will lock in the Rona right here, so we'll have the lane Sky, and I mean, it's not going to be the hardest lane actually for Fox to deal with here, as long as he doesn't get hit by, you know, solid forward barrage damage early on. I think he'll be, you know, just fine farming up in lane.
So why are people picking Rona into Lyra? This is something we saw actually from the first series, where G2 picked it into a Lyra. It didn't work very well. You can't jump onto someone very easily.
Well, the thing is, either they're jumping away from you or they're jumping on top of you. I think in that sense, where they're all trying to fight within this bright bulwark, where they're trying to just sit right in that area of effect, Rona can excel in those kind of situations.
That is true if they stay in that for too long. Maybe you can get there just by slowly walking towards them, but we'll have to see. We are going to be jumping onto the Halcyon Fold, ladies and gentlemen. Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon will be taking it away.
Well, it's good to see For Justice out in the fold once more. The unknown team coming into the top 8 of the championships. We'll have to see how they go up against now a world-class laner like Iraqi Zoro.
And Iraqi Zoro moving over from North America to join this Cerberus team here in Europe. I think it's definitely going to just up the quality of this team. They were already a formidable force in their debut season in spring, and now with Iraqi Zoro, you got to figure it's an upgrade to the team, brings a lot of experience. Even when Tetno JJ is in there, I think he still can help out. But meanwhile, 3-man rotation, this is big.
Yeah, Injective already dropping, and Shervin not going to be long to follow. Nas team thinking of coming down, but I mean, it's just way too little too late. Iraqi did a great job of pushing up that lane and then capitalizing coming down for that triple. And, well, 2 kills to start things off. What a great way to start their series here.
Yeah, that was a really smart rotation from Iraqi, just knowing how the game is going to play out. That's one of the big strengths that he brings to a team. And now the rest of Cerberus, Leon and Amir King, they're going to find themselves on Injective trying to farm up.
Yeah, but Injective again, he's just going to drop. Now, Shervin has actually not gone Weapon Blade first. He went into the health first, didn't help him the first time. Has that Weapon Blade, it's not going to help him in a 2v1, and he's just got to look from afar as this farm is just taken away, and For Justice is just not going to be getting any kind of decent cash flow this early on.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. When you lose out your jungle early in the game, it can really set you behind for the entire match. And now up in the lane, it looks like Cerberus want more.
Yeah, and Leon comes in. He just shows us the power of that glaive into that lane. They couldn't get Nos team, but hey, take anything that you can at this point. 4 kills in 2 minutes is setting a ridiculous pace as Araki Zoro is leading this crew in that lane to what seems like a very early game dominant game too.
Yeah, Leon, we've always heard so much about him as they find another one. Oh, poor Injective. That's already his 3rd death in this game. Just can't get anything going. And now Leon and Amir King, they're going to go and try and steal away this jungle again.
Yep, got one. He did actually, Shervin actually got one. The other is going to go to Leon. And I mean, Shervin's just basically trying to be, a thorn in their foot at this point. And if he can steal away the farm, it's going to be just, better for him. The 3-man rotation's finally going to come down. Double root, but we got that snare right there. This might be a little bit too much for GSC to chew, but we do got Emmer King. He's running. Injective is finally looking for that kill, but it's 1 kill going over to Leon. Is he going to do that 2v1? He has the boots, and he's going to get the double. But we did put ourselves on the board. Araki Zoro now looking for revenge. His objective goes down. That will be a 3-man, and it's definitely going to happen, but it's not the ace. It is still looking at 8-1 at 3 minutes.
Yeah, Gangstar's Cerberus just looking so dominant. Leon on this glaive. Again, we've heard so much about Leon every season. He is one of the big talking points because he's just so good at this game. He's such a dynamic force. And now pairing him with Araki Zoro and Amir King, it just looks absolutely unstoppable right now against For Justice. They find another.
And that's a snare. The combo is just absolutely out of its mind. It looked like I thought that was going to go to Emmer King with that passive shot. That cannon coming up from his passive, but Araki Zoro seals it again. And that is going to put him at 3-0 and 3, 6 of the 9 kills. He's been there. He's also up to 36 farm. Compare that to the Sky, sitting at 26, and you are just looking at a disastrous early game for Justice.
Yeah, the flare goes out trying to find Injective once more. They do end up spotting him, and now with those slows, Araki Zoro is going to be able to clean that one up almost certainly, or Leon's going to come over the wall and take it. But now can For Justice answer?
Yeah, Shervin actually pushing away Leon out of that forward barrage. The snares, Araki actually now taking some significant damage. And, well, Emmer King, he is a fairly powerful cannon at this point, but it's not enough to seal any more kills. 10-1, and Araki's going to go right back to lane once more, putting the pressure here on top of For Justice. And we're kind of in a very bad situation for Nos team. He either has to stay in lane because he's consistently pushed up, or he has to rotate to try to even the field, and it just feels like they're losing out those trades.
Yeah, it's nothing is going the way of For Justice right now. They've got a kill at least, so it's not a perfect game, but they are so far behind already. 2,000 gold down at just 5 minutes, and Araki is keeping this pressure on the lane. Look at the Nos team. He's already down to half health just from those rebound shots off of the resonance. Yeah, the backward barrage definitely not going to be helping either. As 10-1 at 5 minutes, Gangstar Cerberus are on 2 kill a minute pace. It's just absolutely unbelievable from them.
Emmer King actually did start off with that contract this round, if you do notice, but he is going straight into the more traditional support and roam style here. Same there with Shervin, and Shervin, he's just getting knocked around. Leon comes in after that afterburn, and they pick up another kill. Nos is not going to be part of this one. He's just too low, and Emmer King, Injective, yeah, totally not Emmer King, is just going to get forced out once more, and I am not placing a lot of focus or emphasis on these Rona picks, sir, because he's just a sitting duck.
Yeah, Rona again into the Lyra especially. Just it hasn't worked out for either of the teams that have tried picking it, and I really have to question it. It's the second time we've seen it, and I'm not sure why, but now, oh my goodness.
He comes in, he tanks out the forward barrage, he keeps Emmer King in good form. Can they even bring down the Vox? They can't. That's going to be a dead Sky in a very close second there as we go 0-6 for Shervin. He is just not having a good day. Injective looking to contest farm. Leon picks it up, easy peasy. Will Injective chase this? He does have vision. And well, that actually does bring down Leon a little low. Whoever gets this camp, I think, will now win that fight. And Leon, he has backup. He has Emmer King here, and Emmer King is just going to push Injective right back out. And this will still remain at about 3,000 gold lead for Gangstars.
I'm not sure what's more impressive right now. The fact that Gangstars has 14 kills at 6 minutes, or the fact that they've amassed 14 kills in 6 minutes and haven't gotten a single ace.
It's the lemming support as they keep rolling out.
It's pretty astounding to have that many kills, but it also speaks to how For Justice are just kind of walking into fights one at a time. They aren't grouping, and Gangstars are just rolling all over them and making them pay.
Yeah, and that's what I like to commonly refer to as the lemming effect. You literally come straight out and out and out and off the cliff. And rinse, repeat. Yeah, there's it's just not going any well. Nightmare coming out as Leon has picked up his 11th kill of the game. Injective has another dirt nap for 7 seconds. Rakizor pushing in lane. He picked up a turret. Now they're looking for a second. They could even pick up Shervin, especially if he's going to go in like that. They look for the double combo with that Lance and that Sky, but they are just so far behind. They can't puncture through this Ember King support, and the damage return is unreal.
It absolutely is. 15 kills now, and for Injective, you have to feel so bad for him. He's still sitting on just a tier 2 armor and 3 tier 1 weapon items. Just nothing is going in favor of For Justice. I don't think that there's anything they're going to be able to do. They can't stall this game out long enough to get back into it.
298 gold, just shy of that perfect 3. But I mean, if you look at add the farm from Nas Team and Injective, you still don't equal Rakizoro. So it's really bad form to call it over. But you're right. I mean, this is just looking absolutely like a sealed deal. And 8 minutes in, doubling that in kills. Rakizoro, just no fear. He goes right back through and gets the damage out. Nas Team and Injective don't even get close to the return there on top of Rakizoro, and he pushes them out, and he's just going to go right back to pushing this lane.
Yeah, Injective is just nothing has been there for him. Even his jungle has been constantly taken. 27 farm compared to the 42 of Leon. That's not great farm from Leon, but it's understandable when you have 11 kills, you know?
Again, like Rakizoro at 100, you add everybody there from For Justice, and you're still not even scratching the surface here, man. It is a dire situation. So my question then, to make this interesting, Tasty Bacon, are we seeing a crack in this game?
I don't think so. I legitimately do not think that this game's going to go late enough for a Kraken. Mm-hmm. I feel like within the next 4 minutes, Gangstars are going to be able to actually secure themselves an ace, and once they get an ace, it's going to be 2, maybe even 3 turrets, because they are just that far ahead. You can just look in the items and see there's there's potentially, I mean, For Justice, they can't even get close. They can't even get close to their own jungle, let alone to the side of Gangstar Cerberus, and everything is on Gangstar's terms.
Yep, 15-1, it's their fold at this point. They can roam and do whatever they want in either side of the jungle. The gold miners are at their disposal. The jungle shop, that item shop is really racking it in. I swear, 21,000 gold in 10 minutes. He's a very happy camper. And now with another gold mine on the docks, it's just gold. So again, like you said, the items. Are we literally just seeing these sword blades because of the early advantage? Or is this something influenced maybe from NA from Rakizoro?
I feel like the Sour Blades it's a combination of the two. Definitely, if you get an early lead, picking up a Sour Blade just helps to really enforce that. But it's also just, it gives you so much power. You can see them going in underneath this turret.
Yeah, and Leonie's a little far, but there's just not enough damage from that turret to really make it count. The wait for it was good. The jets from above, I think, was very key to stalling them out there, and Gangstar is not able to get a kill. But again, they advance. They now rotate. They pick up the farm. They're putting on the pressure, and they are very slowly shrinking the safety net here For Justice. As again, Leonie goes right through that turret. It goes down. The kill is good, and that is a very dead Sky. Now Injective to join once more at 1 and 8. Unfortunate for that Rona, and Shervin left holding the bag here, Bacon.
Yep, Shervin, the last man standing, and still no ace. 17 kills without an ace is a pretty insane number to me, and it's just, what can you do at this point? I'm the one that's supposed to have that answer, but there just is nothing coming to mind. They can try and just play extremely defensively, but that's not going to work because Lyra can just force engagement whenever she wants, and Glaive can do the same thing.
Yeah, and 17-1, again, like you push out, you are just really risking it with no vision control inside even just your own jungle area. It's going to be a gamble to kind of go past this choke point, and now you can see for Justice, they are pretty much just forced right back to it, and another round of farm is going to go into the coffers here of Gangstars. So 17-1, it's good. If there's a big factor, I want to say it's experience. It comes down to knowing what to do, when to be aggressive, and bringing Iraqi Zoro onto the top of this. I think it really shows that the difference in experience really dictated this game from the start.
Yeah, Death from Above comes out, doesn't catch anyone. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Gangstars didn't decide to just jump in once that ultimate was no longer available. Again, Lyra Teleport, it can get you into a fight whenever you want, but Gangstars looks like they don't want to take any risks in closing out this game. They clear out the jungle once more. We're getting close to that Kraken. They could prove me wrong. Maybe that's what they're waiting for,
Oh, so yeah, they're listening on the delays. Like, let's just prove Bacon wrong. Yeah. I mean,
I wouldn't put
totally
it past
see Iraqi
them.
doing it. Yeah, I can totally see him doing it. We got 2 minutes to kind of figure that one out, though, sir. And another gold mine, decent payout this round. Some flares going out, and that's going to be the boots now moving forward. Leon, his own boots, he's looking for Nos, but he's going to get rooted instead. Nice intercept from Shervin, but Injective, he is just a sitting duck. And now Nos, he's already thrown out all of his kit, and that is going to be the first ace of the game for you, Bacon. This could be game right here.
Yeah, 13 minutes in, and finally, then Ace gets picked up by Gangstars. They don't even care about the minions. They're going for the finish. And like I said, when they finally get the Ace, it's going to be at least 2 turrets going down, and they are going to take the second turret and the game and the series. A clean 2 points picked up for Gangstars as they take the series 2-0.
Gangsters going ham on that crystal. 13 minutes in, you will hold steady, Mr. Bacon. 20 kills, and it was a double kill from the first rotation. The first rotation, Iraqi Zoro comes down, they pick up the 2, and from then and there, it was shop, aggress, farm, rinse, repeat.
Yeah, 14 kills for Leon. Just absolutely disgusting on this glaive. Iraqi Zoro with 172 farm. Like I said, you can combine all of the farm from For Justice, and you still aren't even close to what Iraqi Zoro was able to do. Just a complete and utter domination by Gangstar Cerberus.
It's like, what, 12 creeps a minute? Call that 14 minutes, 170? That is really impressive, Bacon.
Yeah, so we are going to go ahead and send it back to the desk momentarily. But before we do, make sure you head on over to Amazon.com/Vainglory. You can buy yourself some Amazon coins at up to a 25% discount. Then use those coins to buy ice in Vainglory, essentially getting up to a 25% discount on your ice purchases. It's a great deal. Make sure you head over there, check it out. Amazon coins helping to make the Evil 8 happen, and to go ahead and get us set up for our next series, throwing it back to Action Jackson and Humanist.
Man, what a crazy game from Gangstars. We talked about how we thought they could be contesting like top 2 in the entire Evil 8.
Yeah.
Off the back of that performance, I think it looks a lot more likely than it even did before, and it was incredibly dominant. We saw some interesting decisions I do want to talk to you about, like the double weapon power, for example. Okay. What was the deal with that? We were expecting maybe more Crystal Box.
Well, yeah, I mean, going into this, I think a lot of people would expect a CP, but when you start to look at the way the fights might break down, you see that Skye, Rona, they're not always going to be clumped up on top of each other. You're going to have a very spread out fight. So the weapon Vox lends himself to those 1v1 sorts of situations. Also, we touched on the subject earlier of the double weapon and getting the Bonesaw up and running especially when you're paired with the Glaive, just monstrous damage coming out there. Leon was just farming heroes. He's like, Iraqi, you farm you just take all the minions, I'll just take all the heroes. But when you combine the double weapon, the double Bonesaw, it just shreds through your opponent.
Speaking of Leon, he's going to be our MVP for the series. Crazy performance in that second game. And actually, I think the fact that they had the Glaive lends itself again very well to that double weapon power, because you can, if you start to snowball and you start to take a lead, use Glaive very aggressively to single someone out. And if you single someone out, Crystal isn't going to do as much work to that person as Weapon is on the Vox. So a good decision there, I think. Looking at the game as a whole, just to summarize things, For Justice never really found their footing. They were constantly wandering around the jungle, being caught out. Gangstars, they had their scent. They knew exactly where to go at all times, picking up kill after kill after kill. 13 minutes in, they had 20. That's ridiculous.
On a mechanical level, each one of these players is at the top of their game. On top of that, when it came down to strategically rotating early on, even through the end of the game, you can tell that they're just 100% on point. So this is one of the teams to be reckoned with right here.
Absolutely. So, talking about this team, we can look at who they're going to be playing tomorrow with the updated bracket after that second series. They're going to be up against Snow Tsunami, both coming from the bottom side of the bracket, Group B. Snow Tsunami against Gangstar Cerberus should be an excellent match. You can catch that one tomorrow. Make sure not to miss it. Next up, though, we've got Lemon and Lime against Mousesports. Two very interesting teams. Mousesports changing a decent amount from the first split by losing Mr. K-Cool, one of their flagship players. Lemon and Lime, they've also had some roster swaps, one of which, by the way, happened late, unfortunately. That is going to affect their ability to generate points in this first game, this first series. They're not going to have all the opportunities to do that because their player has not gone through the settlement period required for a roster change. So that's something to keep in mind here. Lemon and Lime, they can still deny points to Mousesports potentially, though. It's going to be interesting to see which one of these teams comes out ahead, especially given that Lemon and Lime, with the new late addition to their roster, might not have the same synergy. They typically play very crazy compositions, or at least they have in the past. It might also affect their ability to do that.
Yeah, I mean, who needs synergy when there's chaos? So, that's what Lemon and Lime do. I feel like no matter what game they're in, who they're facing, you never know what this team is going to pick. And once they get in game, it's so hard to predict what they're actually going to do with that said composition. So, Lemon and Lime, a little bit of a wild card here.
Absolutely. But before we hop into the third series of the day, guys, we're going to throw it to an ad break real quick, and we'll be right back.
This is an Amazon coin, and it's the start of something big. Did you know that Amazon coins can get you games, apps, and in-app items at super discounts every day of the year? Amazon coins. Save big and play on. Amazon coins can be used in games and apps from the Amazon Underground app on Android devices and Amazon App Store on Fire tablets and Fire TV.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Evil 8. My name's Action Jackson. Joining me is Humanist, and we're about to get underway with the third set for the European side of things between Lemon and Lime and Mousesports. Should be an awesome game. Very much looking forward to seeing, especially actually, how Mousesports do without Mr. K-Cool. That's a big roster change.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, Mr. K-Cool, we talked about Leon as being one of these high mechanically skilled players, young guy in the scene over there. Mr. K-Cool, similar deal. So, to lose him on a team, it can be a big deal. But they bring in Azatur, so that's actually a big pickup in and of itself. And I think Mouse is actually still in a pretty good place.
Oh, I've got to agree with you, but let's have a look at the roster for Mousesports. It is Azatur, like you were saying, Great Kali, Net Toilette, Irons, and Keanu. It's actually interesting to me. Azatur is another really young player that they've picked up. He's kind of replaced that role of Mr. K-Cool in several ways.
Yeah, definitely. You know, these young guys, it's crazy. I think some of the most mechanically skilled players we have are our youngest players, but at the same time, it's kind of give and take. Some of them don't have the maturity level that some of your older players do, the competitive experience, and so it's up for these guys to really take him under their wing, and we'll see what they can accomplish.
Yeah, and after his performance in the live championships, he deserves a spot on the team for sure. He's gonna, I think, grow a decent amount as we move through the Evil 8. But let's have a look at their opponents here. Lemon and Lime, we've got Apfel123, Arc Lost in Space, Lordy Flamingo on my level, who's the stand-in player who's just come on for this week, and Aid Slip. Obviously, these guys, people know them very well as a team that likes to do crazy things. We've seen Arc play Celeste in the jungle, Apfel play a lot of Alpha, even back when she was considered less powerful than she is now. Certainly a team that can bring out surprises.
Oh, like I said before, you never know what to expect when you're playing against Lemon and Lime. That's why this is one of my favorite teams to watch. I love being caught off guard and being proven wrong when it comes to draft or just game prediction in general. Like, maybe they just listen to us and they're like, we're gonna do the opposite of what they say.
It's the caster curse. That's how it always goes down. But okay, so we've got this matchup here. Looking at the team compositions in terms of the players who have been added and removed, do you think that's significantly going to change the kinds of in-game compositions that they run from what we've seen before?
I think out of Mouse we're going to see some similar things. You know, we'll see them go with the Great Khali kind of staple heroes. You know, he loves his glaive. You know, he loves these kind of tanky bruiser type heroes. So let's see if they continue that trend. Net, an incredible leader. I think they're going to stick to their guns, plug Aster into that kind of game.
Got you. That makes perfect sense, but we are into the draft, ladies and gentlemen, so let's bring that one up on your screens. I'm excited to see if we have any differences between what we've seen in the draft so far throughout the European side of the Evil 8 on 119, which is a new patch, or if they kind of stick to the guns of what's been happening before. We've seen a lot of Lyra, that kind of thing. Looks like at the moment they've banned out the Vox, and I can't quite catch what that second one is, Lyra. So first pick, going the way of Lemon and Lime, they're going to go for the Lance.
Yeah, I mean, Lance, an incredibly strong pickup right now. Some teams regarding Lance, Finn as, you know, you kind of top roamers in the competitive scene for a lot of reasons, but Lance, a safe first pickup.
Okay, so we've got the ability for them to answer with two heroes here. Mousesport's picking up Arden, first one we've seen so far of the 1.19 Evil 8 tournament. We've also got Glaive complementing that. So certainly a lot of control over these team fights going to be coming across from Mousesports.
Yeah, huge control, and basically what I imagine their last pick is going to have high damage output, and based off the way the early game goes, you either are going to scale Glaive with more weapon damage or build a little more utility, and all the way into the late game he's going to be able to peel for whoever that third pick is.
Lemon and Lime picking up the signature Celeste. It's not Arc Lost playing it. He's not actually on the lineup right now. But it's something that the rest of the team on Lemon and Lime knows how to work around because they've ran it so many times in the past. Kroll finalizing the lineup. That is a very beefy front line for Celeste.
Oh, huge front line to deal with right here. If you're trying to get on top of Celeste, you're going to have to deal with this Lance, deal with this Kroll. Last pick, Skye coming out here. And like I said, you're going to want someone that's going to kind of dance around these two heroes, the Glaive, the Arden. So let's see if they can get the work done with it. I do prefer Lemon and Lime's draft if I had my preference there.
All right, well, certainly they have a strong draft. Can they utilize it to the effect they need to against Mousesports, though? Looking at the early game, how do you think these fights are going to play out with the two jungle pairs?
You know, I think generally when you pick up the Celeste, you're not going to have those rotations early on unless that's something that they've actually communicated. And Kroll, I mean, people talk about it all the time how Kroll, you know, he's late game, but we see him come online early
man,
so often.
They flip things around a little bit. They like to really utilize that Kroll in the early game.
I'm going to go with the Glaive Arden through the jungle there. Yeah.
All right, okay. So let's find out which one is going to come out ahead. Between these two teams, it's Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon.
The Kraken, now we get to see what Lemon and Lime is going to bring to the table.
Yeah, Lemon and Lime's a team that a lot of people were hoping could make it to the live championships last season because, as Humans mentioned, they are just a really fun team to watch, very unpredictable, very aggressive, and so we'll have to see with their roster changes if they keep that MO or if they've sort of toned things down a bit.
Yeah, but I mean, Humanist bought the only lemon and lime jersey at the Spring Championships. I'm not entirely too sure I could take him as an objectional here, Big.
I mean, to be fair, if they had one that was actually in my size, I definitely would have bought one as well. It's an awesome jersey, regardless of how the team plays. They have an awesome looking logo and jersey design. But we'll see if their play can earn them a spot in the Live Championships this season. As thus far, pretty slow start. Both teams just kind of playing it safe and sticking to their own side of the map. But there goes the Afterburn.
Yeah, Afterburn and Nettoilette on this Arden, which, quick note, Arden, like a little bit of a throwback right there. This is the first time we haven't seen a Lance and a Lyra. But, you know, coming into that this looks like a huge kind of, you know, dive comp to me. Great Kali, for instance, if he is going to be going into that weapon, but he also has that crystal bit now, so he's probably going to go into the crystal, to be fair. It just feels like that, you know, it's a little bit more of that old school kind of jumpy comp, and they have a really good target to jump, and that's going to be Celeste. But as they did say back at the draft, Lemon and Lime have a heck of a front line to get through.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to get that Afterburn onto Celeste and combo it into anything else. Because, yeah, they may be able to get onto the backlines with the Afterburn, but the question will be if they can follow it up. And right now, it looks like Limited Limes, they're just putting a lot of emphasis on making sure Apfel stays safe.
Yep, but Asator here, no longer with Team Klisha, and taking over kind of the spot vacated by Mr. Keiko. We'll have to see what this 2v2 will look like, because Nettoilette got chomped on just a little bit there by the Flamingo, but no, it's going to be Asator looking for the kill. He might even have the damage to make this happen. The weakened stacks will keep Flamingo going, but it's just not enough to keep him alive. But now Asator, is he a little bit too far deep? Nettoilette there is going to try to keep him going. Can they actually steal out this health? He will get it. But will that keep him on? On my level's dropping, but that stun, could that be enough? Here's a flare. We're looking for the stun. The core collapse goes wide. He comes back in, and they actually get the kill, and then he will be rotating. Great Kali is here, and looks like Mousesports gets in the kills and out with no damage done.
Yeah, very nice play by Mousesports as they are able to secure a couple of kills on the board. So close to falling. The amount of confidence it took for Asator to go back in to take that heal camp, get out again, and then go back in once more with the Afterburn to save Nettoilette. Just absolute crucial decision making from the new jungler of Mousesports.
Well, 2-0, good way to start your game number one here. It's Great Kali in this lane with that Sky. It's going to be that Crystal, and 31 to the 33. They are going neck and neck, him and Apfel here, looking for that farm. But Lordy Flamingo doesn't have the 6, but he's going to initiate with the 4. And Bacon, I mean, it's got a little desperate there.
I think they were just hoping to get the slow, maybe get a core collapse from Apfel to land onto Great Kali. If the stun had hit, it would have been a kill, but now, the Lance doesn't connect. Does get a stun, but Apfel is so low and has no energy.
Yeah, and Great Kali, like, that's exactly where Lordy Flamingo went to exit, but he's doing with his own little pressure in the jungle, so Celeste is out on my level, no kills there, and now Asator and Flamingo on a little bit of a chase. They got action all over the fold here, Bacon.
Action all over the fold, but nothing coming from it just yet. Lordy Flamingo maybe trying to set something up onto Asator. He's going to get seen, though, thanks to that scout trap. Really nice vision being put down thus far by Nettoilette. A lot of them have been popped, but he's been consistently putting out vision so that they know where this Krull is, where he's going to be trying to engage from.
A big thing for me is Great Kali on the Sky. I mean, he's definitely no stranger to the Sky, but so far in some of these fights, his Suri strikes have just been absolutely vital for avoiding a lot of the crowd control that these guys are going to be stunning up. And, I mean, look at the comp, right? This is going to be very similar. We got the Krull, that Lance, and then the core collapse coming in from that Celeste. The triple stuns. If we get one, the pain train is going to come a-rolling, and if Great Kali can keep dodging him out like this, it's not going to matter how many stuns we throw at him.
Yeah, the Suri strike or just the lock-on movement speed, it seems like Great Kali is doing such a good job of dancing around this crowd control, but now it looks like it's Mouse looking to go in.
Yeah, but the angle is just all wrong on all my level. There was no big hits on top of Apfel and no squishy targets to capitalize on the Afterburn, so they're going to have to make an exit from there. Asator will survive, and the only 2 kills will still remain here with Mouse, but Great Kali is not letting any push come right across that center line from Apfel.
Meanwhile, down in the jungle, Lordy Flamingo may have just found Aster having to use that afterburn defensively to get away from the Krull. And this is the problem that Krull can pose, is that he's able to keep himself sustained so well in the jungle that he can be really aggressive.
Yeah, and he's going to go aggressive here on top of Aster, but he does pick up the farm. Is he going to look? He is going to look for the healing cap mid-fight, but with so much weakness stacks now stacking up, he's not going to get it. No, he doesn't actually get the farm either. Lordy Flamingo will deny that buff. We do got the rest of Lemon and Lime kind of coming down. Apfel is looking. Aster's going to go right the other way. Stun on top of that Toilette, but it's not probably the target they were looking for. Arden still is poised to drop. One hit. He lived at the sliver of his bar. He will not go down, and that is a denied kill right there, Lemon and Lime.
Very, very close. One more basic attack was all it took. I think they assumed that that last basic from Apfel would secure it, and everyone just backed off. Instead, it is a still 0-kill game for the side of Lemon and Lime. But the gold is remaining close. It's still only about 1,000 gold lead for Mouse. So despite the fact that they haven't picked up a kill, the side of Lemon and Lime have been able to do a good job of farming up this Krull, sitting on 28 compared to the 47 of Aster. It's kind of surprising that they're even still in this game this closely, given that massive difference.
I gotta say, though, that Mouse so far has been showing some pretty slick moves. They pick up the kill there on top of Celeste. Easy peasy, and an impressive streak coming out as the kill does go over to Aster. Now they're getting that turret damage up death from above to try to accentuate the point, but we don't have that roll from On My Level. He only has to really rely on these auto attacks and cooldowns. Doesn't have that roll ready to go. Net Toilette is the guy eating the weakness stacks, and he will live through it once more. So 3 kills, some damage, and now a rotate down. We're popping out some of these traps as best we can, and a shopping spree for all. But Mouse, again, they're showing very slick moves.
Yeah, first tier 3 items being picked up across the board, really. And it is the Frostburn along with a Sorrow Blade and Fountain of Renewal for the side of Mouse Sports. Meanwhile, for Lemon and Limes, actually, let's see if they can make use of those items, as they may be finding a fight. But no, it looks like Mouse is going to be staying safe enough.
Does Flamingo have... Yeah, Flamingo has a stun ready to go, and he's been hiding in those shadows, so if they can get that Empower into a position to capitalize on that route, but he goes the other way. You know, so the route will go to waste. Apfel and crew is just trying to push in, get some chip damage on top of the turret, but he will get denied. Now here comes Aster. Good, scouting from On My Level. He stayed in that brush, and he was that scout for Apfel. Apfel immediately just falls right back to a defensive position, but they still do not have this Krull. He's coming now, but I think the opportunity for a fight is gone.
It definitely is, as Mouse is rotating down towards the middle of the map. Just going to be doing a little bit of purchasing. The gold mine is full, so whoever can get that that objective will secure themselves a 300 gold bounty.
And Flamingo just posturing, looking to see if he can get Aster. That's a stun on top of Apfel with that gauntlet. We throw down that death from above, but Apfel just takes a nice U-turn, and he just avoids a lot of that control. Now there's no capital. Here comes Aster. He's able to capitalize, but they did lose out Sky. Lordy Flamingo just sticking to him like glue, but now with this weapon damage here, Aster is really starting to try to turn the tables. He has full weakness stacks. He's going to try to make an exit here. A Net Toilette just not going to be able to puncture through Krull this early on, not with that lance there, so they will just trade it 1-1, but this is the first kill for Lemon and Lime.
Yeah, Aster knowing that once those weakness stacks are fully built up on him, he's not going to be able to win the trade with Lordy Flamingo. So wisely backs off and allows the fight to reset because of that.
Well, we'll have to see if we can reset any of this momentum from Mouse, because in my eyes, they are still really kind of the big playmakers here. They've had a lot of vision out. Net Toilette doing a fantastic job keeping that up, and a lot of the fight has really been in this lane when Lemon and Lime push up, and when you push this far deep, you got to have that front line, and traditionally, we don't have Krull and Lance ready to roll. It's usually one or the other, and that's going to leave Apfel into that big juicy target for Aster.
Yeah, well, now all 3 members are here in the lane, but Lordy Flamingo, again, very quick to leave. I feel like Lordy Flamingo knows that he's behind in farm and is just trying to get caught up. But as you mentioned, it's leaving Apfel vulnerable, and look at that damage.
It's absolutely insane. On my level now, he's going to try to roll to safety, but again, Apfel, he's going to be the apple of the eye here of Mouse Esports, and they're going to again push in. And once more, where is Lordy Flamingo? They had one, not the other, but they still might be able to take home one kill. Lordy should be able to capitalize on top of net. Not if he does. Acitor just absolutely crits him down, and they get not the totally an ace. They totally get the ace, Mr. Bacon.
It was very close. The timer literally said 0 when the kill was picked up, so it was less than a second away from Apfel respawning in time. But they do get the turret. They should be able to rotate down and take this gold mine as well. But Acitor actually instead decided he wanted to clear out and steal away some of this jungle. So now the gold mine might be a risky decision if they go for it, because everyone from Lemon Lime is back on the fold, but they are going to start it up.
Yeah, but they have, more than enough traps on one side, and Lordy Flamingo basically face checks into the next. We have the gauntlet. A block for Flamingo will keep him going, but can't say the same for Apfel. He is now down and out for the count, and that forward barrage is going to keep On My Level from going to the safety of his side, and that should be, somebody getting the kill. There it is. It's going to be the great Kelly with a perfect Surrey strike into the forward barrage. 2 more kills going over to the Mouse Sports, and they are keeping up with the pressure, and they go right back to the goal line.
Yeah, they are immediately back onto the gold mine after that one. So 12 minutes in, gold mine finally going to fall and give that 300 gold per player bounty over to Mouse Sports.
Yep, so there it is. A lot of cash now into the coffers here of Mouse Sports. 25,000 is the approach. Compared that to the 20. At 12 minutes in, a 5k gold lead, it's not the end of the world, but it's a very strong position going into Kraken territory.
Yeah, it's with about, like you said, a minute and a half until Kraken is up. It's, or two and a half minutes, sorry, not a minute and a half. Caster Math OP. It is a good position for Mouse Sports. I'm a little surprised that we didn't see some infusions get picked up. A lot of teams still like to grab an infusion around that 12-13 minute mark, just so that they're ready for when Kraken does appear.
Now, Apfel this round does have that reflex block at the ready. In fact, we actually have it there for Flamingo picking up that Aegis on top. So on my level, the only one that can't really go right through that gauntlet, but Net Toilette's gauntlets have really kind of brought a huge amount of power into these fights. And he's gotten stunned. He's gotten lots of kills because of it. Acitor, just going to go over the wall. He's fine, no problem. And now, oh, did they catch Apfel? You know they did.
Apfel just going to be able to dodge away from that forward barrage. It's the Death from Above comes out to zone, and look at the damage being put onto On My Level. Acitor is now on the backside. Does think better of it though, but this is so risky for Lemon Lime.
Yeah, Acitor goes in. He's gonna get stunned from the core collapse, but it doesn't matter. It's a 3v1 under turret. Acitor's gonna draw. He's not taking it. No. Oh my God, the block there from the Crucible on top of it. We are going to live all 3 from Mouse. They juggled the aggro, and that Hell's Heart looked like finally the second kill, but it was not meant to be, Bacon.
Absolutely phenomenal work from Net Toilette and Acitor. Great Kali doing some pretty good work too, getting that damage in. They want this turret, but Lordy Flamingo doing what he can to defend this. Is gonna come so close to a kill, but just can't secure it.
They're really going hard for this turret. They want that money, but will the minions actually finish it off? Here comes Apfel and On My Level, and it's gonna come right down to the wire, the block and the stun, and just shoving them away. I mean, you can't hit it if you're not in range, right, Bacon? So that turret will live, but man, Mouse Sports coming down to the wire. They're almost giving out free kills.
They somehow managed to get out alive. 11-1 now in favor of Mouse Sports. His gold lead has shot up to about 5,000. And again, I want to point out the vision. There are so many scout traps still on the fold, especially on the Mouse Sports side of the map, because Lemon and Lime haven't been able to move onto that side of the map in about 5 minutes. It's been just completely Mouse Sports being the aggressors, and rightfully so. I mean, they've obviously have the damage advantage, they have the positional advantage, and they're going to immediately start up this Kraken. This could be risky.
Yeah, I don't think this is the end though. I think they're really trying to use it for bait. If there are any scout traps out and about, you're going to see Lemon and Lime coming in, and that's exactly what they're doing. Hell's Heart blocked! That's not going to be a stun. Net Toilette saw that one and read it perfectly. Kroll is going to take a bit of a nap. Acitor gets into the bag, and he just massacres these guys again and again. Great Kali gets the ace with the double, and now this is a Kraken. This is a push. They're going to get that turret regardless, and Bacon, this could be end game right here.
Yeah, they just need one more fight, and they'll be able to close it out. Another beautiful gauntlet from Net Toilette. Every single one I think he has thrown out this game has just been completely on point. Great Kali's Death from Aboves have been complementing it so well, in addition to it, the zoning of that ultimate, or just landing stuns himself that don't get collected in the gauntlet wall. Just that amount of crowd control that's coming out from the side of Mousesports, it just can't be dealt with.
Yeah, so, a good wall for the Celeste sounds great in theory, but unfortunately the execution is just not up to par. Almost, 7-ish thousand gold? 8. Wow, caster math. 8,000 gold between them and the Kraken coming down, Bacon. This is looking good, and I gotta say, it's really great to see more of a classic roamer coming out. Net Toilette on this Arden has really shown us that it's not all just about Lance and Lyra.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned, I think it's the first time we've had not Lance, Lyra, and Finn, but look at this play.
And, well, I mean, they're going to push. They're going to get that turret is just donezo. On my levels, I mean, they're trying to get down this Kraken, but, who do you hit? Do you hit the Kraken? Do you hit Mouse? They only get the one route, and it's on Great Kelly. Here comes the death from above. That's going to stun up Lordy Flamingo. On my level's already down low. Acitor comes in. He's doing the AoE damage. Those cones of crits are just absolutely demolishing Lemon and Lime, and even with that route, Acitor is just not the capitalization. He gets the kill. Lordy Flamingo will finally get the second. Remember, there's a crack, and the turrets are dropping, and we still get the 2. Net Toilette finally with the fountain, and that's going to be just a very dead apple. He had nowhere to go with that death from above. It was perfectly placed, and that is, as they say, that.
Yeah, the game will be going over to Mousesports. I got really excited because they were positioned up to all 3 members try and jump over the wall, and then my spectate client completely froze for a few seconds. So I thought they were going to go for this huge, amazing play, and then as my clients caught up, I just saw they just walked around the wall like normal. It wasn't anything that exciting. Yeah, so very upsetting at the end there, but Mousesports do pick up the victory in the first game of the series against Lemon and Lime.
Well, yeah, very convincing win as well. I mean, I was a little afraid with Mr. K Cool coming off the roster that I was kind of curious who they're going to replace him with. But Acitor, he showed really good chops in the Spring Championship. And coming off of Team Cliche, a top 8 team for Spring. Now into Summer, here with Mouse. This is a really, really good showing. The team just feels so in sync, Bacon.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely feels like it's an upgrade. The synergy was kind of one of the things that looked to be lacking for the previous iteration of Mousesports, and they are clearly, after this first game at least, firing on all cylinders. We'll see if they can continue it in game number 2. But to go over this game, I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to Humanist and Action Jackson.
Thank you very much, Tasty Bacon. Wow, what a game from Mousesports. It was a chokehold that they had over Lemon and Lime. It felt like they just constantly were very far ahead. They didn't really give any ground. There were some interesting decisions, though, I thought, in terms of the itemization. I mean, we saw Glaive rushing for that weapon power, no defense, just going ham.
No fear. There's no fear out of him there. I mean, he didn't have to. And, why buy the armor? Why buy the shield unless you're actually taking that damage? If you're, fearing for your life, maybe do so. But, once again, you had Great Kali just dancing around the fight. He did get low, but Net bailed him out every single time. We saw some fights actually almost go the way of Lemon and Lime there. They got, consistently, multiple times, 2 heroes down to, 10% or less health, but they just couldn't close out on it.
Actually, one fight in particular that I think worth talking about was one near the Kraken. It felt like they were all grouped up, perfect kind of setting for Celeste to do a lot of AoE damage. But because she was so far behind already, it just wasn't enough, and they were able to collapse on her. And that was a theme, right? Like, Celeste, Apfel, could not get away, even though she had Kroll and Lance on the front line.
That's tough. You know, I think it also it comes back to what we talked about right before we went into the game. You said like which jungle duo is going to get this advantage. My thought was it's going to be the Glaive and the Ard, and sure enough, that's how it actually worked out. And once Kroll was backed off out of the jungle, he just couldn't really get that farm going that he needed to. He just got punked out of the jungle and really couldn't accomplish that much.
Yeah, and actually, we heard Tasty Bacon talk about something a second ago, which was the fact that, you know, the rotations were really, really good. Acitor was a great addition to the team, and they seemed so in sync already. The draft for the second game is ready, though, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to see if Mousesports can close this series out 2-0 and deny any points from Lemon and Lime. Mousesports do have the first ban here.
All right, Mouse, how do they want to set the tempo? You imagine that they want to take something powerful out. We haven't seen a lot of Taka the first ban there. And we'll go ahead and reset this draft, as it looks like there was a little bit of an issue there on the back end. We'll get that reset real quickly. I'm kind of surprised on the Taka as the first ban.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that you and I, in discussions previous to the broadcast, expected to be picked up quite a lot, actually.
Right.
But it hasn't shown to be the case so far. Maybe moving into North America, those players might favor it more, but at the very least, Mousesports are respecting that pick.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, okay, you see a Taka ban, it lends itself to the idea that Mousesports want to pick up some sort of high damage output squishy hero. So let's see if that's what actually ends up happening. Lemon Line ban out the Vox, and it's going to be the Lyra pickup. All of these things making sense so far.
Yeah, the Lyra first pick, something we expected to see, and it is going to be going across for Mousesports. Lemon and Lime do have 2 picks to answer this with, though, so if they can try and find a nice pair to deal with that, they might be able to do some work. I'd like to see more Catherine than we're seeing, but I actually do prefer the Arden over the Lance.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the Catherine?
So the Catherine, for a start, obviously not having a mobility spell that's a dash means that the snare from Bright Bulwark doesn't do as much work. But also, Lyra's cooldowns are extremely long. So if you time your Blast Tremor for not the beginning of the fight, but after she's had a bit of those cooldowns going across, you can really delay her second rotation, and all of her spells are high impact but long cooldown.
Yeah.
So that can buy your team just enough time to get the damage through before the heal comes out, or buy your team just enough time to jump on their backline before the Bright Bulwark.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Kroll, the pickup here, pairs up very nicely with the Lyra. His sustain through fights will only be better with this Lyra on the team. Now, the Skye, the last pickup, this is the high damage output potential, something he can choose to fight if it looks good or back off if not. Now, Lemon and Lime, they're going to lock in something that's going to be weapon damage based, I'm assuming, here at the end. With this Ringo, I think this is going to be a Crystal Ringo again. You know, hashtag Humanist is wrong if it goes to weapon, but I think we could see another Crystal here.
You did mention that in your chats with some of these players that Crystal Ringo was rated more highly than you expected, and we did see it do a great amount of work earlier on, so it's definitely a possibility for Lemon and Lime. They like to run crazy stuff. Crystal Ringo isn't exactly crazy, but it is a little
crazy,
bit...
man.
It's crazy to watch when those Hellfire Brews obliterate people, but it's not, you know, it's not so far removed from the meta.
Yep.
It's interesting that they're pairing it with the Kestrel. I do think that's quite interesting, and I'm excited to see how it pans out, but we are going to find out right now. We've got the game loaded. We're going to head on to the Halcyon Fold. Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon, take it away.
Well, it's not crazy, and back me up on this one, Bacon, but we only really see Crystal Ringo succeed in Europe, right?
I mean, we've seen it a little bit in North America. It's definitely not as prominent, though. Crystal Ringo, definitely a more common pick in Europe. But again, Lyra getting through the bans. I'm really surprised at how frequently we've seen Lyra.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to be that priority. There's other bigger priorities. We've seen Takas, we've seen Saws. I'm actually really more interested to see now another Arden. So on one side of the coin, Arden just absolutely dominating with his supports, his placements of traps and everything there. Now it's Lemon and Lime picking it up on my level. We'll have to see if he will do just as well as the example put forth here for Mousesports. But you know, a lot of weapon blades early on, and that weapon damage, that could be enough. Great Kali had no chance. As soon as Lordy Flamingo got in range, that was it with the Glimmer shots.
Yeah, and this is our first Kestrel that we've seen thus far.
Where's
and
Von Z? Where's Von Z?
yeah, Von Z, definitely expect to see some Kestrels coming out in North America as well.
Flamingo, yeah, you don't want to be an alone Kestrel in the jungle. Absolutely not. Oh, he lived! Acitor didn't actually have enough stacks for the kill. On my level coming in with the support, but the aggression is here, and that's the downside of Kestrel, baby.
Yeah, well, it's also the downside of Krull. If you think you have enough stacks for a kill and you don't quite, as Acer once again, oh, he just barely survives that turret hit and will now get his healing from Net2Let. On my level, trying to disrupt this.
Yeah, oh man, that heal, and then into that, the Spectral Smite on the minion. Like, on my level, if he gets anywhere close to Net2Let, and he will, then Net2Let finds him, but he doesn't wait for the cannon shots. He's coming up top, because Apfel's been closing in on Great Khali. You can see that he's really just wounded right there. Lordy Flamingo, though, he took the exit from that early aggression to swap camps. Very smart of that alone Kestrel.
Yeah, definitely a heads-up play. Apfel in a bit of trouble, but on my level instead is going to make the save, but sacrifice himself in the process. Apfel is going to recall, and I'm really curious to see what he purchases with this first back. And it looks like it's battery, some attack speed. Still are not really giving away what exactly the build is going to be, because you can definitely use these items to build into Crystal and just have that single weapon blade just for the early game. So I'm not 100% sure if it is going to be a double weapon or if we will have the Crystal Ringo, but Acitor!
Yep, he's just donezo. 3v1, that's a nice rotation of Lemon and Lime, and again, I'm thinking that Arden is playing a much bigger role here early game than what we saw with that Lance in the last. Playing a bit more defensive and around the strengths of these carries has worked out for Lemon and Lime as they take a 2-1 lead for kills. They're popping out traps and they're dealing with aggression actually fairly well here this early on. So, you know, Lordy Flamingo, he's definitely solidifying himself into that weapon. I was curious if it would be something more of a sniper variation of that Kestrel, but you're right, Apfel, he could still go weapons, he could still go Crystal. With that Blazing Selva, though, I'm betting it's an alternating current.
Well, it's going to be either an alternating current or it could be a Bone Saw or Tornado Trigger as well, so we'll have to see. The Great Khali. Oh. And trap wasn't even necessary as Lordy Flamingo able to secure the kill. The thing about the Kestrel going weapon power means you do have to be much more accurate, because the burst damage on those glimmer shots is only on the initial impact, but you do have a good amount of armor penetration built into Kestrel, and then you're able to continue outputting damage even after your glimmer shots are gone.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does look like another crystal bit, or well, the first crystal bit there for Ringo will happen. We got that Acitor coming in, but he's just not having enough stacks or damage to really bring these guys down to the brink of death. He is bringing them low, and Massacre, you know, has really done some really good aggression, but if this Ringo puts his head out too much farther, Acitor will find him, and he just gets spotted, so that's not going to be the opportunity anymore. Back to farming he goes, but 3-man pressure here from Lemon and Lime.
Lordy Flamingo trying to get some extra damage down to Net2Let. Missed with 2 glimmer shots though, and immediately just ducks back into the jungle. Says, oh, well, they know I'm here and I missed, so time to go farm up some more. As both junglers doing a pretty good job of farming, 27 to 24 there on the farm totals. In the lane, it's also very even, 45 to 42 in favor of Great Khali. So that's why if you look up at the top with the even with a 3-to-1 kill advantage, the gold is dead even for these two teams.
Now, you know, one of my goals, as I said at the beginning of the broadcast, look to see what kind of Iron Guard contracts we have, and, well, Net2Let just has an Iron Guard contract, and we've seen that from Lyra a few times. And right now, though, Lyra, she's making an exit, her and on my level, trading out damage, the 3-man pressure, though, no sign of Krull from Mouse Esports, but he does have that Hell's Heart, and he's going to be looking for Apfel. My money is he's looking for that Apfel right here, and he throws it out, he's looking, he does actually get the stun on top of on my level, and that makes him a sitting duck, and now Acitor too far forward, he gets shut down, and a 1-shot, 1-kill for good measure.
Yeah, that's the second time now that On My Level has sort of sacrificed himself for his allies. Great team play coming up from that Arden as Lemon and Limes, they continue the aggression and pick up another kill. That's their 5th of the game, but what can they do off of it?
Yeah, the Ringo Kestrel, like early on, the double range, the extra little bit of damage with the weapon is bricked out well. And what can they do? Well, I want to say that you could invade the jungle, but Aster is there, and that is just a pass from Lordy Flamingo. He's going to be a bit more safe about it, and I think that's the better call at this point, because if he does find Acitor, alone, I don't think at this point the Kroll would lose.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Kroll has those double swift shooters to get those stacks built up even quicker. And again, once he gets like 6 stacks or so, he's gonna turn that fight around. Lordy Flamingo will only be able to do so much damage, and of course can't pop into that active camo while actively taking damage either. I feel like he'd be able to escape the Krull, but wouldn't be able to actually get the kill or anything of that nature. So definitely wise choice to play it safe, fall back, and just continue farming. Make sure you don't fall behind. But here comes Acitor.
Yeah, from behind, but that's going to be now a 3v1, and with so much weapon damage on board, he only has a little bit of armor for it, so he's trying to make that exit, but here comes the Hellfire on top of it, and that is the Crystal, remember. It's going to burn him down. I don't think that's enough for a kill. Net Toilet trying to gauge if he has a heal. Does he have a heal? He does have a heal. Oh, he's just giving us heart attacks, but now Great Khali, he's finding Apple. The damage is so close for a kill, and these guys are coming down to inches of lives many times, but still only 7 kills overall.
Oh, you say only 7 kills. We're only 7 minutes in.
It
so
could have been like
it has,
14 by now, man.
It definitely could have been a lot more, but it's fast and furious action here between Lemon and Limes and Mouse Sports. Mouse Sports, despite the fact that they are behind in kills and just a little bit in gold, they're still the ones that seem to be trying to make the plays more often than not.
More often than not, it definitely feels that way, my good friend. And now Goldmine, it's a big target right here. Mouse does have the positioning, but here comes Apple now from the side, and that's going to be now the 3v3. Very slowly bringing down the Goldmine. The Hell's Heart only hits on my level, and we immediately throw down the snare and the zone control here from Net Toilet to avoid a confrontation. They're going to have to give this one up. They've played too many cards from their hand, and well, going back to lane, they might be able to pick up Apple, but they are still trying to put the pressure here on top of this turret.
Yeah, immediately going back to trying to siege up on the turret after the gold mine play didn't work out. But here comes Lordy Flamingo, and that's a lot of damage with the Glimmer Shot, but only able to secure 1 before Net Toilet gets out, having enough movement speed to avoid the damage.
And again, like putting the roam in these bushes, it's a great early warning system to a 3-man rotation. And you might expect, Lyra not to be the best person to put them, but she can just portal out. Like if there's no stuns in between the two, it would have to be a very quick cloud, active camo from that Kestrel to make it happen. And she was just totally safe about it, and he was able to make sure that Great Khali got to safety. So, the plays are definitely there from both sides. And it's just something I've noticed, Europe really seems to like putting scouts in that bush, and it's worked out more often than not.
Well, it's a really smart bush to put a scout trap in. Again, like you said, that early warning system, so to speak. Here goes an ultimate, but the portal in!
Yeah, the portal is just really cutting down the time that Lordy Flamingo and Apple have to prepare for that one. The snare was great, and now Net Toilet, they've taken down 1 kill, and they're just going to let the Ringo go, and they're going to take the second that they can with On My Level, because he has just nowhere to go. Finally, Acitor, gotta feel good to get that kill with the Spectral, because it's always just come so close. Now, though, with 2 kills under their belt, a gold mine should be easy peasy.
Yeah, especially with Acitor, he's going to be able to out-heal the damage of the gold mine. The 1-shot 1 kill comes through. It does hit Acitor, but wouldn't have been anywhere close to stealing the gold mine because of the fact that the damage has been actually pretty low, but it's all that they need. They didn't need to burst down the gold mine incredibly quick, and like I said, Krull with those stacks can out-heal the damage coming through, so he's a great tank for taking those objectives.
And Great Khali picks up an entire minion wave there with that death from above. Look at that burst, though, from Apple. He comes in the 3-man stack. I'm not even sure we even really needed them there. Apple just did some fantastic burst right off the bat, but still, that's a kill, and now some return pressure coming on top of this start. Net Toilet's the only answer here, but that's a roam Lyra. She might be a little bit too far forward. Those Glimmer Shots are powerful things, but Lordy Flamingo afraid of Acitor at this point. He will back off, and they will take what they can get without overextending.
Yeah, grabbing that turret, definitely much needed from Lemon and Limes to continue with this gold lead that they have. It's very slight, only 400 gold, despite the turret advantage. So it's been heavily in favor of Mouse Sports building up, and Acitor gets caught.
Yeah, the gauntlet, perfect. The one shot finally gets one kill, and Lordy Flamingo's got to be happy how that combo worked. But those are two ultimates out of the roster. 30 seconds for the one shot and 100 to go for the gauntlet. If we do have Aster to come back and they look for an aggressive window, they will have an advantage in the next team fight, Bacon.
If they go for a fight within that period of time, I feel like Mouse Sports are playing really safe right now.
They kind of are. You are right. They don't have those big bursts of damage. Even like bringing down on my level to half, that still took what, a Suri Strike and 2 forward barrages, right? They don't have that heavy burst because Aster has to get those stacks going. He does have the breaking point, but then it's just all armor and attack speed. So it comes to a crescendo, right? Like it comes to a boiling point and then you start again, boiling point and again. It's a nice rhythm, but you're right. Like you can't just kind of burst someone if they face check. Like, look at on my level, right? He almost face checks, and that's it. That like you just don't have the burst.
Oh, he does get stunned though, but they just don't follow it up. The Death from Above, like I'm not really sure why Death from Above was used there if they weren't planning on trying to follow up the stun.
It's I mean, Mouse Sports in the first game looked very slick, very cohesive. They made a lot of plays. They had really good dodges. This round, it's a little bit more fragmented. That is definitely for sure. Could be nerves coming into it, but they've already secured 1 point. If they can pick up the second, it just basically goes a much longer way than if they have to go to that tie game.
Yeah, you can see the scout traps finally getting found, or at least a good amount of them, but they walk into that brush, and the burst that you're talking about, it's there from Lemon and Limes. Here comes Hellfire Brew. Acider gonna block that one, so he will stay alive and just get healed up by Ned Toilette.
But still, I mean, like,
Lemon and Limes, they're on the chase.
The Hellfire's down, Gauntlet is there, so the cage is up. The Death from Above will actually hit Lordy Flamingo, but, you know, again, fragmented. Mouse Acider, he's just going one way. Great Kelly's going the next. We've split the party, and Lapville is just kiting so very well enough at any rate. Net Toilette's not going to be able to get the kill. Great Cali, though, does actually pick up one. Looks for the next here with On My Level, who might just become a martyr. And, well, Apple is found. Will he be chased? Yeah, Great Cali, he's looking for it. The healing, it's going to go to Great Cali, and that is the ace.
Yeah, Abfell getting greedy, wanting to try and steal away that camp to get a little bit of extra healing to survive in the deep part of Mouse Sports jungle, but as soon as he was seen by that flare, I feel like he needed to run and just recall, try and get out of there alive. Instead, he gives the kill over, gives the ace over. That will be the turret and the gold mine being picked up by Mouse Sports, and just like that, they are right back in this one as the gold mine does finally get picked up. They now have the lead themselves off of a big turnaround fight.
Yeah, Lemon and Lime with quite the kills, but they didn't really have the cash to kind of keep that advantage. And as you say, with Mouse taking, like, this is a big turning point here. Kraken is in the wings. I mean, as soon as that gold miner hits 1 or 2 more shots, he's going to find her lair, and she's just going to devour him for good measure. And that could be where Mouse, if they can continue with this aggression and this momentum, that could be the game right there.
And definitely could be. Net Toilette, again, just going on a mission to try and take out this Vision. Vision's been really important in these two teams, more so than I think in our first couple of series, as a lot more gold has been invested into trying to spot where your opponents are. I think Kestrel might have something to do with that, but that's going to be a big engage.
Yeah, Net Toilette with the portal, but he didn't get that that snare down right away. He did delay it out, and Kestrel just no chance. When you have an entire team-wide engage on top of these 2 range at the back, you just get nothing out of it. That's not even a gauntlet either. Really looked cool, but you know, if you can't land, you get no gauntlet for it, and Ringo to drop immediately after. That's ace. That's likely Kraken, and I gotta say that this game is now shifted heavily towards Mouse.
Yeah, they weathered the storm. Krull had to get past that early game into the late game, where we always talk about how strong Krull does get. He becomes nearly unkillable, especially with that broken myth, building up those stacks, getting more and more lifesteal with every stack of Breaking Point. Sorry, not Broken Myth. But every stack of Breaking Point gets him more lifesteal with those weakness stacks because it's just doing more and more damage. It's so difficult to kill him out. One shot, one kill. a bit too early as they don't have any vision of the area anymore. It was a great job by Mouse Sports to clear all of that out. Kraken is unleashed, and Mouse Sports, with these purchases, they get those infusions as well to top up, and they could be looking to end this game and take a 2-0 victory.
And 10-8, and the gash is definitely swinging. We went from behind to parity, now up 2,000 and even more with this wave clear coming through. Great Khali, just fantastic stuff from his Sky, back-to-back games on that. And Aster, again, this is the team that we saw in force in game number 1. It just took a little bit longer to get here for number 2, and, well, we'll have to see how far this Kraken will go.
And well, right now it's getting into that third and final lane turret. This is where a lot of the crucial fights end up happening. We'll see if Mouse Sports decide to go for it.
All right, but the Kraken's coming down again. Another engage. That's going to be Lyra looking in for that snare. On my level is the one caught in it this round. And the entire team right in your face. He will weather the storm. Asator is now going to be the target. The gauntlet will go down, but it's only Great Khali in it, and he is not foolish enough to be seen going through it. Oh, I almost had to eat words there, but Lordy Flamingo, he's holding his own, but still the Kraken is advancing. It's about to take down this next turret, and this actually could be it. If we can get a kill on one of these carries, Lemon and Lime will drop.
And Apfel looking to be the target. That will be the kill picked up by the forward barrage.
Oh, they got
Above gets a stun, and that's going to be the game as Mouse Sports secure the ace. Kraken manages to stay alive as well, just to rub salt in the wound. That is going to be the crystal destroyed, and Mouse Sports take a 2-0 lead, or 2-0 series victory.
Well, I mean, it's still a lead. You can't come back from a vacant, so you're still good on that front. I felt like this was the game of inches. It really came down to so many close calls for early game kills, the late game, just the turret pushes, even the Kraken getting in on it with just a sliver of health by the end. So many what-ifs on this series.
Yeah, and there was a lot of really smart plays, a lot of great positioning, but the objective control, I feel, is what eventually ended up winning out this game for Mouse Sports. I believe they gave up the first gold mine, but they got 2 or 3 after that. And the gold that they got off of that, those gold bounties they got were just so strong.
And, well, speaking of, did you know that Amazon actually has a way for you to get a bounty of ice in Vainglory Bacon? I mean, big discounts, 25% off, Amazon.com/Vainglory. Find out how, guys, you too can have some bounties.
Well, speaking of the bounty there, we're going to send it back to the desk where Action Jackson and Humanist have a bounty of information for us.
Thank you very much, Tasty Bacon. We appreciate the compliment. We certainly do, or at the very least, Humanist the Analyst does. I mostly have a bounty of questions for you, and certainly one thing I want to talk about with regards to that game is Lemon and Lime established a very strong start at the beginning, maybe some over-aggression from Mouse Sports, but Mouse Sports, as soon as they came back, just steamrolled. How did they come back?
I think there's a couple factors moving into this. Early on, you saw Mouse Sports doing a lot of two-man invading, and they actually did some turret diving. So, they're having fun. They obviously felt that they could be aggressive. They were punished for that aggression. They got into 2v3 situations, they were losing those. But they never got too far behind. The whole time, Sky was farming. All right, so when they did choose to get into that 3v3 situation, they had this really farmed Sky, able to do a lot of work. The second factor, I think, Mouse, they come into this with a lot of competitive experience. And you have the combo between Net and Khali, Great Khali, of course, where they've developed this communication, this synergy. So while they might make early game mistakes, you're playing against a team that really hasn't developed the same kind of synergy. So when you get into the late game, small mistakes, much easier to capitalize on by Mouse.
All right, so we've got an MVP for you guys. It is going to be Asator after that Game 1 performance. How could it be anyone else? Incredible first debut performance on Mouse Sports for this young individual. He really did an excellent job in this game. Returning to some more analysis about the game before we go to a break, the one thing that I really wanted to touch on was the lack of experience about Lemon and Lime, or rather that Lemon and Lime have, did show in the form of, I think, too little vision. That was the big thing I wanted to touch on, because later on in the game, the way that Mousesports came back was by flanking them, by getting in to fights where they had a bigger chance of winning right from the get-go because of their positioning on the map. And when you're ahead, you have to do everything in your power to stay ahead, right? You know, you've got to have the vision control on the map to not get caught out like that. So a bit of a rough position for Lemon and Lime after their first week of play. They did have a new addition. But let's have a look at the brackets. We've gone through 3 of the series so far today for Europe. We have 1 more. Next up, going to be Team Secret versus SK Gaming, the winner of which will be playing Mousesports tomorrow. Of course, we've already seen that Snow Tsunami and Gangstars advanced from Group B. Some awesome games going to be coming up, I would imagine, whichever way this next series goes.
I mean, this could be a series that goes to Game 3 right here. I feel, coming into the Secret do have an advantage, but this SK roster is stacked. They're phenomenal players. I'm excited.
All right, so right before we head to a break, guys, do not forget that if you want to win 500 ice, 3 winners will be chosen who type in hashtag Amazon Coins to the Twitch channel chat. Don't forget to do that. Get some ice to help you reroll in Battle Royale when you get someone you don't like playing like me. That's what I use ice for. I don't buy
You don't do that.
I do that all the time. But in any case, guys, we're going to be thrown to a quick break. Once we're back, Team Secret play SK in the final game for Europe.
This is an Amazon coin, and it's the start of something big. Did you know that Amazon coins can get you games, apps, and in-app items at super discounts every day of the year? Amazon coins. Save big and play on. Amazon coins can be used in games and apps from the Amazon Underground app on Android devices and Amazon App Store on Fire tablets and Fire TV.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Evil 8. My name is Action Jackson. Joining me is Humanist, and we're about to embark on our final series of the day for the European side of the Evil 8. It's going to be Team Secret versus SK Gaming. 2 incredibly strong teams with some interesting stuff going on behind the scenes also. Team Secret, they've kept their lineup, and in fact, they're going to be using their full lineup, which is a departure from the qualifiers last time. But on the flip side, SK has gone through a lot of roster changes.
Yeah, well, I mean, SK, they have a lot of the players that have been around. I think what we're going to be seeing here, though, maybe the rise of Illihook, which, this guy right here is a playmaker. He's the kind of player that you can just get excited just watching him in one of these matches. Win or lose, this guy is going to be, shooting some fireworks off.
Oh, he's definitely an excellent player. All the players on these teams are. And don't forget, tomorrow as well, we're going to have more Evil 8 action. It's going to be the semifinals and finals for this weekend's Evil 8 tournament. We're going to have the top 4 teams from that point onwards. So the competition is just going to get more fierce from this point onwards. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, or at least I'm getting ahead of myself. We've got this game between Secret and SK to begin with. So keeping Team Secret in mind, let's have a look at their roster. I'm sure you guys all know these names. Kvalifar, Mowgli, Palmatoro. They've got Sneaky on as their sub, but he's not eligible to play until next week. This is such a solid lineup. They've been together since their Media Pixel days back in the autumn season, and they've won every single live championship since that point for Europe. So incredible lineup, so much talent. I can't wait to see how they do in the summer season.
This team it's the definition of roster stability. They've been together through thick and thin. Most of it, has been going their way, which makes it a little easier, in the long run to stay together as a squad. But my goodness, this is just a compilation of talent and maturity on all levels from this team.
All right, so their opponents in this game are going to be SK Gaming. Quite a big lineup for these guys. We've got Wrath, Medic, Bayou, Cream, Illohook, and Ad0. Lots of people, lots of faces that I'm sure you're all familiar with as well. Maybe a few less so than the members of Team Secret. But one thing that I want to highlight about SK is the flexibility they have in their roster. They can really swap people out depending on if anyone's having an off day. They can utilize their full roster to a decent potential if they want to.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some teams you see they have subs because, well, you need them. If someone's not going to be able to show up, well, you need someone to be able to play. When you look at this SK roster, it's like, who do I put in? Like, I actually don't. I mean, obviously we have a starting roster here, but it's got to be tough from the management perspective for this team.
I think this is an artifact of SK's previous, team situation. They actually had multiple teams under the SK organization previously. We are hopping into the draft real quick, by the way, guys, for the first game of this series, but the fact that SK can draw on players from these different teams to have one super lineup is quite a luxurious position to be in. Now, Team Secret, they're going to be banning out Glaive first, something that we've seen work to great effect today, even though I certainly was not expecting Glaive to be picked this much. Sawban on the other side, and a Lyra lock-in.
Yeah, I mean, locked in right away. The Glaive pick kind of throws me off, but it leaves open things like the Vox. Now, with the Sawban out, I imagine that you're only left with a couple, very strong choices in the current scene right now. We might be seeing a Celeste, we might be seeing a Skye, a 4K Volifar. I'm really excited to see what's going to come out here.
I actually watched Mowgli playing Lyra when she was released, and he is a beast on every hero.
Who'd thunk it?
Everyone knows that he's like a Finn god, but he can play Lyra just as well. Jewel.
All right.
What?
Okay.
What?
Okay, Secret. We see you. We see you working here. Well, it's going to be the Jewel and the Cruel here. So, we haven't seen a lot of Jewel. I'm really excited to see how this works out. One of the things about Lyra is she gives you the ability to immediately get on top of your opponent. And you have a bit of mobility in Jewel's kit already. You add that into what Lyra gives you, it can be devastating.
And if it's a crystal-powered Jewel, the Bright Bulwark is going to stop people from running away. We're seeing Taka finally picked up by SK Gaming, so a few new and interesting additions to the 1.19 meta that we've been seeing develop during the Evil 8 here. I have to admit, the Jewel thing is probably the most exciting to me. I like big red buttons, and I can't lie.
You're killing me. Killing me. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't, though? Let's be honest about it. So, let's see. He might decide to go weapon here.
It's possible.
And we'll see. Like, honestly, I haven't seen
hope
that
not,
much Jewel in
but
competitive play.
It wouldn't surprise me.
It could happen.
All right, so we're going to be hopping onto the fold for this game. Let's see how this Taka does. It's Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon.
The battle for the Halcyon Fold has begun.
They're definitely hands down the team to beat here in the Evil 8, and they're bringing out a Jewel.
Yeah, 3 championships in a row for Team Secret. Definitely the team to beat in all of Europe. And we'll have to see what they can do now in the new season with the new patch. And Jewel definitely surprised me. Not something I expected to see come out here today.
All right, so there's no Iron Guard contracts this time. It seems to be a mix. The Lyras have, looks like traditionally been going either into the O cards and then into a double O card, or they've been looking for those Iron Guard contracts earlier on. But Mowgli actually opting to take out the O card this round, and we'll have to see, if the last game today will be a little bit different. But it seems, the players are a little bit more split on this early game new set of items.
Yeah, I definitely do prefer not seeing the Iron Guard contract on Lyra, especially with a Kroll. Like, that's the... if there's any jungler that you don't need extra healing on, it's Kroll. But look at this fight early on.
Yeah, Cream just absolutely getting shredded, and Kavalifar even getting his licks in, bringing Illohook down low. And this Jewel, I mean, she does have some pretty decent range with those Thunder Strikes. I mean, you can also have the mobility, as mentioned by our fantastic analyst. And big red buttons, I mean, I suspected AJ was into that thing, but I'm just not entirely too sure that's what we're going to see.
I mean, I expect it to be a more weapon-oriented. Actually, because it's in the lane, it may end up being the Crystal Jewel, starting off with that Book of Eulogies. Crystal Jewel is all about that big red button. We'll have to see as Taka Illuhawk just barely getting himself out as Mowgli almost found him in that brush. Also our first time seeing Taka here today as well.
Well, he's been a ban, and you know, I've actually been watching some NA streamers do it. Langley Lang, for example, was really showing some huge power spikes available with Taka. So, I mean, Europe, if NA's onto it, you can bet that Europe's onto it as well. So we'll have to see what kind of build he is going to be rolling for. But look at Team Secret. They say, all right, we have a little bit of a lead, a little bit of aggression. They do pick up the farm, and Cream just a little bit too late there to actually do the counter. But here comes Raph, and Elohawk moving down there from lane as well. But Team Secret, they're not having any of it.
Yeah, SK definitely looks to be more interested in those jungle minions than they are trying to get themselves a kill, especially with Mowgli around. And Mowgli on this Lyra, another one where I'm surprised at the pick into the Lyra.
Right.
The Taka coming through. Taka gets shut down very hard by that Bright Bulwark. Everything he wants to do is based on a dash as far as damage is concerned. So we'll have to see if Raph can play around that Bulwark ability. Obviously, it's going to be mostly just waiting until it goes down to try and jump in. It is going to be the weapon Taka, which I personally, I don't like the weapon Taka. I much prefer Crystal. But that could just be because I'm just awful at playing Weapon Taka. But either way, we'll have to see how it works out for Raph.
Steve, everybody goes Taka, Crystal in Battle Royales. That's what they're used to playing. That's what I've definitely been seeing on the NA side of things. So we'll have to see with Raph picking up these double weapon blades, if that's going to be enough of an early game boost to start this snowball. But he's going to get in position. They find Kavalapar, who just immediately jumps, gets the heal from Mowgli, like instantly. They saw the jump, heal goes down, synergy is there. Kavalapar, he's going to soldier on like nothing even happened.
Yeah, and if any team has synergy built up, it's got to be Team Secret. 3 seasons. This is their 4th season now as the same roster. There's no team out there in the world, I believe, that can say that. So really just strong synergy and just obviously ability as well for Team Secret.
All right, so I mean, we got Cream down by the item shop. He does put down another scout trap, so we're going to try to get that vision game going again. Only the one kill so far in Elohawk. This is somebody that you know, has been around the scene for a while, and finally we get to see like an actual effort in competitive here. He's coming in as a starter here for SK, and it's really interesting to kind of, you know, see, and I'm very interested to see how well he does.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. One thing I want to point out, Mowgli actually went ahead and picked up a flare gun. I think that's actually one of the first flare guns we've seen, despite, which is really interesting because we've seen vision be a huge priority, and yet this is the first time that someone has actually went to purchase the item that gives you all of that vision without having to constantly be buying the items themselves.
Yep. Yeah, so it will go into, I believe, the contraption. Yeah. I mean, the contraption, again, like, I play a lot of Battle Royale. I find it's just such good value, and having those flares as well, vision, it's going to be great. And the... round. But again, you know, another one of those new items here in 119. Very excited to see what else we have up the sleeve for 120, 121 down the line. SK, they're looking for a little bit of a skirmish, but Cream doesn't have that level 6, so they're going to have to walk, and it was right into that snare. That's going to be Palmatora and Mowgli just laying into the river trail. Here comes Kavalapar, and does he have that crystal? It is more weapons, so you're not going to be seeing that big red button, but the damage is absolutely real. That's going to just evaporate Taka, and that puts us up 2-0.
Yeah, the weapon damage, those thunder strikes are going to do so much work. Palmatora is actually getting some crystal for himself. This is the first time we've seen a Krull start to pick up anything other than straight weapon damage. And I am really excited for that, because Kroll actually did have his ratios increased as with the most recent patches, and he can put out a really surprising amount of damage going down a crystal path.
Yep, absolutely. It's all about those spectrals. So, I mean, you know, tomato, the flexibility of the game, my friend. You can go either way, and half the fun is trying to figure out what your opponent's doing in time. So, you know, hey, I mean, we're going to mix it up a little bit. We'll have to see if the #1 team has a little bit more of an edge coming into this Crystal. And so far, I'd say that the edge is there. It's about 1,000 gold, but it's 2-0, and they're not giving any inches here.
And speaking of weapon and crystal builds, it's also now our first crystal Vox of the day. So a lot of firsts coming out here between Secret and SK, and you know, you kind of almost expect it from these two teams. We'll have to see how that crystal Vox works out. Right now it's working out really well.
Yep, he's gonna get that heal, and oh, the Hell's Heart resisted. Yeah, you can't stun out Cream, so unfortunately wasn't able to actually hit any other member of SK, but we put a lot into just looking for the kill shots on both sides, and the teams will just bounce off each other for now. Again,
Cream
I
actually
like
walked
Loki's
up
doing
into that one.
Yeah, you know, because he can't stun him, yeah. But
Yeah,
there's
well,
nobody
it was to
behind him.
block it, because otherwise it was going for Taka. So it was a really nice play by Cream to make sure that he got hit by it.
Yeah, and so we'll give him the props. Cream definitely atop the cream of the crop.
Oh boy. Well, either way,
Hey, they
it's
can
still
get big red
advantage
buttons.
to Secret as they are putting the pressure onto this turret. Mowgli and Cavalifar working well together, and Raph just shows his head and immediately gets chunked for about 1/5 of his health from a single Thunder Strike. That's just going to get worse and worse, especially once Cavalifar starts building up some crit.
Right, so I was just about to ask, is this going to be more Tyrant's Monocle than anything else next time, yeah?
I would almost, if it's not, I would be really surprised, but look at this chase onto Raph.
Yeah, Raph has nowhere to go after that one. The portal was fantastic for Mowgli. You can really show, again, the power of a team-wide engaged tool like that.
Yeah, and again, the portal into the Bright Bulwark, just, it's a great tool for chasing and then denying that mobility for Taka. And of course, if he wants to try and pop into his box and walk out, he takes damage and just gets revealed immediately. It's just so... Lyra is amazing against Taka. I don't understand why Taka was picked into Lyra. I mean, there are counters to Lyra. There are ways to deal with her. Taka is not one of them.
Yeah, we might need to wait until day number 2 tomorrow to kind of see a little bit more of an investigative counter system. But so far, yeah, she's had a pretty good and strong showing. I don't think she's actually lost a series yet for the team, but I mean, we see this with a lot of new releases anyways. It's just about getting used to the hero, and once we figure out the counters, it's just going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy from there. But Elohawk, is he too far forward here? I think so. That's going to be some amazing blocks, but the damage is unreal. Cavalifar, I think, with the 315 crit at the end of it, Cavalifar, just again, the big red's going to go wide, but his Thunder Strikes are really bringing the pain, and Palmotaro lived through the reverse damage. Now Raph and Cream have to deal with this defense, and do we have that Accord? Well, we don't have a target for it anymore.
And this is going to be now the gold mine getting worked on. Should be taken by Team Secret. Cream, not exactly the best at stealing objectives, but he's going to try and make his presence felt. This could be a mistake as he is taking a lot of damage, forced away from that objective, and Secret will just clean that one up. A 528 health heal for Palmotaro. That is a massive amount of health. But meanwhile, Raph making the smart play. He is going to get seen now, but was stealing away the jungle of Secret.
And can he pick up the second? Well, he does get the health, but it's flares and snares. And a Thunder Strike to finish him off. That's another dead Taka. 0 and 3. It's an unfortunate first showing here for Raph, as he's just not having his heyday here.
Absolutely not. Of 0-3, like you said, 56 farm to the 66 of Kroll, and just, again, not really performing up to what you need to do if you're going to try and beat Team Secret. It's a task that is much easier said than done, but right now they are looking so strong. 3,000 gold lead and 5 kills, taking a lot of damage from those resonance bounces. That's one of the things they're going to have to be wary of. Elohawk, once he gets another item or two under his belt, is going to do massive amounts of damage without having to be anywhere close to his enemies.
Yeah, the big thing is when they group up like that, the resonance really does strike really hard into your health bar. So we've seen a weapon box, now we're seeing that crystal. We've seen weapons and tanky Krulls, now we're seeing crystal and tanky Krulls. It's, again, a very flexible kind of situations here in Europe, because it does seem like there's no real standard. And, well, Mowgli, he's going in, he gets the snare. Unfortunately, the damage just not really there. Cream's going to be making up at the rear of this caboose, but he's, I think he's just going to be A-okay, and, well, they will just bounce once more. 5-0, though, 4 kills. Team Secret is, once again, just putting out the damage.
Yeah, a nice block there from Elohawk kept him from getting slowed by that snare. But, again, the damage is just so much that they have to back off these turrets, and Secret are just able to continuously put pressure down. You can see SK, they can't defend this. I want to say yes, I want to say no. Like, they can't fight. They definitely can't fight. If TS goes all in, that's very likely a dead box. And now Cream's going to be leaving here as well. Raph is going to have to make an exit. But there's no minions here, right? So they'll defend, but they're definitely feeling the burn. I feel like if Palmatoro had actually stuck around, they would have been able to take that turret with that wave of minions right there. Or at least gotten a kill on Raph, either one. But instead, Palmatoro went back down to the jungle, making sure he keeps his gold lead over Raph in place. They have returned. Looks like they want to try and fight, but look at that Thunder Strike.
Yeah, and the snare comes in, and Raph, unfortunately, just gets chased right back out, but the resonance bounces are doing good. Kavalifar says no, has the reflex, and Cream, he was looking for that capitalization on the Forced Accord. Could have actually been their first kill, but again, heals, fountains, and now the control coming out from Mowgli, and SK are once more rebuffed to the side of their turret. Very likely a dead tower.
Yeah, well, if they go for there they go. They finally rush in and take it down. And now the engage comes in.
Kavalifar could be too close to the wall, and he is. Cream just not going down fast enough. Here comes Raph, a good portal, and nobody follow Mowgli. I would have expected Raph to look for that kill. Instead, they're finding Palmataro, who's going to be trying to trade it. 1-for-1, but he jukes out, and now they're just going back and forth. Palmataro would get the kill, but Raph will eventually make it a 2-for-1, and finally, some good results for SK. 2 kills for the 1 and a turret on top. Could they go for the gold line? I'm not entirely confident on that.
I feel like they could have if they went for it immediately after dropping that turret, but instead they are going to clear out the jungle. A safer play for sure, as they leave the minion mine up. Don't want to put too much pressure on not only that, but if you take your opponent's minion mine, then they just have the opportunity to take it right back, so you're feeding gold into their pockets. Raph needs to be careful as he gets jumped on, but he will be able to get away from this one.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be okay that round. Mowgli didn't have the cannon ready to go, and nobody's going to get that gold knight either. The Kraken just disturbed in her lair. So 15-minute mark, she is up and ready. But we did get some kills from SK. That was some good gold for them, and they are keeping it within 2,000. And Cream is going to be looking forward. He's going to now just make a hasty retreat, but this next fight could make or break this game big.
It very well could. This is the moment that a lot of games are either made or broken, and a single ace going either way, it would just swing the gold and the momentum so heavily. It's only about a 2,000 gold lead for Team Secret right now, despite the fact that it's felt like they've been playing with a lot of control. You can see all the scout traps going down, making sure that they'll have vision of Raph when he does pop that Kaku. The scout traps are going to start getting it taken out here, but it looks like Secret, they may want this fight now.
Yeah, they're keep Raph a little bit more at bay, and they're just going to go on top of him, but he has the reflex. The blocks are good. Now Mowgli's actually on the front line, and Raph, he's going to be looking to exit this situation. Kavalafar's big red button. Not enough for a kill, but it brings Cream so low. He has his own shield ready to go, and he will survive. Do we have that anchor? 30 seconds. It's not going to be near enough for a return, and SK getting a little bit more of the worst trade on that one. The heals, the snare that goes in with the portal, and that should be the cleanup from Cream. At least they're looking for round, and they can pick him up. That should actually be the Kraken, but he gets right through and gets Mowgli for his trouble, and now Palmataro and Kavalafar are just going to be trying to bring down Elohut for that ace.
And with those full weakness stacks, the Spectral Smite comes through, and while AJ may like big red buttons, it's the Thunder Strike that brings all the boys to the yard, as that is going to be an ace for Team Secret. They pick up the turret. They won't be getting Kraken off this one, but they will be cleaning out the jungle.
So no Kraken, but hey, I mean, last team fight, SK took the fight, they cleaned out jungle. Team Secret now just returning the favor. There's no big rush on this Kraken right now because they do have, again, more presence on the map. Team Secret has more turrets in the ground, and now they're pushing up against that choke point, and the ace buff minions have really brought it down low, so it's low-hanging fruit at this point. There's not a rush to bring Kraken to bear.
And you can see the double Tyrant's Monocle for Kavalafar on this Jewel. Those Thunder Strikes are just going to be devastating. You can see how much damage it's already done.
And the damage...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that. We've lost connection to our ordinary shoutcasting pair, so myself, Action Jackson, and Humanist are going to be picking up from here.
Yeah,
let's jump right into this. Team Secret, 11 kills to 3 right now. Definitely looking solidly in the lead. Can they keep this pressure going? They've got a Kraken. Looks like they might be able to.
It looks like, I mean, they have all the tools they need right now. It's going to come down to, can Illihook find this damage in a clumped up team fight? This is the moment where he might.
Yeah, he's certainly got the potential to, with the amount of crit that he has. 2 Tyrant's Monocles on top of that Star Blade. He's going to be chunking people out. Look at this. That's going to be a nice hook onto Illihook. It's going to mean that Team Secret needs to play a little bit more carefully right now. Mowgli trying to get those slowed down. Big red button coming across onto his Cream, but doesn't deal a lot of damage. Kavalafar, he's in the 1-versus-1 with Raph right now. Team Secret, they're backing away. Cream, very, very low right now. Illihook just can't do the damage. Looks like we might have audio back for our casters. Can't quite tell. Kavalafar very low. He's going to be going down here. Alright, sorry about that, guys. We're back. Kraken still doing a lot of work onto the Vein Crystal right now. Illihook trying desperately to defend, but he's got to deal with Palmatoro right now, and Palmatoro and Mowgli stick on top of him. Great portal coming across. Cream could be the next target as Raph respawns. He's going back in here. The Kraken still alive, though. Raph can't handle all of this action. SK Gaming will not defend. Team Secret picking up the first win.
My goodness gracious. Yeah, I mean, we hop in at the end of this game here. Just to catch the tail end of all of this action. Very good game, though.
Really, really impressive performance. Team Secret making some very unusual decisions in terms of their picks. Work very nicely. Kavalafar, in fact, 5 for 2 for 5 on the Jewel. Not a pick we've seen. I mean, I can't remember the last time I've seen it.
It makes, yeah, I mean, I can't remember either. I think we saw a wild Jewel appear at one of the live events, but it didn't actually work out. Yeah, so excited to see this. It does make a lot of sense to me now when you look at exactly what's going on, because you have the Lyra who's controlling the area of these fights, right? Able to snare opponents, but also port you right on top of your opponent. Usually, you're going to use Rocket Leap as really your only tool to get on top of your opponent, but now you have 2 tools to do that, as well as kite backwards if needed. So a phenomenal job out of Secret, and I'm curious to see if maybe this is one of those things where they start to set the meta.
Yeah, and they've done it before, right? Like the Saw push composition was something they at least mastered, even if they didn't come up with the concept first. They also came up with, I believe, the buff Glaive composition. Specifically using Glaive with that Adagio is something they kind of pioneered. So they're definitely creative as a team
Yeah.
and innovative as a team, and they come up with a lot of cool stuff. Speaking of that, let's talk about the build we saw coming out of Palmatora, because he had 2 items there that I thought were pretty interesting, an Aftershock and Halcyon Chargers.
Okay, so Aftershock, you know, when I first noticed it, and I don't know if my mic's cutting in or out, so bear with us as we get that worked out, but the Aftershock, okay? So what we've seen Kroll's doing is sometimes picking up like a Clockwork as like a 3rd item potentially as after they start to build out. With this Aftershock, you're going to get a little bit of cooldown reduction. You're also going to get the proc off your abilities, which is going to give them a bit more sustain. Now you couple that up with the Halcyon Charges, which I thought was the most interesting part of this whole thing. More cooldown reduction, and also what you're going to get out of that item is the 3-second sprint, opposed to the 2-second sprint that you're going to be getting out of all your other boots. So with a hero like Kroll that wants to stick on your face, I think a really cool and interesting item pickup there.
I think it makes so much sense, right? Like, Kroll at the beginning of a fight, that's when he really needs the speed boost, more so than later on, because he needs to get in to start stacking weakness ASAP. Later on in the fight, you'd assume that you've already kind of like won or lost it with a Kroll composition, so it's much more important to have the additional second to get going in a fight than necessarily a reset later on to close out a fight. I've really liked the innovation there. I think Palmatoro is one of the best Kroll players in the world. He showcased exactly why. He's able to be creative with his builds on that hero.
Indeed.
Whenever a new meta, emerges or a new patch comes out.
There are a couple teams that I think do incredibly well when it comes to the innovation of metas, setting the tone and letting people know the real capability of what's available out there. When I talk to Team Secret, and I've said this before in the past, but these guys, I see them as artists when it comes to doing this. Both the way that they move, on the map. When you're playing against a top tier team, it's not as noticeable, but what they do in draft combined with the way they play, it's just it's really fun to watch.
I've got to agree with you. And SK, let's talk about them for a second. Obviously, they weren't able to come back into that game. They were behind since pretty much minute 1. In fact, the first time they got any kills was at 14 minutes. Team Secret just seemed to have their number when it came to the rotations on the map. They were able to track them very, very well. So they never had an avenue back into the game. Do you think that that was something that they struggled with because there weren't avenues back into the game, or did SK just not see the opportunities that they could have taken?
Did they drive past a couple rows that they could have veered off on? Potentially. I think a lot of it came down to honestly what Secret, how they play them. So there weren't many avenues that they could have gone down. I think there might have been a couple. Honestly, I don't think Taka was that great into this composition because you had multiple targets that you want to focus down, and Taka's going to kind of fail at bursting either down.
Also into a Lyra, who's going to stop your jumps.
Exactly.
And they want to be jumping on you anyway. So it's not as if you're able to hunt someone down.
And then your Vox. Your Vox wants these clumped up fights. And we started to see these kind of choke point fights develop. And I was like, oh, Jackson, maybe we're going to see him get all blown up here. But no. Yeah. Secret are like, spread. You don't let those resonance bounces hit you. And that's how you beat that Crystal Vox.
It was an impressive performance from Team Secret as their opening performance in the Evil 8 Vainglory Summer Season. Speaking of the summer season and the Evil 8, if you want to eventually be able to challenge for that spot, you too can participate in the Challenger Leagues happening during the week, ran independently by VGL and VIS, in order to get to a potential spot.
Can I register
where you
in
can
that?
challenge. You can register, but as you're casting the Evil 8, if you ever do make it through, you're going to have to stop, unfortunately.
Oh, dang it. Well, we'll have to pay. That would be a tough situation, but yeah, as Jackson said, really cool, very straightforward and easy to do. Set up your in-game Vainglory team and apply right there at vaingloryesports.com.
Yeah, and you don't need to worry about which of the two leagues is running on a given week. The Apply Now button will automatically take you to the relevant and appropriate sign-up page, so it's very, very simple, very easy to do. And if you do join the Challenger Leagues, if you have a decent amount of points, some of the top 3 points at the end of a split, then you'll be in the Challenger battles up against the Evil 8 teams with the bottom 3 points. Let's actually bring up the format structure right now on your screen so you can see what we're talking about. For anyone who's just tuning in, of course, this is the new structure for the summer season. We've got the Evil 8 running alongside those Challenger games, and every 3 weeks there's an opportunity for shifts to happen, promotion and relegation between the two divisions. At the end as well, there's an additional seeding week, which is an opportunity for the newly promoted teams in the Evil 8 to get their seeding up for the live championships. Following that, we've got the All-Stars match. Always a lot of fun casting these All-Star games. And then the Regional Live Championships, which you guys probably all know very well. We've been running them for the last few seasons, and they're super fun. If you can get to one of those, I'd highly recommend it. It's an amazing experience.
Every single portion of the season is just pure entertainment. I love it. I mean, with the Evil 8, you're going to see your top teams that you would expect. Within the challengers, you're going to see these new stars, these new teams start to rise to the top. Always awesome. The challenger battles, for me, I think are going to be one of my favorite things to watch. To potentially see one of these top teams get knocked down and some new blood rise into the scene. Potentially, you never know, because you're always able to defend your title. But the seeding week, a very cool thing that the admins have done there. And as you mentioned, All Stars, you get to see some of your favorite players play together that maybe would never otherwise happen.
Yeah, it can make those fantasy teams that you've dreamed about come true. Like, I want to see Kavalifar.
Or just your fantasies in your case.
Yeah, well, exactly. I'd like to see Kavalifar play on some other teams. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, who would you like to see him paired up with?
I'd actually like to see Kavalifar play with NA teams, but I don't think that one is going to happen.
that would be pretty wild right there.
That'd be crazy. Maybe at Worlds.
Maybe.
A guy can dream.
He can indeed.
But yeah, it's going to be awesome. This season has really been designed for you guys, the spectators at home, to give you the best possible matches whenever we can. Obviously, having to wait to the live championships to see the best 8 teams isn't as good as seeing the best 8 teams every single week.
Yeah. I mean, in the past, we would have started, there'd be a ton of teams here, and we'd be casting through. Some of the times you get these matches that are very one-sided. With the Evil 8 format, like coming into this, you're always going to have these top teams ready to knock each other off. And the thing is, a point for every win.
Yes.
That's another thing
it's huge.
To focus on. You're getting a point for every win. So even if you lose the series, but you did take one game off, push it to the 3rd game series, you're going to get that point. And it's especially important in this format.
We saw that earlier today with G2. Even though they lost the series 1-2, they still get 1 point for that win. So it means as the split progresses, because you get points every single week, that one win could really matter. It could come down to the point where they just missed the cutoff point because they've won one game. So it's extremely important. These teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail for every single victory, which is super exciting to watch. Also, I'm personally quite a big fan of the fact that we've got draft mode for Game 3.
Yep.
If you guys haven't caught that yet, because we've only had a few series actually go all the way, that is a big change now, of course.
It's a big change.
Yeah.
I think, there were certain teams that benefited, of course, from having that blind pick because they're such deep hero pools and you really don't know what to expect. Sometimes you get into those moments where, am I outthinking myself when it comes into, you almost beat yourself in that pick phase. But with that draft, it just makes things a little more predictable.
So let's have a recap of today whilst we're trying to get a few technical issues resolved. Team Snow played up against G2 in the first set, and Snow was able to take that series 2-1. Then we saw For Justice playing Gangstars Cerberus. Gangstars in a crushing, extremely quick series, taking 2-0. Mousesports and Lemon Lime faced up next, and Lemon and Lime were not able to pull through. Mousesports, with the addition of Acitor, showing up in a big way right off the bat. Very strong opening performance from him. And now we're in the Team Secret versus SK matchup, the final matchup for Europe before we jump across the pond to North America. Team Secret are leading the series 1-0 at the moment, but SK might be able to come back. They're certainly going to be trying as we hop into Game 2 soon.
Yeah, I mean, going into game number 2, I think SK, they just kind of have to shake game 1 off, let it go. Of course, you did get outplayed. I think the draft really wasn't favorable to them either, but it's such a tall order when you're facing Team Secret. There's a reason these guys are Triple Crown champions right now.
All right, so I'm curious, which game, not which series, which game did you like most today? What was your highlight?
You're going to make me go back? Oh, highlights. We have notes here. Favorite game? Let's see. Off the bat, we didn't see too much. Like Mouse was pretty one-sided. Gangstars, that was pretty one-sided. I think actually going back to the beginning, we saw Snow vs G2. Let's see. Out of those, I think probably game number 2 was my favorite. This was the game where we saw a bit of 2v3ing. They lost the fights, but they were able to hold together, come back, and win in the late game when they put everything together.
You gotta like those comeback games, don't you? They can be very exciting to watch. Yeah. So I don't blame you at all. And by the way, guys, keep in mind that we're going to be broadcasting Evil 8 tomorrow as well. we'll be seeing the semifinals and the finals of the Evo 8, which means we're going to have a lot of very, very strong teams playing. All of the teams who won today continuing onwards into the next day. So looking forward to seeing that one. Snow Tsunami versus Gangstar Cerberus is the only confirmed matchup that we have so far.
Yeah.
This current Team Secret versus SK game is going to confirm the
What
second
do you think
match.
about that matchup? I mean, we know who's going to play against each other. We can do a little theory crafting
All
here
right,
as we got
all
some
right.
downtime.
I can do that. So Snow Tsunami versus Gangstar Cerberus. It's a tough one to call, actually, because Cerberus, yes, they had a very dominant performance today.
Yep.
But they were against For Justice, a team who struggled largely, due to constantly shifting rosters and that kind of thing in the past.
Yep.
I feel like they haven't found their footing yet. So it's hard to say whether or not they are going to find their footing for later on in the tournament, and Cerberus could have just abused that and gotten forward quite easily as a result. Snow Tsunami, they seem to have a great deal of synergy with one another, and I think that could really help them. It's a tough one. But actually, guys, hang on a second. We're into the draft for the next game of the SK versus Team Secret series. So we're actually going to be casting this one.
Woohoo!
Myself and Humus. I was a bit upset when I found out I wasn't going to be able to cast anymore. So
You're
I'm
a
digging
caster
this.
too?
I'm a caster too.
I'm just kidding. Kappa Kipo. All right, guys, we got the draft going. Vox first pickup by SK. No surprises there. And we'll have the Lance Glaive as the answer for Team Secret. Looking beefy, looking buff.
Yeah, there's a nice front line for Team Secret here, and this is so far looking like things that Team Secret has played a lot of in the past. When we saw them winning the spring season, Glaive and Lance were two of the heroes that really catapulted them to victory, so makes a lot of sense they're picking those up. On the flip side, SK with Vox and now Arden, they have one more pick. What would you round this out with?
Well, it's actually kind of difficult to say. I wouldn't be surprised if they fall back on something like a Kroll. But they need something that's going to do a bit of frontlining. It's going to be the Taka, so these guys sticking with it right here. They've got the game plan. You're liking it.
I don't like that.
Oh, you
no,
don't like
I feel
it.
like
Yeah,
Taka...
no, I don't like it either. I think they'd be better served with something else. But, I mean, hey, that's the pick there, so we're going to see how it all plays out. The thing is, what does Team Secret end up with? They're highlighted on the sky. This is going to give them a variety of ways to deal damage here. And depending how the game goes, Kvolifar, he's either going to build a little more durable, a little tanky, or he can just get straight into weapon.
So my issue with Taka here is that whilst you might be able to get onto Sky and burst her, when they picked it, they'd only seen the Glaive. And Glaive and Lance could just be acting as a front line for something else, which makes it very difficult for Taka to be effective. But maybe the Taka could have been picked to blow up the Glaive?
Or maybe they're thinking, well, they have Glaive, they have Lance, so their third pick has to be something that's going to be kind of a little bit squishier, a little softer, that we can get in and blow up.
All right, well, we are on to the Halcyon Fold for this game, ladies and gentlemen. SK Gaming versus Team Secret. It is the second game in the series. Team Secret leading 1-0 for the time being. You know, it's interesting, I think, that they're picking the Vox into this one, like we were saying. But the more I look at it, maybe they can jump onto Sky. That's one way it could kind of work out. If Sky can't get the passive down quickly enough to Suri Strike away, that could be a big opportunity.
All right. I mean, game going on here. I was just making sure we knew what was going on as far as the difficulties in the background. But, yeah, it looks like early aggression out of Secret, and why not?
Yeah, they've certainly got a jungle pair that is good at it, and I feel like Cream doesn't offer enough damage to compete. Like, he does have the Vanguard, which can help Raph out a lot, but look at this. Cream already getting jumped on, does have the Vanguard over the wall. Mowgli gonna be looking for an opportunity here, misses the Impale, though. He's got to go round the trees to try and catch Cream out here. Surprised he actually wasted time attacking Raph there, but it looks like Mowgli should be able to finish this one up. First blood for Team Secret in the second game. They're off to a good start.
Mowgli, no mercy. He doesn't matter. He's on roam. He's gonna get those kills. That long attack damage range, and it's just disgusting coming out of the first rotation. Team Secret able to find the kill, and now they will try to establish that dominance. They know that the Taka wants to rotate across the map, and in fact, Kvolifar is right there.
Raph has actually found some good damage onto Kvolifar. The Kaku should help him get away here. Palmator doesn't have the afterburn to keep the fight going. But, yeah, I mean, that showcased, I think, why the Taka could work. Certainly a lot of damage coming out of Raph, even this early on.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out there, but also the thing is he had the jump onto Kvolifar, but Kvalifar's rotation, I think, was in large part due to his team communicating with him. Taka's rotating across the map. It doesn't matter. He's not going to go down having Glaive and Lance right there behind him, but it's just a nice rotation. As you said, though, Taka will be able to take this guy out if she is left alone.
Yeah, that is a very good point. So Kvalifar's got to keep his wits about him. Can't be put into a position where he is too far away on the map from getting back to safety. At least for the time being. Later on in the game, we're of course going to see Team Secret grouping up more, and that should provide the safety net he needs.
Yeah, indeed. And we see Mowgli, he's got that flare gun active. Vision's going to be a big deal for these guys.
Oh,
And
Cream, Afterburn right back into the fight. Team Secret able to find a second kill on SK Gaming's Roamer. They're doing a great job of keeping up the tempo here.
Yeah, no mercy out of these guys. I mean, Arden, typically known as, you know, one of the most durable heroes in the game. When you're faced with the Lance and the Glaive that's finding the damage on you, it looks pretty squishy.
Man, look at that Illo hook. Even from Mowgli, who's the roamer on Team Secret, taking a large amount of damage right away. Mowgli hasn't even really built too much in the way of damage yet. Does have that one weapon blade, should be giving him a decent amount of pressure here.
Yeah, and
oh, the Ford Barrage follow-up! That was disgusting! Great synergy coming out from Mowgli and Kvalifar to make the kill happen.
If you don't see them coming, they're going to be able to get that kill 9 times out of 10 right there. Pretty easy to execute with this combination. We see Cream move up to the lane, go ahead and hold this here for his buddy. But you know, across the board, I just want to mention, you know, I think this is a smart pickup by Mowgli to get that flare gun, and he's prioritizing so much. Look, he's got flares, he's got the flare gun, 4 scout traps. This guy, he wants to keep vision on this Taka, which we're going to have a Crystal Taka, it looks like, which we haven't seen too much of.
I like the Crystal Taka because I think when he goes in, he's going to have a tough time killing someone in one rotation, and Crystal Taka can Kaku out and heal a ton and then go back in later, so that does make sense to me. But Mowgli is so well known for being like the king of vision when it comes to the jungle.
Look at the
Here comes
vision
the
right
fight
now.
though. Mowgli jumping right on top of him. Kvalifar needs to rotate down quickly, but Palmatoro doing work even without him there, fighting the first kill. Illohuk already going down. Cream wants to help Raph turn this round, maybe get one consolation prize, but that's just going to end up baiting Raph in. It's an ace at 4 minutes for Team Secret. They have 6 kills. They are so far ahead so fast.
Yeah, it's the Kriegasm for Team Secret fans right there as they get that early ace, 6-0, the lead building up. And my thought, I'm not even going to pose the question to you. I'm just like, you know, how did SK get back in this? You're going to have to buy time, but Taka doesn't like to get shut down early.
This is not buying time right here. You can see Raph trying to contest for the jungle camps, but it's not really working out too well. Mowgli and Palmatoro are doing a great job of applying pressure in the jungle. They've got the vision support to enable that kind of aggressive play. So SK, they've just got to react all over the map. Raph starting to make his way into the enemy side of the jungle. Maybe wants to steal away some back camps. Kvalifar just barely missing him across there.
It's a tough situation, and this is a situation you get into sometimes when you're playing a Taka or a similar hero in a game and you get shut out of your own jungle. The only thing you can do is try to take the backs away from your opponent, but Secret have done such a good job rotating that it's just not even a possibility.
Yeah, you can see Raph thought he could sneak back there, but Mowgli spotted him out. Now Illohuk doing some nice poke on the Kvalifar, but with Mowgli there, SK cannot commit for a kill. All of their options are being constricted right now by Team Secret. Stopping SK from finding any windows of opportunity to make something happen.
Well, all they can do at this point is continue to get farm onto Illohuk. I think that's really going to be their saving grace. As long as he has a decent game moving forward, you're going to have to combine up that single target, and it looks like, you know, the weapon damage coming out of this Vox, coupled up with the Crystal Taka. You can, in theory, just delete a hero if you're locked onto them.
Look at how early Kvalifar is picking up an Eve of Harvest here, and he's actually got some Spell Pierce in addition to that, so he's still doing okay damage. This is really going to allow for him, I think, to deal with Raph diving on the back line if he can just kite backwards and land that forward rush.
I do. It's rare. I like that you pointed that out. I think it comes down to what I was touching on. You know, they want to delete Kvalifar. If he can sustain through the beginning of the fight, he's going to live through the whole thing.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. So SK right now, they're going to group up, head to the shop. They have hit some power spikes finally. We've got the Aftershock picked up for Raph on that Taka, and Cream has the Fountain finally. The Fountain especially is going to be a big item here because there's not a lot of burst damage on Team Secret. There's a lot of consistent damage over the course of a fight with a Forward Barrage, but in terms of what they can do up front, not that much, so it's hard to break through the Fountain immediately. This could be a big opportunity for SK to try and get back into this game.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and poke back and forth, get a feel for each other. You see Team Secret moving forward with a flare, just getting control over this mustache bush, and making sure that no surprises happen.
I've not heard that before. That's beautiful. Oh, Raph! He actually gets hit by the afterburn there. Palmatoro can't close the distance, though. Illihook trying to buy him some time, but he suicides for it. The sacrificial lamb going down there. Raph got a Kaku out of here. Mowgli might... No, he's not going to quite spot him, so Raph does get away. I don't know if you want to trade your lane carry for your jungler's life here, especially when Raph is already so far behind.
Yeah, probably not the right choice there, but Palma, he's such a nice guy in real life, but in the Halcyon Fold, just a monster with no mercy, just chunking through his opponents right now.
He is doing a tremendous amount of damage. Thank the Sara Blade he's picked up quite early on for that. Trying to go onto Raph right now. The Flare not in position to keep the vision down, but they are strangling his options out here, and another kill gets picked up for Palmatoro. This Kaku not coming off cooldown quickly enough for Raph there. 8 kills in 7, nearly 8 minutes. Team Secret keeping that kill a minute pressure up. And even with Cream sitting in lane with Illihook, they can't get kills on Kvalifar. I mean, neither Cream on the Artem nor Illihook on the Vox has very much kill pressure early, so Kvalifar can just still farm up quite nicely.
They're going to need the Gauntlet to come out if it's going to be just Illihook and Cream to kill off Kvalifar. If Kval picks up that reflex block in time, then we're sitting in the same situation we are in now. But let's see how that develops.
All right, well, Raph senses an opportunity to go in here, but Palmatoro with the afterburn is able to make some distance. Cream does not have the Gauntlet you just mentioned available yet. He's only level 5, so he can't keep that fight going. SK, they saw an opportunity, they just couldn't quite make it work.
No, it's really tough indeed. I mean, we know what Glaive can do offensively, but that's just the defensive showcase right there. So easy to bail out of a bad fight.
Uh-oh, Kvalifar, this time he is taking much more damage, but he's able to get back to the turret, and now support comes across. Palmatoro trying to get onto the back line. A nice fountain by Cream, keeping the team afloat for the time being. The Team Secret, they've got a fountain of their own. You can't forget that. Popping those just a little bit later on. Staying alive, Cream has to get out of there. SK, in the straight-up 3 versus 3 fights, also don't seem to be able to compete. It's not just in the rotation game.
I actually don't like that we're putting so much emphasis on to what Team Secret's able to accomplish, but we can't change the fact. It's 8-0, 9 minutes into this game, and they're getting everything they want. I just have to say again, Kvalifar was dead without that Eve of Harvest, and you do not see that item picked up that often as your first choice. But just a really smart decision, and it's working out for them.
You know, this is one of the reasons why I feel like Team Secret is the best team. They don't fall into habits when it comes to their itemization. They always itemize very intelligently, and they adapt to every situation. Cream not able to steal that camp away as Palmatoro goes for some solo invading here. See if he can find the healing camp as well. Looks like it. Afterburn should get the distance he needs here, especially with Mowgli backing him up. Cream actually got to be careful not to extend too far here. Mowgli might have been able to jump back with an Impale. SK, where's their edge here? How do they get back into the game?
Honestly, it's pretty tough call. I thought that the last engagement was going to be a kill on the Kvalifar. That was a 3v1 the way it started. They're going to have to find those kills, otherwise pick Palmatoro off on his own.
Nice Scythian wall coming across from Mowgli, puts Cream in a bit of a dicey position. He's got to get out of there fairly fast. Prediction out of Mowgli finds Raph in the bush too, but the afterburn not going to connect. Very nice reactions on the Kaku coming out of Raph's Taka. Team Secret, they're trying to start translating some of the pressure that they've made into maybe a turret, maybe some lane pressure. Brood onto Illihook could set that up as Cream gets Scythian walled back into the team, but there comes the fountain. That's going to buy some time. Raph wants Kvalifar, but the burst isn't enough. He's not in the position to get the damage down quickly, and as a result, the fountain
now, if
coming
he
out.
could get back in there, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I said before. The second rotation is really what's going to be the one to secure a kill out of Raph, and here it comes. He's trying to Kaku forward. Scythian wall! That changes the gauntlet position! That was insane coming out of Mowgli. This guy is a monster, a master at the roam position. I've never seen that before. That was obscene.
Shall not pass. Mowgli, what a monster. I mean, honestly, Kvalifar and Palmatoro, what can you not accomplish when you got a guy like this? You know, it's protecting you.
The reactions in order to make that play are just mind-blowing to me. I mean, I'm all thumbs when it comes to Vainglory, but Mowgli is like a spider. He's all over the place.
That was ridiculous. A wonderful play out of Mowgli to just keep the team in fighting shape, yeah.
All right, so off the back of that failed engage from SK, you can see they're still trying to put some pressure into the lane on Kvalifar. Makes sense, I feel like in the long run they do need to slow him down, if not shut him down. But Illohook stunned up against the wall here. Can Kvalifar find the damage? Look at the forward barrage. Afterburn coming across from Palmatoro secures the deal. Team Secret with their 9th kill of the game so far, leading substantially in the gold department, about to increase that with a turret kill as well, and Cream on the wrong side of the fold. It's going to be very difficult for him to get away here. The boot's not doing enough. Afterburn keeping him in the fight. Raph, he keeps darting in and out of the periphery of the fight like, oh, maybe I can help. No, maybe not. He just couldn't set anything up there. Raph has no opportunities.
I think he's also like Vanguard to me, buddy. Like, I'll get
Yeah.
it. No, yeah, no. Okay, I mean, that's tough. Like, Cream immediately regretting his decision on positioning there. But what are you going to do? He feels like he has to make a play. But at this point, it's so incredibly hard to actually do anything.
And also there, like, even if you Vanguard to Raph, does that just kill Raph? Like, it might actually bring the fight to Raph as well and be worse for you. So it's super hard for SK right now. They've really got to rely on Team Secret perhaps making a mistake, or if they can find one person who gets out of position slightly, they can try and capitalize.
Vision is a huge deal in this game right now. If SK don't die in the next 2 minutes and they surprise with a nice infusion timing, that could be their opportunity.
Yeah, the infusions can definitely be a big swinging point in these games. If you pick them up when the other team does not have them, it kind of acts like half an item temporarily, which can be in the infusion you need. It's like a short-term loan.
In
of
Raph's
power.
mind, the tough choice is he has Broken Myth money. So let's see, does he pick up the Broken Myth? There
Looks
you
like
go.
it, yeah.
All right, so Broken Myth picked up. Now he's going to have to get that infusion money.
I do like the Broken Myth here, though. I think the fact that the fights have actually been going quite long when they are 3 versus 3 does allow him to build up some stacks. He's going to have to go in after the Kaku before the Broken Myth stacks fall off, though, which could be... I'm not sure, but I think maybe without a little bit more cooldown reduction could be a bad timing for him. We'll have to see if he can make it work.
Yeah, it's all about fighting around these cooldowns right here. Like you said earlier, that second rotation when you've already got Kvalifar down to 60-50% health is when he's going to actually be able to find these kills. Right now, Team Secret's lineup just so much easier to execute with. It's very straightforward for them. It's just Mowgli frontlining, Palma to set this up, and Kvalifar to clean.
You know, you were talking about infusions and maybe SK, if they could find a way somehow of getting them before their opponents, they could win a fight. Team Secret, they just picked up infusions, and they're going for a fight right now. Palmator trying to lead the charge here, find a good afterburn. Doesn't see a window of opportunity yet, but Kvalifar, I mean, he's got the ability to just shove up the wave and pressure the turret that way. Cream, nice Vanguard, just gets away from that Githyanki.
Yeah, the damage really starting to add up here. A couple stacks onto the Broken Myth from Kvalifar's Sky, and they can continue this pressure, just at this point choking out SK Gaming with their positioning on the map.
Okay, so Team Secret, they're rotating back to the gold mine now. They should be able to pick this one up just before hacking spawns.
They got it.
Okay, yeah, they got it. We're good. So, Team Secret find themselves another gold mine. It's going to be a decent payout, but when it's this close to the Kraken spawning, you might as well. Atlas Pauldron from Mowgli also. So, they've really got everything going for them right now. SK has to worry about a Kraken attempt. Mowgli looking for some kind of engagement, perhaps, but Palmatoro is in the position he wants to be just yet. They're just going for Cream for the time being. Kvalifar dealing with Raph on the backline. Mowgli dealing with Illohook. The split of this fight, not the best for Team Secret to begin with, but the fountain's coming across. This could be the turnaround. That's 1 kill. That's 2 kills for Kvalifar. Raph, he's still alive. He wants to find one. He does find one, but gets spotted out during that Kaku by a flare. Palmatoro doesn't have the afterburn just yet. 2 seconds more. The scout trap is going to reveal him. That's going to be a bad situation for Raph, but he actually dodges with the Kaiten. That gets him away from the afterburn. It's not going to be an ace for Team Secret. Team Secret, I feel like they maybe made some mistakes in that fight.
Yeah, they made some mistakes. I think a lot of it comes down to, positional errors, and then you see a lot of damage actually coming out on... Well, I was actually surprised because a lot of damage came out onto Mowgli, and I thought that was going to be, the downfall of that fight. But honestly, Raph did such a good job of sticking to Kvalifar through that fight. If he can continue to do so, maybe this game is not completely over.
Also, Illohook went weapon this game, which we haven't touched on yet, because obviously we tend to expect more of the crystal, but at least from Europe today, it's been weapon, weapon, weapon. I like this here because he is able, unless Palmatoro chooses him over Raph to engage on, Illihook is able to sort of play around the edges of the fight and kind of kite around, get those 1 versus 1 situations against someone like Mowgli. He does have a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, he does indeed. And you know, even if he goes down, as long as he has the damage out on those key targets where Taka can, you know, get through the fight, get into the back lines, clean it up, I think it'll be just fine.
Okay, so things have been reset. SK, they've only got 1 kill so far this game, which is from the last fight. But the fact that they got it so recently is perhaps indicative that they can turn this game around if they're given enough space, if they're given enough time. Team Secret trying to dance around the Kraken right now, force the attention of SK Gaming to that area as Kvalifar shuts out the wave. We might see the engagement miss from Mowgli on the Impale. Hard for Team Secret to start and engage off until that cooldown is
Fusion
back.
picked up on K-Vol.
Yeah, that's a nice timing for that. He's going to be going in yet again. Mowgli jumping forward. Githyan wall to buy some time. Cream finds the gauntlet this time around, and you can see Raph trying to get on Kvalifar. Palmatoro actually taking so much damage. The fountain just barely keeping him alive. Kvalifar jumping on the back line. He wants Illihook. Doesn't find him, though, and now Raph has an easy chase. Suri Strike back isn't going to be enough. Palmatoro and Mowgli, they need to get out of here. They can't turn the fight around. Raph hunting down Palmatoro. Should be able to find him. Illihook likely to get Mowgli. It's going to be an ace for SK Gaming out of nowhere.
My goodness gracious.
Oh!
SK. There you go.
What?
Come on,
Mowgli!
Tucker.
Oh, the
Good Raph.
Githyan wall was dodged! He dodged it with the Kaiten. Beautiful timing from Raph. That was close, though. Very close.
Yeah, indeed. We got Jackson going wild over here with the hand gestures. It was just, what a beautiful play out of SK Gaming. And everything's starting to come together for them. To be down with your back against the wall, you are down so much gold. And they took a wonderful fight right there. Cream, a no hesitation gauntlet to start things off. Illihook and Raph, they actually locked onto Palma early in that fight. I thought that could be to their detriment. But with Palma kind of forced backwards just for a little bit, Kvalifar gets aggressive. Forward barrages didn't land the way they needed to. Easy fight for SK.
Yeah, I feel like Kvalifar needs to play a little bit more measured. You know, he needs to play further back, and Palmatoro needs to be wary of that.
Yeah.
He can't go so deep so that Kvalifar needs to follow him when they've got to be careful about overextending in these fights.
And that's what Kvalifar did in the beginning of the fight. He kited backwards, reflex block Aegis out of that gauntlet.
All right, well, we're going to have another fight here as Mowgli tries to get onto Illihook. Not going to be able to find it. Kvalifar very low already. Raph looking for that second rotation. Can he get the damage down? Kvalifar already killed. No one on SK has even taken damage. This is a terrible fight for Team Secret. The gauntlet does not land on the Palmatoro, but Mowgli will be following him to the grave. And now Raph could even be looking for a dive here. He wants that ace. He's going to find that ace. SK Gaming, 2 back-to-back aces almost 20 minutes into the game after being behind the entire time. They could win this one and force a game 3.
Yeah, SK getting that ace right there and doing so in style. I got to give credit to SK for taking that fight in a great fashion. I feel this is very important because we were so much, complimenting what Team Secret was doing early on. Mowgli, right there. Where was the Crucible? Where was the Fountain? Neither of those went off before Kvalifar died.
So firstly, right, if you're Team Secret, you need those. You gotta have the Crucible, you gotta have the Fountain. Secondly, I think they just need to change how they're playing these fights now that SK has damage, right? You've got to focus on just peeling for Kvalifar. Look at Kvalifar's items. He's Eve, he has Broken Myth, and Shattered Glass. He's got damage, but he doesn't have the space to deal it.
You have to peel for Kvalifar. Mowgli has to be that pivot point that he can dance and find around, and Palma has to be there to peel someone off of him.
Okay, so with the Kraken now in SK's favor, you can see they're trying to go for the push onto the turrets here. Illihook does get rooted up. No follow-through from Team Secret. Trying to focus on killing this Kraken as fast as possible. For the time being, Raph, this could be a window, but he decides not to jump in just yet. Suri Strike actually doing some nice damage there. Full Barrage poking him out as well. SK, they're feeling pretty wary about going too deep right now. You can tell that they've not forgotten how the beginning of this game went. They don't want to go too deep.
No, not at all. And I really like this coming out of SK, a measured response as the Kraken moves in. They're like, okay, we're going to back out. We're going to deny some jungle. A little bit of a sneaky play here. Let's see, can Team Secret be caught out?
Oh, he flares it, but the gauntlet still comes across. Palmatoro is going to reflex block back away. Githyan wall buying him some time, but Palmatoro has to afterburn out of the fight. Kvalifar, he's on the front line. The forward barrage went the wrong direction.
Oh, Raph wanted him.
Yeah, they managed to get back to the fountain, though, so they're going to heal up. They get another try, and Gauntlet is down for a minute. So maybe this is the window for Team Secret. It's hard to go for a fight when there's so much vision from SK, though.
It is indeed. But really, Raph he's coming into his own on the CC Taka with the clockwork, with his full item inventory. This guy is nigh unstoppable if he's not being locked down. If we have Langley Lang watching in Twitch chat, I'm sure he's going ham about this.
You know, I really like the clockwork pickup. Hang on a second, though. We're going to see the fight. Raph starting things off very far ahead of his team. Kvalyfar trying to back away here. Does pick up the camp. He's got a lot of Eve of Harvest healing coming across, but Raph pressures him away from his team. Palmatoro can't help. Mowgli cannot help. Taka is the first to go down, though. Oh, Kvalyfar! Look at that Surrey strike right back over the wall. Cream can't chase him down. Team Secret just barely edge out a fight.
No big deal right there. Let me just do the perfect Surrey strike and get out of that one. Kval, come on.
That was mind-blowingly good as Mowgli tries to keep this one going. He's going to roll right onto Illowhook. Githian wall to buy some time as Kvalyfar tries to close the gap. But where's Kvalyfar? He's back in base. This might not be a fight that Team Secret want to take. Kvalyfar, he needs to get here. Palmatoro could go down. Mowgli very, very low, but Kvalyfar's here finally. He's going to be going for this fight. Surrey strike. Look at the forward barrage damage. They find another kill. It's 2 kills picked up for Team Secret in a very extended fight after they've been pummeled basically in the last few engagements by SK. This game, I cannot even imagine who's going to win it. It's so back and forth.
It is. That last one, though, I think SK, they got to have a better timer in their head. They're like, hey, Kvalyfar, we didn't kill him. He's back to heal. He's got to be coming to this position at any second, really. And Kvalyfar just showed up. Dun dun dun, dun superhero. Kvalyfar.
Sweeping in at the last second. That's what he did there.
Came in like Superman and just cleaned up.
That was, I mean, Mowgli must have been pooping himself a little bit. Let's be real. That's got to be scary. He was so low on the front lines. Team Secret now, they're starting off the Kraken, though. We do have Illowhook still dead. Of course, a very important component of the SK team fight. Raph, maybe he can find a way of stealing this Kraken?
This should be down before he gets there, I believe.
All right, so I guess, yeah, he's not actually going to try and contest it. Team Secret, they've bounced back. They've picked up the Kraken. They've just got to be careful not to overextend during this next push.
Team Secret, my goodness. I mean, okay, of course they were slaying in the beginning of this game, but really, they were getting wrecked for like the last 5 minutes. It was like double aces going in the way of SK, but that momentum has stopped. Kraken lumbering down the lane for Team Secret. Can they close this out, Jackson?
I think it's possible. I mean, they just got to keep Kvalyfar alive like they did before. Raph, got to be careful on the side of SK not to go too deep. That's probably the biggest thing for them. But look at this. Frostburn now for Kvalyfar. I actually would have liked to see that maybe even earlier. It is, of course, going to make it more difficult for Raph to chase in. Onto comes from Mowgli. Might see that fight. Look at Cream's health. He's getting creamed right now as Palmatoro jumps under the turret, trying to find the damage. Gauntlet just to zone them out, but Raph eats so much forward barrage. There's going to be 1 kill onto Cream. Team Secret still have a very healthy Kraken. Humanist, I almost can't believe that I can't believe this, but Team Secret look like they're coming back in.
Team Secret, man, you can never count these guys out.
Oh, Illowhook, he gets knocked in by Palmatoro. The forward barrage annihilating SK. Raph, he just barely makes it back to the fountain, but it is one lonely fox against the world right now as he tries to deal with the Kraken and the push coming across. Kvalyfar going for that kite. He's got the Surrey strike. There's the Kaiten, but it's not enough. An ace for Team Secret. They're going to take this series 2-0. And man, what a game to end the European side of Evil 8 on. That was the best game of the night by far in my opinion.
I love games that are, they're just back and forth. The way I thought, it didn't look like it was going to be a complete Team Secret blowout at the beginning of this game, but SK, they stood in there, they took those punches, they got their build, got their levels, and my goodness, I thought it was their game at one point, but Secret, they just hold in there, they wait for those opportunities, and maybe it was the godlike Kvalyfar Surrey strike to buy himself that time. I mean, that was a huge turning point right there.
That was a huge turning point, and it was a huge play as well. If anyone's making highlight reels at home, bookmark that timestamp, because it was incredible. Really solid performance out of Kvalyfar the entire game long. Even after SK started to come back, they were only able to shut him down once or twice in these fights. I feel like Team Secret, they just had to evaluate what changed, right? And what changed was Raph, I think, actually getting the clockwork. So his rotations came off so quickly that they couldn't peel for Kvalyfar in the same way. They had to commit to it more fully for Team Secret.
Definitely. That and a bit of miscommunication. It was just You know, that one fight that I did point out right there, Mowgli, neither Crucible nor Fountain came out before K-Volifar was shredded down, and that just can't happen in these high-level games right here.
All right, so with that, we finalize the rosters for tomorrow's semifinals of the Evil 8. Very impressive performance from Team Secret. They're going to need to stay on that level moving forwards as
Indeed.
they're facing up against Mousesports soon. We do have an MVP for you guys. It's going to be Palmatoro, and I have to admit, especially in Game 1, but also in Game 2, he had some incredible saves especially.
Yeah, he did. No, he was, I mean, as you said, the saves were on point. Ultimately, that's what's winning games, but also the flashy engages, the early invades. They did both games. Early on, he was finding the key targets and just chunking people down in the early game. So, yeah, definitely a standout performance by him.
Yeah, really, really impressed by the fact that Team Secret are still looking like kind of kings of the fold, right? Even
Right.
after winning 3 championships back-to-back, these guys don't look like they're slowing down at all. So as I said, we're going to have a look at the brackets real quick. Team Secret will be playing against Mousesports tomorrow in the first semifinals. The second one will be between Snow Tsunami and Gangstars Cerberus, the winners of our other quarterfinals that happened today. 2 very, very exciting matchups. Obviously, Mousesports, we heard back at the live championships for spring that they really wanted to face Team Secret. They're going to get another opportunity to do so now in the Evil 8. And this is why we love the Evil 8. This is why we gave it to you guys. We're going to get those awesome games all season long. Snow Tsunami up against Gangstars Cerberus, I think, is a complete wild card match as well. We saw Cerberus kind of roll over For Justice today, but perhaps that's For Justice's lack of experience, more so than Cerberus being miles and miles ahead. Really, really strong stuff. So, very excited to move into North America now. That wraps up EU. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we're back, we're going to see Velocity, Nemesis, loads of awesome organizations that you guys are familiar with. It's going to be even more action coming right your way.
This is an Amazon coin, and it's the start of something big. Did you know that Amazon coins can get you games, apps, and in-app items at super discounts every day of the year? Amazon coins. Save big and play on. Amazon coins can be used in games and apps from the Amazon Underground app on Android devices and Amazon App Store on Fire tablets and Fire TV. Is an Amazon coin, and it's the start of something big. Did you know that Amazon coins can get you games, apps, and in-app items at super discounts every day of the year? Amazon coins. Save big and play on. Amazon coins can be used in games and apps from the Amazon Underground app on Android devices and Amazon App Store on Fire tablets and Fire TV.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and for any of you just joining us, to the first Evil 8 broadcast of the summer season, powered by Amazon Coins. My name is Jackson, and I'm here with Humanist. We're going to be covering the action for you on the desk today. Very excited to see how NA shapes up compared to EU. We had some awesome games earlier. If you missed them, you can find all of the VODs on Twitch. Very exciting stuff. And this season structure is super cool, too.
It is super cool indeed. I love this format right here. We got our Evil 8. We have our Challenger series running along as well. But with the Evil 8, what you can expect every week and moving forward, you're going to have your top 8 teams predictably matching up against each other. And this is what we love. This is the kind of end-of-season action that everybody waits for. But you're going to get this every weekend now.
All right, so let's actually take a look at the structure of this summer season for you guys. Every single week, in 3-week chunks or splits, we're going to have community challenger games and Evil 8 games happening. These players are playing for points. The points are going to matter once you get to those challenger battles between the splits, because the top 3 teams from the challenger scene and the bottom 3 teams from the Evil 8 are going to duke it out to see who gets promoted and who gets relegated.
Yeah, and I mentioned in the EU portion of our broadcast that I think those challenger battles are going to be extremely exciting. Just the whole idea of having one of these top 8 teams get knocked out, some fresh blood coming up into the Evil 8, potentially, that could be really exciting right there.
Yeah, and on top of this all, after those challenger battles happen, there's one additional week of seeding for teams who have only just recently been promoted to the Evil 8 to give them a chance to get some nice spots
really
heading
cool
into
thing,
the live championships. Very cool for them. If you guys want to challenge any of these players, any of these teams in the Evil 8 and the challenger groups, you too can apply to play. Head to VainGloryEsports.com each week for an opportunity to sign your in-game team up to the challenger leagues independently ran by Vainglory League and VIS.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to do right there, as Jackson said. Just VaingloryEsports.com. Make sure you have that in-game team made already. And if you were going to dare to challenge one of these teams, this is the way to do it right here. But an incredibly cool format. I think this is any top talent out there. If you can get a team together, you can get it done.
All right, so with that said, let's take a look more closely at the Evil 8 and the teams that we have playing today. Our first series is going to be Nemesis Hydra versus Hammers Esports Velocity, first place winners of the Spring Championships. Following that, we're going to have Phoenix Reborn against Hammers Esports Kinetic, then Sweet and Sour, a new addition to the top 8, playing up against Gangstars Sirius, and we're going to wrap things up with Phoenix Rain against Team Solo Mid.
Every single one of these matchups is going to be the hotness. Okay, the thing is, we're on new patch. We got new format for this season right here. On top of it, you would think we have incredibly new teams, but these are old organizations. These are community teams. We got the pro teams as well, but the rosters have just been remixed.
Have you heard that fable, that question that was posed by a philosopher about if a ship departs and replaces pieces constantly whilst it is at sea, is it the same ship when it arrives at harbor?
Mind blown.
You've not heard that one?
It makes sense immediately.
Is Team Solo Mid Team Solo Mid still? Different lineup. Who knows?
Well, Honestly, it is Team Solo Mid, Jackson. You're just trying to give me a meltdown here live, but it's not gonna. I won't falter here. They have Flash X. This is Team Solo Mid, but of course some new blood in there. But that's not gonna be our first matchup of the day.
No, it is not. We've got Nemesis Hydra against Hammers Esports Velocity as the first matchup of the day. You can see on your screen now the lineup for Nemesis Hydra: Hardek, I Love Joseph, Lost Boy Toff, Xenotech, and Uni. Very interesting team. Hardek, I Love Joseph, and Lost Boy actually took second place at the Autumn Championships, although I believe someone was subbing in for I Love Joseph back then. But it's a recollection of a team that did incredibly well way back when, and then it got some cool new additions as well. Xenotech and Uni coming in from Noble Esports, a team which has since dissolved, are going to be obviously very, very cool additions to the lineup. Now let's have a look at the lineup for Hammers Esports Velocity. This is the team that won the Spring Championships. Extremely strong players on this lineup.
Extremely strong indeed. In fact, I've only heard that Zeo has only gotten stronger since then. He is in peak form from the management over there. Hammers have said this guy has not he slipped up at all, only progressed and got better. Of course, we got Aloha. You heard us just yelling Aloha as he was going ham on that Sky. Expect this guy to be making plays. The addition of Gabe Vizzle onto this team, I mean, you're just stacking the roster at this point. Of course, Veins, the roamer of this team, historically, maybe a transition into Gabe Vizzle we'll see happening here, but really excited to see how this team performs.
I mean, people talk about being in your prime when you're like 21. Zeo, he's 14 or something, and he's in his prime now, so I can only imagine what he's going to be like once he's got a few more years under his belt. But let's talk some more about this matchup here.
Let's do it.
I'm really curious to see how the meta is going to differentiate between North America and Europe in this split, because historically we have seen quite a noticeable differentiation between the two regions. It's going to be interesting to see what picks get through in the draft, and speaking of the draft, we have that ready for you guys now. Let's get the North American Evil 8 split off to a roaring start here as we hop on into it.
Yeah, they didn't even give us a chance to really theory craft this out here, but I like it. Let's get this action started, get the ball rolling. And we're going to be kicking off with a Taka ban out of Nemesis Hydra. And we talked about Taka a little bit in EU, but I think we're going to see a lot more of that here in NA.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. It's something that I feel like fits NA to a T, to a Taka, because they really just like to jump in and be aggressive in the early game, and Taka can facilitate that. The Lyra ban, not too surprising to me, but that is going to enable Hydra to pick up a Vox on their first rotation. Velocity answering with the Finn, hovering over that Sky also.
Yeah, no surprise to see Vox as the first pick. Finn's going to come out, not revealing too much right there, but we know that these teams, especially NA, has been prioritizing Finn as the top roamer in this regard. Sky locked in as well. We know that Velocity historically have been able to accomplish quite a bit with this hero. Now, a Lance pickup from Hydra, this is going to be that frontliner that Hydra are going to need for this Vox to do work. I'm curious what comes in as the last pick. I wouldn't be surprised if it's something like a Glaive.
A Glaive seems like it could work very well. Great at peeling for your Vox, and in addition to your very burly front line with that Lance as well, it is going to be a Glaive, so Humanist on point with his predictions for the time being. We'll see if that continues.
We'll see if that continues indeed. This one a bit harder to predict because it really depends how are they going to actually lane this out. Saw still on the board. This is going to make sense to me if this is what they actually lock in here. He can struggle if he doesn't smash this Vox in the teeth. But let's see how this all plays out.
Gotta worry a little bit about the Lance and the Glaive if you're a Saw player right now. I mean, Glaive, obviously notoriously good at jumping on people and singling them out. Saw, very immobile, very slow moving, so that is going to facilitate a lot of engagement opportunities. But similarly, Lance has a lot of crowd control. If you miss position at all on Saw, you're in a bad spot.
Yeah, definitely know you touch on some key points there. To counter Saw, you need gap closers. You want to be able to get him out of position. I think Glaive's one of the best in the book for that.
All right, well, guys, the first game for the North American Evil 8 split is coming your way. Let's head on to the Halcyon Fold with Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon to get this game underway.
All right, so we're done across the pond. Now we're back on home turf here, Bacon, as we're going to have our first of the NA splits. I am really excited to see Hardek and Lost Boy now back together with I Love Joseph.
Yeah, this is the lineup that they had all the way back in the autumn season, but they were not able to use this lineup at the live championships then. because I Love Joseph couldn't make it. So they're giving this lineup another run, another shot to try and claim victory on the Fold, and we'll see what they can do, but they have a tall task in taking on the reigning champions.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking on the number 1 slot's always going to be difficult, but Aloha, he is on that sky. He does get hit by I Love Joseph and knocked into a fairly disadvantageous position, but it's not ultimately enough for a kill. Now, Zeo was actually pushing up this lane, Dienzio up against that Vox, and this is something we saw all the way back to the Samsung Galaxy Invitational, where Vox can actually outrange most of the shots there of that Saw and just bring him down through resonance.
Yeah, it's a matchup that should actually fare pretty well for Hardik on this Vox, especially once he starts getting a couple of items underneath his belt. Saw is, of course, extremely early game, while Vox is extremely late game. So it's a really interesting dynamic to watch and keep track of. The other thing that I'm really looking at is over in Europe, we saw Lance only won 1 game out of the 6 times he was picked, as Hardik gets dropped so low. But Glaive, on the other hand, won all 4 of the games he was picked in. So, you know, something's got to give here on the side of Nemesis.
Yeah, but it's Lost Boy Top, man. That guy makes plays. The highlight factory is basically in his name, but look at Zeo just putting up this pressure. Walking forward, he has that weapon, the double weapon blade, and Vanes is right there, but they hit the boots, and they get out of dodge. I Love Joseph. He's going to be trying to bring down Vanes, and he has enough in the bank to make it happen. Is he going to run into Sky? Where is Aloha? He's just out farming. There's no rotation there for him, so there's not going to be a pickup on Joseph, and that will be the first blood.
Yeah, well, Aloha was just down in the jungle, but he hasn't been able to find camps to steal away just yet. So despite the fact that he stayed in the jungle while I Love Joseph made the rotation, as now Zeo may be in trouble, or is it Lost Boy in trouble?
It's Lost Boy that's in trouble. Now, he still could see Zeo go down, but Hardik didn't hit him with the Sonic Zoom. And now Zeo, I mean, he is just bringing it down to the inches of his life. Not going to be a kill from the laners, but as he said, I mean, Lost Boy, he got turned right back around on, and the early game is going to be very evident from this Saw since he is building weapons.
Yeah, and well, the thing about the Lance pick, or I guess more accurately, the Saw into the Lance pick, is that Lance doesn't really bother Saw that much. If you root Saw, he doesn't really care. He was mostly standing still anyway. It just kind of ruins his stutter stepping. If you knock him back, he's still generally within basic attack range. So Saw really doesn't care all that much about the Lance. It's the other 2 that he has to worry about.
Yeah, and well, speaking of, as you can see, that you can collapse in 3-man. I mean, he's not invincible. He doesn't have all the tools in the
Mining has begun.
Gentlemen, apologies about the lack of casting for the last few seconds. We're going to have to step in yet again whilst we get a few issues resolved with your normal pair of forecourt and Tasty Bacon. Let's have a look at this game, though. Man, Saw! Dienzio is doing so much damage.
And would we expect anything else out of Zeo? Let's say he's got that suppressing fire down.
Oh, he's got to be careful, though. Oh, Roadie Run just barely getting him out of range of the Afterburn going the right direction. So Zeo gets out of there just barely. Vanes providing a little bit of support there also. You see Hydra, they're trying to make things work here.
That is such a bold play for Zeo to lay down that suppressing fire like that with everybody around, but man, I guess he's confident.
Oh, absolutely. Zeo is always a very confident player. I mean, he was trash-talking people when he's like 14, so he's definitely got some cojones.
Yeah, he does indeed, but you know, at the same time, not just a player that's going to be, you know, talking smack and not backing it up. He's having fun with it usually, but a very mature guy, I think. And when you talk about these young players that we said were very mechanically skilled, oftentimes maturity doesn't go hand in hand with that. I think this is the case where you have that real all-star player that you can mold and shape as a coach, as an organization, to do pretty much whatever your team needs.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. Zeo honestly seems like a much older character than he is. See now, let's take stock of the game again real quick though, because obviously we've only just jumped into this cast. Looks like Velocity is leading in gold, but only marginally by about 300 or 400, even though Hydra has that kill advantage. A large portion of that probably down to the farm. We see him coming out from the jungle. Aloha doing well. Oh, Zeo, he's got to get back yet again, just barely able to escape. And actually, Hardek slowed up. He could nearly go down here. Aloha can't close the gap, though. Hardek, he's going to be healed back up. He's able to survive this one as Aloha now needs to retreat. Man, these fights are close.
They are indeed, just kind of poking back and forth. I mean, you had the fountain ready to go. I think maybe with Hardek sitting there, they were baiting them into a situation. But Aloha, he moves forward. He sees that an opening. That opening, you know, it goes ahead and closes up very quickly. And he's just right back off it. Not going to get baited into a bad situation. Just smart plays coming out of Velocity there. You know, with Zeo, also, we were looking at farm just a second ago. Zeo, Hardek, they're pretty even in farm. But Aloha actually getting a pretty substantial advantage over I Love Joseph's Glaive at this point.
I feel like perhaps, I mean, we missed some of the beginning of this game, but I feel like I Love Joseph probably has been trying to gank the lane, and that might account for some of the difference. He has managed to do fairly well out of it with 1 kill and 1 assist, but obviously farm worth a lot in this early stages of the game. Aloha, this could be a bad situation for him, though. Surrey Strike not getting him the distance he needs. Joseph picking up a 1 versus 1, finding the 3rd kill on the board for Nemesis Hydra.
Oh, Joseph, this guy, yeah, you know, he's a monster. It doesn't matter. And, you know, I said the farm advantage, it's really, albeit not that big of an advantage, but you find kills like that, he's going to be able to shut Aloha down here. As time goes on, though, I would expect this guy to start getting an advantage as he can dance around these fights a little better.
Yeah, Aloha, when we get to the later stages of the game, should be able to navigate around the periphery to try and find those angles for the 4th barrage, try and get away from this engagement. He is still doing a decent job on the CS, so it's not as if that 1 kill is put too far behind. And actually, going maybe for the kills here, you can see Aloha with some nice poke damage. Hardek gonna need a scout trap as well. That chunks him out so much.
That was not what Hardek wanted. The moment he saw that activate, I'm sure he was just like, oh, rip me. You know, he moves back up. He's got that potion activated. He will continue to try and farm. Of course, this is our CP Vox, so any fights that are very clumpy will benefit him. And, you know, I do think that Velocity, we're often going to see the Finn hanging around Saw, kind of protecting for him. If you're attacking that Finn, you're just going to smoke the Saw. So there is high damage output potential. I think positioning is going to be huge here.
I think Crystal Vox was just the obvious choice here for the reasons you listed, and it certainly is something that is generally speaking quite good against the Finn, who's trying to group up and get everyone together. Vayne's gotta be careful here as he takes a little bit of poke damage, but actually Aloha finding a stun onto Lost Boy might be trying to make something happen here. You can see there's the afterburn away from Joseph. They know that Zeo is spun up, and they don't have the resources to slow him down, so looks like Nemesis are going to have to back away for the time being.
Yeah, both teams very smart. It's just they get into these engagements, just kind of getting a read on the other team's damage output potential and their intended aggression. Maybe this will be the kill here.
Oh, look at that. Quibble's coming down from Vayne's doing a lot of work here, really making Nemesis struggle to maneuver properly because they're just so slow, and that buys a lot of time for Zeo to get the hits in when he can't chase very effectively. One of the reasons why Finn is quite a good complementary hero with Asa.
Oh yeah, definitely indeed. So let's see if Vayne's can throw out a Force Cord, grab Hardek, and lock him down at all.
Lost Boy, he might have gone in. That's going to be the Force Cord, just like you said. Polite Company keeping Hardek in the fight. Lost Boy has no easy way out of this one. Has to walk over the death from above, but the damage is there. Zeo finds himself the kill. Velocity, 9 minutes in, they're going to even up the kill score 3 for 3. I Love Joseph can't do anything by himself against this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, those are just the things you have to keep in mind. If you see the level 6 on the Finn, if he's camping near you, you have to know Saw is spun up, he's ready to go. You get hooked in there, you're going to get chopped down.
Okay, so off the back of that, Velocity picked themselves up a turret. They're also going to find themselves this gold mine. They're in position to really snowball here if they don't get caught out now as Nemesis tries to contest. Hardek and I Love Joseph, they want to go for the fight. The bounce is doing a lot of
I like it.
On the Vayne's. Look at Vayne's. Oh, he just barely got out of that one. Gold Mine and Hardek teaming up there to do some damage.
Yeah, the gold miner is like the perfect tool. If you can have your three opponents clump up on the opposite side of the gold mine, just take some damage, Hardek's gonna like that every single time.
Yeah, whenever you're fighting around an objective like a gold mine or a Kraken against a Vox, you have to pull the trigger on the fight pretty quickly or back away immediately because you're just going to eat so much damage if you try and stay there and maybe poke down the objective itself. Right now, Nemesis have taken position on the map. They're moving up quite far here, but they're not leaving behind any vision. I feel like that's a big mistake. I'd like to see more of that from Toph.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think vision, of course, is a big deal here. Toph prioritizing just to hold the flares and keep a potion on himself instead of the scout traps. You know, it's debatable. Maybe drop that potion. You'll have some of those scout traps. But right now, it's just no inventory space.
Yeah, and actually, let's talk about Toph's build here, because he is doing something radically different than what we saw over in Europe. We saw a lot of Lance today, and they were mostly trying to go for the tension bow build. Right? It didn't work in any of the games that we saw it, and Toph, maybe he was watching earlier and he was like, oh, I thought this was good, but in practice, it's just not working for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it could be either that's just not his playstyle.
Oh, here we go. Zeo trying to start off a fight here, stop this turret from going down. You can see a lot of damage already onto Joseph. He's going to have to back away. That Force to Cord finds two. Lots of damage going down on the Lost Boy Toph. Hardek walks back into the fight. One more attack would do it from Zeo, but they can't get there. Oh, look at the Surrey strike right over the wall. Finds one kill, but dies for his efforts. Lost Boy gonna follow up and go down two. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but Hydra pick up a turret as well. Very even fight.
Very even fight, but I feel Nemesis did have the advantage there, and it's got to be a miscommunication, because Joseph did commit to spin the ultimate even to take down that turret. Once that spin, I mean, just back off.
Oh, Zeo, nice reflex block is going to stop that afterburn. He is able to get out of there. Rody Run doing so much execute damage that there was no more opportunity for Joseph to get the damage down. Immense payout for Velocity. If that hadn't have happened, I'd have said the previous fight was very even, but I'd consider that part of that previous exchange. So Velocity definitely coming out ahead.
You know what? Go hard or go homeless. I like it. Joseph right there. He's making the aggressive plays, and you know what? It did not go out work in his favor, but hey, keep doing it, man. You're gonna get some of these.
Yeah, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Humanist.
Is it?
Yeah.
Do you make them?
What?
If you don't take them?
Well, you don't make them if you don't take them. That's obvious, right?
I'm just trolling you out a little bit. We got to have some fun up here. Yeah, I mean, so Joseph, he makes the aggressive play, doesn't work out for him, but at the end of the day, Velocity have that in their mind now. When it comes to making these future plays, Kraken plays, Goldmine plays, anything, they gotta guess he's gonna jump.
Well, talking about making plays, Nemesis trying to do that right now. You can see Zeo right in the thick of things, but still doing so much damage. The Fountain really doing a good job of keeping him afloat here. Vaynes, with a beautiful quibble over the wall, is gonna stop the engagement from Joseph and keep Hardek in the fight with a great Force to Cord. This is bad news for Lost Boy Toph. He's the last man standing for Nemesis Hydra. He tries to impale over the wall, but roots himself down, still finds the roll. He is on nearly no health. Aloha surely is going to be able to hunt this one down. Lost Boy,
run,
we do
Lost
know
Boy.
him for pulling out some of these crazy escapes. So Ford Barrage is blocked, but Lost Boy cancels his recall. He's going to be able to recall anyway, just by backing away, though. Very nice work by him to stay alive, prevent that ace, as Zeo and Vaynes prioritize going for that turret instead. They actually don't finish the attack, though.
Well, yeah, that's an investment right there. Money in the bank down the road, so to speak, but Velocity, they really have momentum going their way at this point. You know, Aloha, he's done a great job moving around these fights. He's the one that's staying kind of closest to or using Vaynes as that pivot point. I think Zeo has done a very good job of not getting those resonance bounces on him, and a lot of that is just positioning.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. I feel like the positioning has been very good for Velocity so far, but they've got to keep it that way. We've seen in games before, for example, the Team Secret game, as your opponents get stronger, your positioning becomes more and more important because they can do more off of one missed position. So they need to keep their wits about them. Velocity, they're starting to find some poke damage. Aloha doing some work. That's not going to be the Force to Cord going down, though, as Zeo is again right in the middle of the fight. Gideon Wall keeping it going, but Lost Boy is the only one on the front line because everyone else had to retreat. Aloha finding so much Ford Barrage onto that kill. Now it's just Joseph trying to make something happen, but a beautiful reflex block. Aloha doesn't have the Ford Barrage in the right direction, though. Looks like, again, it's going to be a 1-for-2 trade. This time, Nemesis Hydra also able to get away from that ace as well. So Velocity, they're winning these fights, but only marginally. Joseph, oh, do not check that bush. This could be bad for him. Aloha, can he find the Ford Barrage? It looks like it. That's going to be the ace. Joseph, going back in there was a mistake, buddy. Lost Boy had 0 seconds left on his death timer.
The curious Glaive Cat wanders into the bush thinking maybe there would be something tasty in there. There was no tasty bacon for him in that bush. Instead, he gets mowed down Now 5 kills to the 11 of Hammer's Velocity 15 minutes into this game. They're going to start poking at this Kraken. Do you think that they can get this, Jackson?
I think that they can. Velocity are in a great spot. Joseph only just now spawning is going to have a very long trip to get back to the Kraken. Lost Boy might try and steal this one, though. He does have Hardek backing him up. What are we going to see here? Oh, it gets stolen away. Lost Boy Toff, what a monster! Fourth Accord keeps the fight going, though. But look at this, Vayne so low. Can he stay alive? Joseph trying to get in here, make something happen. He might be able to go for Zeo, but Zeo, look at the damage from him. He is wiping everyone on Hydra out. That's going to be 2 kills picked up for Velocity, but Kraken stolen by Lost Boy. This guy is the king when it comes to the neutral objectives. Joseph, can he support this Kraken push? He's got to be careful about going too deep here. He might just give away the ace if he's not careful.
Well, we know Joseph likes to make plays, but I think he's more of just kind of being that gnat flying around the ears of Hammer's Velocity, just kind of annoying. Like, can you just leave while we kill a Kraken here? Like, so he does back out, takes some medic camp, but my goodness, Velocity just getting good fights there. You feel the emotions of Hydra right now. They're consistently, minute after minute, taking plays that are not in their favor. So that just speaks to their mindset. They feel like they need to make these aggressive plays that actually are obviously against them, right? So to attempt to steal Kraken, to attempt to steal Goldmine, these are all situations you never want to be forced into.
You never want to be forced into them, but Hydra have been making it work for the time being. We still see Velocity with a massive kill advantage, 13-5, and a 3,000 gold lead, but they're struggling to utilize that lead to really push their advantage. They weren't able to get the Kraken and Snowball off the back of that. Now they've got to wait for it to respawn and deal with the pressure from Hydra in the lane, constantly shoving it up. Velocity, they've got to be careful not to give away too many of these comeback opportunities to Hydra.
I feel like the thing is, if Velocity take a bad fight, it's much easier for Hydra to ace them than the reverse ace coming, going the other way. So Velocity, they can't lose focus for 1 second, and we see an aggressive movement here.
Yeah, Hydra definitely trying to chance their luck with maybe an engagement. They can't get close enough, though, as Vayne's was in the bush to spot them out, so they're just going to back away for the time being. What you were touching on before, though, is a very good point. I mean, aside from Aloha, who has the capability to hardcore chase someone? And even then, Aloha has to have the lock on before the chase really begins. So it's very difficult for Velocity to get those aces, whereas Hydra, much easier. Whoa, 3-man Force Accord coming across, though. Vayne's wants to start this fight off right. Aloha doing some good damage on the sidelines, and Hydra can't get onto the right targets. Vayne's, Zeo, they're both low, but they're not going down, and Lost Boy falls first. Everyone on the side of Velocity has to be careful here, though. They could go down if they're not able to get out of here. Joseph, look at how low he is. This is not going to be enough. Zeo, Roadie run, just
Zeo.
Barely gets him out of that sticky situation. Hardek can't close the gap. Hydra, I can't believe they were able to turn that one around so quickly onto Velocity. They're going to get a turret off the back of it. They're doing a great job of staying in this game.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like, the AoE that's going to be coming out of Hardek on this CP Vox, just gets this broken mid stacks up through the fight. It's just going to get worse and worse the longer it goes on. And the fact that, Joseph's actually able to be a bit of a frontline up there with Toph, it's just a huge deal in these fights. But my goodness, if Zeo does not get away there, I say Hydra are just right back in this game. I mean, you look at the net worth right now.
Yeah, it's gone back to being even Stevens, and Hydra have really played the game smartly. They've taken the risks that they needed to take, but not ones that they didn't. And sometimes when you're behind, you just take every single risk. You don't calculate it as much as you need to, but that's not something that Hydra has done this game. It is a testament, I think, to their experience as a professional team, and the fact that they have good synergy. I mean, these guys used to play with each other all the time. Now they're back as an org together. They're really showing up in this first week of the
And that started with a 3-man Force Accord from Vayne's, which was completely on point.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, do you really want to hook everyone?
Not
right?
always.
Zeo's sitting on top of you a lot of the time. He needs to be close enough to deal those auto attacks. So
indeed, it can blow up in your face, yeah.
I feel like they should maybe try and force the fights around things like Kraken, but not in the lane. Although Aloha, look at this, he's going to get rooted up here. See, Nemesis, they don't want to commit for it just yet, though. They're taking their time. That's going to be the Force Accord. Vayne's going for something here. Zeo finds a little bit of poke, but look at this AoE damage from Hardek bouncing all over the place. He is melting everyone right now. The Fountain not doing enough. Aloha, he needs to get out of here. Surrey Strike buys him some space. Great polite company could be enough. Zeo, he's got so much damage. He finds 2 kills.
Roadie run gets him the distance. Aloha and Zeo, they're trying right now to make it happen, but Lost Boy finds the Impale. Aloha needs to get out of there. 2 kills for 2. This game is too close to call.
This is so tough, honestly, to guess like which way this game is going to go. It could go either way. The thing about this fight is that Hardek, he is destroying them when they're clumped up, but Hammer's Velocity is just doing the perfect movements to split up right before they actually go down, and it's actually winning them these fights.
Aloha able to take that medic camp away. That is going to actually force Lost Boy to stop being a pest in their jungle, really. The fact that Aloha's gaining a lot of health back means that a fight could happen. One thing we gotta talk about, though, and this really is a key point here. Velocity, they're not doing too badly in these fights, considering that Aloha's item progression really is not on par with Hardek's. I mean, Hardek has an entire tier 3 above him.
This is true, but at the same time, I mean, Zeo, he's pretty farmed. He has the tier 3 boots, and we can talk about this right now. You know, when he's damaging opponent, you might have a huge cooldown. That's going to reset that tier 3 boot cooldown to 12 seconds. That means Zeo's going to be consistently able to reposition himself, chase if needed, and I think a really cool pickup for them.
Honestly, I think this particular change to boots is one of the reasons why we're seeing Saw be so much more popular. You need to be able to reposition in these fights, and this facilitates that. I like this. Hydra are going to have to do something here, and Velocity want it in this position. Kraken not really doing too much just yet as the Force Accord comes out from Veins but isn't capitalized on. Frostburn doing a lot of work from Aloha, though, keeping Hydra slowed up. This is very back and forth for the time being, but no one's committing to the kills.
It's a positioning game. They're just waiting until they feel that someone has the disadvantage, and they'll go ahead and jump at that moment. But everyone doing a very good job.
Whoa, Zeo! He just got so many free attacks on the Hardek. That forces Hydra back. They gotta be careful here, but the root comes across. Zeo still able to keep attacking. Hardek is the first to fall. Lost Boy gets pulled back in. Great polite company by Veins, and Hydra have fallen apart in that fight. Big plays coming out of Velocity as they chase down for this ace. Can Aloha find the damage? That's going to be the Afterburn. Knocks Aloha, but not onto the Scout Trap. And the Frostburn should be in a position to keep Aloha in range here of the damage of that forward barrage. He's really making it difficult for Joseph to get away here. But actually, Joseph, with enough cooldown reduction, is maybe in position to get away. Aloha, what are you doing? He's going so deep. The Force Accord comes back out. Joseph, he's still in the fight. He goes down finally. On the flip side, we saw Zeo solo the Kraken. Velocity with the ace, with the Kraken, finally picking up a solid fight that should catapult them to victory here.
Well, I love Nemesis. I really love this team. It's tough to watch that last engagement, though. You see, Hardek feels that they need to start the fight. That's why he's forward. But it cannot be Vox that's getting caught. Vox has to be last man standing, or at least second to last second. You know, you can't go down. You saw Dienzio, he got 2, 3 full attacks off on before they even start to back up. At that point, it's just way too late for them.
All right, Velocity, they've certainly got some momentum coming into this now with the Kraken. They've got all 3 members up, but finally Hydra has respawned. Can they defend this Humanist? It's going to be very difficult. Veins has forced the Accord off in 1 second. Might be looking for that engage. Zeo on the front line, though. Got to be careful. Trying to back away right now. Does find some space. Fountain popped on the side of Velocity, and Zeo over the wall is in a great position to get the auto attacks down, but Aloha very, very low on health. Kraken still doing some decent work in the base, but Velocity have been repelled by Nemesis Hydra. They're not out of this one yet.
Not yet. These guys still in the game. There is life. There's a pulse over here for Nemesis. But it all comes down to patience. Patience is a virtue here, especially with this composition that you have. You know what I think a lot of times, I mean, Hardek also makes a lot of calls on this team. So sometimes that can be hard to be the person that needs to make the call to engage, and the engage doesn't happen. So he's almost putting the onus on himself, and he just needs to back off that. Let Lost Boy, let Joseph develop these fights.
Uh-oh, that's another 3-man Force Accord. You can see Joseph trying to get onto the backline to find an Afterburn, but he doesn't really get it in time. Has to save it for so long because of the Crucible. Now Nemesis are in a retreat position. They've got to get out of here. Aloha looking for the forward rush, trying to slow people up, but that's a good route out of Toph. Is it enough? Toph is so low right now. Zeo still relatively untouched, but he's not in range to deal damage to the targets he needs to. Force the Accord again, though. Hardek, he gets caught out this time. Aloha, 1 versus 2 on the flip side, does go down. Toph over the wall with the combat roll. Joseph does not have a lot of energy right now. This could be stopping him from going for the Afterburn. Indeed, he does not have enough energy to go for that one. If they can just slow him up enough, Joseph, he might not be able to get out of here. He's just got to regenerate the energy to Afterburn out. Polite Company keeps him close. Zeo should have the damage. There's the Afterburn!
He's got boots ready to go
just
again.
in time. Zeo pops those boots, but it's not fast enough. Joseph's out. Joseph is away. Even with the roadie run, Zeo can't close that gap. So again, a 1-for-1 trade. This is such an incredibly close game.
It is indeed. I can't believe we get to witness this level of action on day one here. Quite excited to see how it's going to turn out, but it does feel that things are in Velocity's favor at this moment. But you look at the net worth, 10 kills for Hydra to the 20 of Velocity. The net worth is almost dead even at this point.
The thing is, you got to look after a fight, like, when we say a fight is close because it's a 1-for-1, is it really close? So the way in which it is close is that 2 people survived on each side, but Zeo survived with a lot of health there, and if he has a lot of health, there is no potential to actually win that fight. So Velocity, they are in the lead, but the gold doesn't really tell you that story, and neither do the trades in terms of numerically, you know, how many people are dying on each side. Vaynes might be trying to set something up again here.
Talking about numbers, like, Vaynes, he's the roamer. He doesn't have kills. Like, I mean, you don't expect that, but he is getting great forced accords, and I swear, he's landing 3-man quibbles like nobody's business.
That's what happens when you pull everyone in with a forced accord. It makes it much, much easier. Here comes another Kraken attempt from Velocity, though. They're trying to play it safe, not commit too hard onto this objective. Hardek flanking around, might get caught out if he's not careful. In fact, Vaynes does find him, doesn't get the Polite Company, doesn't find the forced accord. Hardek could use this opportunity. He's gonna find a big silence. Zeo needs to be careful. He's got Toph on top of him, but look at this. Joseph has to deal with Vaynes. Hardek is in a bad position. That's gonna be a stun, but here comes the turnaround. Look at the AoE damage. Hardek is ripping through Velocity right now, and Joseph goes on the backline, finds the stun onto Zeo. This fight is so close. Vaynes keeping everyone off of Aloha right now with a good quibble. That's another forced accord. Hardek this time, the one hooked in, and he's the one that really matters. Aloha stops the recall. It's an ace for Velocity. That should be game. We have a minute on the timers for Hydra, and only one turret left.
Just run down the lane and end the game. Velocity, picture perfect right there. I mean, Nemesis was doing everything right up to the point where that fight just went completely wrong for them. When they dove forward, they wanted that kill. Velocity kite backwards. They had Vaynes up front, and Zeo and Aloha split into V formation just out of Resonance bounce range. There's nothing that Hydra can do.
I honestly think Velocity should have just taken a little bit more time with the re-engage. You know, baited out the forced accord. They knew it was going to be coming up soon. At this point, Vaynes has so much cooldown acceleration that he gets that up like every 10 seconds, even if he lands it practically. So you've got to respect that, and Hardek did not. He did not respect that at all, and that's why he got caught out and why he died.
Well, you gotta respect it. I mean, it's that simple right there. Of course, you know, Nemesis Hydra, one of the top teams. We expect a lot from them this season. But this is a matchup that could go either way. But we are talking about Velocity right now. You know, NA champions, Vaynes was just on point with his Finn. Aloha, this is one of his you know, most well-played heroes, and Zeo just did a phenomenal job on the Saw.
You know, Velocity, they came out of spring season as the champions. You just mentioned it. Hydra, I think, took 3rd/4th. So the fact that they were able to contest Velocity so well in a 30-minute game, in our first game of the EVIL 8 for North America, is indicative of just how close the competition is here. I'm very excited to see how this series develops, but also this entire split for North America is going to be crazy. We've got another potentially 2 games in the series, but Hydra have their backs against their wall. I'm very curious to see what picks we see coming out in the next game.
I am as well. And with the way that Velocity played this matchup right here, and like I said, basically you had your fights all grouped up, right? Okay, they start to lose this fight, and I don't know if they did this on purpose or if it was just a reaction, but the moment that Hardek and Hydra re-engage, boom, they just fan out into this position just out of Resonance bounce range, but Saw still able to poke as Hardek moves forward. It was beautiful to watch. So in that sense, I don't think your CP Vox is going to be the pick up against this team.
I think the CP Vox is a bit dicey against a composition with a Skye anyway, because Skye is going to be able to navigate quite nicely, and also because of the short-ish attack range on Vox, I mean, even with the buffs that it got,
right,
it does mean that you put yourself at risk of Saw attacks a lot of the time.
Right.
So I think in addition to playing it well, compositionally, Velocity did have maybe a bit of an edge to allow them to deal with the Vox. Moving into Game 2, Velocity, You know, if they take a good draft again, I'd be worried for Hydra.
Yeah, I mean, worry for them. It could go either way, honestly. It's tough to say. I do think that one of the issues there is Joseph, he's a very aggressive player. He's a smart player. He knows how far he can push his boundaries. But in this game, he was more often than not trying to peel for Hardek or do these kind of repositioning things with velocity, and that's not where I see his strength. I see his strength in executing targets and just snowballing games.
That's something which complements Hardek too, in my opinion. Hardek does like to go hard. He likes to dive onto the back line. He likes to make things happen. He's been criticized for it in the past by some analysts for going maybe a little bit too deep, calling shots that are a little bit too aggressive. But when you've got Joseph backing you up, maybe it's a different ballpark. So I'd like to see a very aggressive composition from these guys. We are loading into the draft for the second game. We're going to find out what they've run very, very soon. I think the biggest priority for me would actually be getting Joseph on Taka if you can. It was banned last game.
Right.
But if it goes through, I want to see that.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get it right now, this is one of the best Takas in the scene. Almost exclusively seeing this guy playing Weapon Taka, and he just does it so incredibly well. So let's see if they let it slip through the draft here. We do have that up in the background. We'll go ahead and pull that up right now. And it's going to be Velocity leading off with the Finn ban. So this forces Hydra into one of these, top meta pick bans, and it's going to leave a lot open.
It does leave a very large amount open, and if Hydra decide to ban this Vox, Velocity will have their pick of the litter from a pretty large pool of very strong heroes.
Oh, yeah.
Lyra, we haven't seen it yet in NA because we've only had the one game she was banned, but it is going to be the first pick that Velocity makes a lot of sense to me. Very, very strong. Hydra, maybe they have a better answer to this than EU did, though. There certainly are ways of countering it. I love the Taka pickup.
I think they did it just for you, Jackson. They just wanted to get Jackson a little smile.
Is this my gift for my move to the States?
Exactly.
This is my housewarming gift.
Exactly. That's what they just tweeted out anyway. I'm imagining. No, I mean this is the smart pickup here. We know what Taka can accomplish. It's going to be mobile, hard to lock down, high damage output.
Yes!
They're going to pick up the Catherine.
I'm so happy. This is Hydra, man. They can almost read my mind, I swear. Because the Taka just makes sense for Joseph. And the Catherine makes a lot of sense when you're trying to go against a Lyra, especially with the Taka. Because if you start... Normally with Catherine, the way I like to play it is you hold your Blast Tremor for the second rotation of Lyra's spells. With a Taka, if you do it before the fight starts, Taka can get in and then get out. Right? So that actually buys a lot of space for Taka to do what he needs to. Catherine makes perfect sense here.
Definitely. I'm not gonna lie, I got a little distracted as there was a draft issue here. I don't know if you touched on this, but you were talking about what Catherine brings to the fight.
Yeah, Catherine, how she synergizes with the Taka, specifically against Lyra, and also just in general, Catherine's potence against someone like
I see Catherine as having a very good response to what Lyra brings to the table. And we talked about Lyra, she's gonna create these zones where your team wants to fight, and that's like, boom.
If you jump on top, right? If you jump on top of a Catherine and she blast tremors you as you come through the portal, you're like sitting directly on top of them without any ability to get your heal up.
Yeah.
It can be devastating. You've got to be very quick with your spells as Lyra.
Well, I mean, we got Lost Boy right here. He's going to be one of the most reactive players in the game. So we do have the draft it restarted in the background. Everybody locking in those same heroes that they did have, and it looks like it's going to be Glaive as the pickup here for Velocity. So it's the Lyra, the Glaive, and how do they round this out? I imagine that's not going to be their lane Glaive. What do they go for Zeo here?
Okay, so this is actually what I was.
It's more about predicting this is going to be the last pick for Hydra for them.
Yeah, I would agree with that, absolutely. I mean, there's a very limited pool of laners left with Vox and Ringo now out of the picture. Lyra sometimes played as a laner, too. You can't really safely play Celeste here, though, I think.
But the thing is that Celeste, her range is incredible. She can stay back in the fight, and it looks like Skye will be the pickup. That's what I mean.
This could backfire. Because if Celeste gets jumped on, especially in the early game, by a Glaive rotate, it's pretty devastating. Plus, even though she doesn't have any mobility spells for you to stop with your snare, you can slow her down, and that pretty heavily crushes her ability to escape ganks. So, this is going to be an interesting one. I love the Glaive with the Lyra, though. That's such a cool combination.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of mobility there.
Yeah.
They will be able to gap close, as you said, but I think the thing about Celeste, she sells in an area of effect, and her range is incredible. So she will be able to outrange these heroes. If they get on top of her, maybe just fully commit into that area of effect, see if she can blow it up.
All right, well, let's see how they decide to play it as we hop into Game 2. One more win is enough for Velocity to advance forwards. Let's throw it over to Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon.
Always a pleasure there, guys. Back holding it down at the desk. We are back into the fold, though, and Bacon, some of these combos we've seen, but one up here from Hammers Velocity. They're not a team known to let down their guard.
Yeah, absolutely not. And with this combo, the Lyra Glaive combo, it's already proven to be so incredibly strong over on the side of Europe. It's our first time getting to see it here in North America. I'm really excited to see Aloha and Veins be the pairing to pull this one out. It's so strong together. We'll see if they can make it work, as they're already getting into a skirmish.
Yeah, and you can see Hardik coming down on top of this one as well, but I'm not entirely too sure he's the one on the offensive, or if he's looking for that escape. Aloha was looking for the blood, and he actually does pick it up for the first. Now I love Joseph. He's getting some damage done, but it's not really concentrated in a 3v1 situation. If he didn't have that box, he'd be mincemeat at this point, and Aloha, is he going to get baited into this? Does he have enough damage for a kill? Can he burst down Joseph? He very well might. There's already the dodge out, and with that Lost Boy top there, I mean, they're coming down low, but I think he is going to exit. Yeah, there he goes. Vane's coming down just to rebuff anyone else, but, these blades are flying fast and furious, Bacon.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's the damage early on of both teams rotating very intelligently, but it was just Hammers got the upper hand, were able to take down Hardik, largely because Zio was able to put out a ton of damage onto Hardik during that rotation process. So it was a pretty easy pickup for Aloha with that afterburn. We then saw a Nemesis try and answer with a kill of their own, but just not having enough to take Aloha out. He was just so healthy. Looking at the initial items, it's once again the Lyra starting with the Iron Guard contract in order to make sure that they can clear the jungle easily. It's that item that you pick up for that extra healing so that you can go for aggressive early plays.
Yeah, if it's not that Iron Guard, it's traditionally these days the Oak Heart. You can see that actually on the flip side there for Toph, as a little bit of aggression comes in here from Nemesis, but they're not able to really find anything yet. So I want to touch upon a point here in the draft as we watch Zio take on Hardik, or, well, maybe the vice versa. With that Celeste and the Catherine, it's all about making Joseph get these plays. If Joseph can live long enough to make the plays, I think it's going to work out. But he has to live long enough to make it happen. So the triple stun, not quite there. Aloha, he's actually going to get out. He does put Joseph into the wall, and Hardik did come down low. Joseph now looking for Veins, and that damage is what these guys from Nemesis are going to be depending on later on.
And you can see how much attention Hammers are putting onto Hardik, trying to make sure this Celeste gets shut down. You can also see how heavily Hardik is aware of that focus. He immediately had bought tier 2 boots as his first item. So now Hammers, they're still on the aggressive.
Yeah, and Joseph is trying to get a little bit of piece of the action, but all Lost Boy Toph can do is just run in circles. Hardik's coming down, but Joseph, he's able to get one, but he's stunned into the wall. Can he actually bring home Aloha? He's actually chasing in that box. Aloha can't see him. He has nothing left in the bag, and Joseph gets the second, as Hardik now is just chasing off Veins, but he's going to let him live. There's no point in following that. He has a lane to go farm, just as Joseph, well, I would say has, a jungle to farm, but he just doesn't seem to have the chops for it yet.
Veins may have made a big mistake there. He was given the opportunity to recall and instead got greedy, tried to go into the enemy jungle, and now he's going to get chased out by all 3 members. The Core Collapse does miss, but Veins, there's no way he gets out of this one alive.
Yeah, but he's tying up resources. There's nobody in the lane presence. Hardik now has to make that U-turn. Joseph does get that farm, but I mean, Toph, he's accounted for. Joseph now accounted for. Veins is really just wasting their time, and he's doing a real good job at it. Yeah, he dies. Impressive. Sure, we get the kill to Taka, and that's something great for I Love Joseph on one of his signature heroes, but there was a lot of time, and look at Hardik. He went right back to lane and got decimated by Zio.
Yeah, Zio has so much damage and is ranking up the skill points into Twirling Silver. so that he can get those basic attacks along with the stutter stepping. And you saw just how much damage he already did to Hardek that early on. Hardek, it's going to probably be a while before he gets the armor to deal with this as well. Even though it is a double weapon composition now coming through for Hammers, you can see Joseph immediately picking up 2 armor items into his inventory to help him survive. But Hardek not going to be quite as durable.
Joseph is very well aware, since he has to get into that melee range, he's going to be the guy making the plays and dancing amongst the blades, and he's going to need to be able to deflect as much as he can. That's why he has that armor, because he is the pincushion. He goes in on Zeo, he's going to get stunned out by Aloha. He goes in on Aloha, well, he's still going to get stunned out by Aloha. Like, you need to be able to survive that so you can get your box to safety.
Yeah, absolutely. The difficulty for them is, again, going to be dealing with this Lyra. But as we heard from the analyst desk, Catherine, I am in 100% agreement with Action Jackson. Now, I feel like Catherine, oh my goodness.
Yep.
Yeah, that's...
Footnote in the
there's not much you can do about that. But, yeah, I'm 100% in agreement with Action Jackson that Catherine is one of the stronger picks into the Lyra. And I'm really happy to see Nemesis pull it out here to try and combat Lyra, who is still undefeated over in Europe. So they're looking to give Lyra her first loss in the Evil 8, and setting an ambush like that may be the way to do it.
Wow, they're going to chunk her, but it's not going to be near enough for a kill. You need to have the level 6s on board, and then you got to have that picture-perfect reflexes. So if we do have that portal in, and you can see it, you set up the core collapse, you set up the blast tremor, and you let Taka dance all over the enemies. That is how I think that, that's how we would win here from Nemesis Hydra. So you gotta weather this early game storm. Zeo is just gonna be a powerhouse. I mean, they're a double weapon with a Glaive Ringo. The early game is gonna be critical.
Yeah, and thus far they've been doing a really good job in the early game. It's 3-3 on kills, but they do have almost a 1,000 gold lead, which isn't a huge lead by any stretch. It's definitely still very close, but we saw just how close game 1 was. These two teams were back and forth the entire way through. You never really knew which side was going to pull ahead. Right now, Hammers, they have that lead, but Nemesis definitely not the type of team that's going to let them hold on to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I said that right back at the beginning. They don't let down their guard. If these guys get a lead, it's very rare that they do drop it. And a 2-0 is probably what a lot of people are going to be thinking. But every time we see the top and A go head-to-head, it is always closer and closer and closer. And I think chat would definitely agree with that one based upon some of the observations I've seen today.
Oh, definitely. Without a doubt. There's going to be that Sorrow Blade picked up by I Love Joseph, so he'll have actually the first tier 3 item for the 2 junglers. Aloha has enough gold to pick his up, so I assume that's what he's going to be doing as he heads down to the shop. Yep, there it is. So now they're pretty much even. Yep. And we'll have to see who's going to make better use of that as Lost by Tom. He was trying to pull the T-Rex maneuver of if he doesn't move, they won't see him, but...
That's the T-Rex maneuver, is it? Okay.
Or the combating a T-Rex maneuver, I get.
I get you, man. No worries right there. But
I think calling it the T-Rex maneuver is just easier than saying the anti-T-Rex maneuver.
No, we're going to go with it, bro. I got your back on this one. I was just more surprised that Hardek was actually able to detonate those Heliogenicide in range of Zeo, and he just got absolutely chunked down. That's why he had to head on home. Now he's coming back to the lane. In terms of the farm, 80-72, they're basically neck and neck. And Zeo, very well known for his Ringo, and there's that combo right there. You get the stun, you let Joseph come in. Hardek throws out that ult. It does clip through Aloha, so some really nice, secondary rounds of damage. Joseph, if he does not get spotted, Aloha could actually go down here. There's a good heal there from Veins. It will keep him up. I don't think we're in the danger zone there anymore, but you're going to be seeing more of this. Stun into stun, let Taka dance, and then Hardek, at the very worst, can throw out the Solar Storm.
Yeah, and Hardek is one level away from having that increased range on this harassment. That's going to be very difficult for Zeo to deal with, as we've already seen, even without the increased range, just how much Hardek's been able to do.
Yeah, absolutely. No, those detonates are are a little bigger than you might think sometimes. Always give them a wide berth there, guys. But once we do overdrive it, having that extra range is going to go a long way for Heartache in terms of his safety. So what is Hammer's Velocity doing? Well, they're checking out the mid. They are throwing down some wards, but they're not finding any traps. So they're going to be able to take this gold mine pretty free and clear unless Nemesis can do nothing about it. So it's going to be an immense gold payout going over to Velocity.
Yeah, Nemesis, I'm not even sure if they had any idea that was happening. Very clean gold mine pickup. There's, like you mentioned, not even just the fact that they didn't have traps in the area. There's no vision for Nemesis at all. There is only a single flare in the inventory of Lost Boy Toffs, so they're kind of going in blind a bit, which it's not terrible because they're the ones that are trying to make the more aggressive plays. But they're doing it a lot in the lane, so you don't necessarily need quite as much vision. You just need to know if they're waiting in that brush that they have just invaded into.
Ooh, look at those detonates. I mean, we clear right through that wave. Zio's even being forced back. Where's that glaive? Well, he's not sneaking up on anyone, but again, looking into, I'm going to steal this from Humanist, the mustache bushes. Lost Boy Top is setting up shop there pretty consistently to look for those backdoors and those engages. Got to keep Heartache very, very safe on this one. Chaka, he can probably survive, but Heartache, the Glass Cannon Queen here, if you take him out early, I mean, it's not even going to be a chance.
Yeah, the Broken Myth now building into what could potentially be a Eve of Harvest, and no real defensive items to deal with the double weapon composition. But here comes a nice big engage.
Yeah, and that engage was not predicted. Nemesis is just kind of leaving Heartache all the way in the back, and that just was perfect timing from Aloha to get back there with that afterburn. So again, you take out that Star Queen, and it is a done fight. Hammer's Velocity now free to push up with this wave. Very likely to get a good amount of chip damage. Will they get a kill? Well, time will tell, because Joseph, he's jumping in there looking for Zio, but here comes that, very late reflex. Aloha just able to get off that afterburn seconds before we have that reflex. And, Lost Boy, you're going to give it your best shot, man, but that is one done turret.
Yeah, first turret of the game going down 12 minutes in, so it did take a little while, but Hammers are just slowly and steadily building themselves a lead. Again, it's still only about 2.5 to 3,000 gold, so it's not like they're running away with this game. But with those engages, if they connect and can take out Heartache, that's their goal. That's their target every single time they go in. Heartache really needs to start getting some armor. It looks like he did finally pick up a piece of it, but that's not going to be enough to keep him alive just yet. Now, that's what more like it. Finishes off that Eve of Harvest and gets 2 armor items to start off. So if there's double armor on all 3 members of Nemesis, it's actually going to be very difficult for the side of Hammers to burn through it, even with double Bonesaw.
Well, the double Bonesaw are already in place, as you can see, and the double weapon just shred the gold mine down. Pretty good payout right there, 205. We're 2 minutes out from the Kraken territory, so 9 kills apiece. The teams, as you say, I mean, there's not a huge difference when it comes down to them, but we are sitting comfortable on that lead here from Hammers, and it feels like they're starting to creep out a bit and just take away some of the safe zones and safety nets here of Nemesis Hydra.
Yeah, that's the goal for them, is to try and take away this jungle. You do see that Nemesis has finally put down a couple of scout traps deep inside their own territory so that they can see these invades coming and maybe try and get a counter engage onto them. But right now they are split up a bit. I Love Joseph, he's going to be okay. He's not going to get engaged upon. But Hammers push, just keeping this pressure up, stealing away the jungle, making it so that the only gold income that Nemesis can pick up is from these lane minions. And it is so difficult to try and come back if that's your only source of income.
Yes, let's look at some of the net worth here. Heartache sitting at 3 deaths, no kills, and 129. It's actually not that different here from Dienzio, but a bigger difference would then be kind of, those global gold counts. 1 turret and 2 gold mines is going to make a pretty sizable difference when it comes to those completed items. And Zio, I mean, he's at 1-2, has that Aegis on top of it. It feels like Heartache isn't that far back behind, but it also feels like he's just so much more frail.
Well, that's largely because he actually sold one of the armors, which I'm going to question that for now. We'll see if it ends up paying off.
He sold it for the infusion.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like
Well, dead damage don't do damage, right? Is that what you're getting at?
pretty much exactly. Yeah, CC is or death is the hardest form of crowd control, but infusions are coming out across the board. Vayne's the only one without an active infusion now, and so we'll have to see who is going to actually. Sorry, Lost Boy Tough doesn't have one either.
That's
but-
tough.
Well, I mean, both roamers not having one, it makes sense. It's understandable. Well, we'll have to see. 15 minutes. Kraken is available, but it still feels like Hammers. They have control of the map and of the area around the Kraken.
They have traps.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're sorry for the casting cutting out yet again, but myself and Humanist are back to cover them whilst we fix the issues. So, Velocity versus Hydra. Right now, 5 kills to 4, 16 minutes in. Another fairly slow-paced game. We had one of those last time around as well. But Velocity, look at this. They're taking the Kraken with no contest. Could be the key for them breaking open this match.
Let's see though, Nemesis moving in.
Oh, no way are they going to get that. They did not manage to get the steal.
Oh.
Big Solar Storm coming across, though, doing a lot of damage. You can see some nice heliogenesis as well. That's going to be the reflex block on the Hellfire Brew. The fight is kicking off. Aloha, got to be careful, using the portal smartly there to back away. And they actually block / dodge that blast tremor as a result of the portal. Look at Hardek. He's got a kite back here. Aloha finds him. That's going to be the kill for Velocity. They find the first of the fight. Lost Boy Tough does not have the energy to shield right now. Going to be going down as well. Velocity pick up 2 kills and the Kraken. They've broken this game right open.
Yeah, they did indeed, using that portal to great effect. Vayne's is doing a great job on this Lyra. And with Kraken stolen, it's going to be marching down lane. Not much Joseph can really do, and if he wants to even try to poke on that Kraken, he's going to be taking a lot of damage and risk losing his life.
Yeah, Joseph, being a melee character, is going to have a really tough time doing anything about this push, and look at how quickly the push is coming out. This is a weapon power Ringo, not the crystal power Ringo we saw in Europe, so it is able to shred through these turrets very, very quickly. With all the respawns, Hydra can contest the Kraken, and they do force Velocity back, but that one push built a significant lead for Velocity. They're almost 34,000 gold to the 30 of Hydra.
Yeah, no, it was a great push for them. They blew this game open. And the thing is, Hardek on the Celeste, he is the person, the single person that's going to win this game for them in these fights. He has to have a great fight. He needs to survive through to the end of it. And Velocity know this. Thus, why this double damage comp will be targeting and focusing him down. This game was trading back and forth very evenly, but like from where I was watching, it was all about these Bonesaw timings. Once the Bonesaws come out and Aloha and Zeo really start focusing targets, they're going to be eating people alive.
Alright, so Velocity, with the advantage they gained for themselves there, are in a good position, but they've got to be careful not to be over-eager, you know what I mean? They can't really force themselves into fights they can't take still. They're not that far ahead, at least for the time being. It sounds like, actually, we're ready to swap back to the normal casters, Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon. Take it away, guys.
All right, well, definitely kudos to you guys. I can only imagine the ninja reflexes to get those headsets back on. You guys are definitely the OGs. But 7-4, and that Kraken is definitely missing right now. Hammer's Velocity still feeling like they're driving this game, isn't it, Bacon? Because there they go. They are engaging once more. Nemesis Hydra, again, they got to get to Heartache. He's looking a bit more durable, but now, even on top of that trap, Aloha just shrugs it off. And that is a very dead Heartache. And Lost Boy Toff, unfortunately, does not have too much farther to go before he drops 2.
Yeah, 2 kills picked up. It's just I Love Joseph left to try and defend. He's going to pop that Kaku to try and get out of the base. I'm not really sure where he thought he was going with that. And
he's
it
going
definitely
to a 0-2.
didn't pay off. That's going to be the game. I mean, they have now ace buff minions walking in. No one is alive. That's 2 towers. That's the crystal. And Hammer's Velocity take the series 2-0 on the back of that interesting play from I Love Joseph, but I mean, I don't know if he would have been able to stop them on his own anyway, but definitely didn't help either way. Hammer's Velocity keeping the Lyra Glaive combo win streak alive.
Well, yeah, they're definitely going to be putting a note in the books right there. But, you know, when the band gets back together, they got to get some practice in. I feel like Joseph not really on the same page as Toph and Hardik, who have been playing again consistently again and again in these series and in these championships. But even this, you know, game number 1, there were some questionable calls. Game number 2, you're like, you know, where's he going with that play? Maybe they just need a little bit more oil there to grease him up and ready to go. So, you know, maybe next time, maybe Sunday, maybe next split, we'll see a little bit more of a cohesive team, but Nemesis not able to put a point on the board.
Yeah, no point earned for Nemesis. 2 points earned for Hammer's Velocity, and they obviously, again, have the opportunity to earn even more going into tomorrow. But before we do that, we still have 3 more series to do today to find out, you know, teams that are going to be also competing tomorrow, and to go ahead and get us set up for our next one and throw it back to Action Jackson and Humanist once again.
Thank you very much, guys. Man, Velocity coming in quite strong to the Evil 8 this split. They did have a tough time in Game 1, and they took a while to really get to the point where they could have a commanding lead in Game 2, but they were able to do it. They were defending their title as potentially the best in this summer season so far. Now, with that game, we saw again Lyra plus Glaive. It was such an effective combo. Actually, Glaive is going to be our MVP for that as well. Very, very strong performance from him. Sorry, no, actually, Lyra is going to be our MVP.
I was like, you're
Vanes
lying
is our
to
MVP.
me.
Don't worry, I got this. All right,
So the hero's the MVP, or do we have a player MVP?
Oh, Vanes is the MVP. He was playing Lyra. We'll
you.
get there. So let's talk about that combination, though. Lyra and Glaive. Why is it so strong?
Well, you have 2 gap closers on a hero that just wants to be sitting on top of your face, so to speak. Glaive just wants to get in there, reposition you, start just going to town. It's so incredibly easy. Once he's on top of you, assuming they use Portal to get there, Lyra's right there as well, going to control that zone, that area, and it's just so hard to, at that point, try to react and kite backwards. They did an incredible job, but, you know, as we got to do some casting and some host stuff at the
Very
desk.
fun.
I got to tease Forecourt and Tasty Bacon about that later, but when we were in the game, my thought was, the Bonesaws are going to define this game, and it was trading back and forth very evenly. Once you had the double Bonesaw coming out, and it's very predictable with these kind of compositions. Oftentimes you're going to get the Sorrow Blade to come out first. They're going to get the Bonesaw on top of that. You're going to pick up whatever armor or defense you need, get the Infuse, and fight. And once Velocity had all of those tools, the game was theirs.
Yeah, they just needed some time to ramp up, and they certainly did just that. Very impressive 2-0 performance from Hammer's Velocity in that first series. But that is not it for the side of North America's Evil 8 split for today. We have some more games coming up. Up next will be Phoenix Reborn versus Hammers Esports Kinetic. So another Hammers team playing. Let's have a look at the brackets so we can talk a little bit more about that. If Hammers actually win this game, and apologies for the mistake on the graphics, their Velocity were the team that took it 2-0. They will be actually, with both Hammers teams moving forwards, a great position to be in. We don't know yet who is going to be playing up against Velocity. That's going to be down to whether Gangstar Serious or Sweet and Sour take home their series. But Kinetic, they've got to get through Reborn. Reborn needs to get through Kinetic. That's going to be the next matchup, and I'm very excited for it.
I am really excited for that matchup because this is kind of almost a focal point of the shuffle when it comes to rosters here. And both of these teams, they are stacked to the gills with talents. It could go either way.
Absolutely. So, guys, we've got the graphic updated for you just now. Velocity were the one to take that 2-0. Very impressive performance from them, as we said before. But we're going to be jumping to a quick break before we hop into the next series. Before we do so, don't forget that you can type hashtag Amazon Coins into the chat if you want a chance to win 500 ice. 3 lucky winners will be getting that today, so make sure you're one of the people trying to. We'll be right back with our next series.
This is an Amazon coin, and it's the start of something big. Did you know that Amazon coins can get you games, apps, and in-app items at super discounts every day of the year? Amazon coins. Save big and play on. Amazon coins can be used in games and apps from the Amazon Underground app on Android devices and Amazon App Store on Fire tablets and Fire TV.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American Evil 8 broadcast for today. My name is Action Jackson, and joining me is Humanist. We just saw some impressive games coming out of Hammers Esports Velocity and Nemesis Hydra. Now we're going to be jumping into Phoenix Reborn versus Hammers Esports Kinetic. And I have to admit, this has probably one of the most interesting storylines of the day going on. Two former Team Solo mid members have split apart from that organization. They've joined two different organizations, and they're playing against one another today. Mixi and Coldamik, formerly allies, they're going to be facing up today.
Yeah, and it's interesting always to see, former teammates facing against each other. And in some regards, I think it's more interesting when he faces his old team that, if it hadn't lost two members, it would be like now he can give them the down low on what to expect. But with so much roster changes happening, they will have information about each other, but how much?
All right, well, we actually have the draft ready very quickly this time around. Let's jump straight into that. We can talk about the lineups as we get into it. Looks like Hammers Kinetic are going to be running with Sui Generis, Pawn the Original, and Mixi. And on the flip side, it looks like Phoenix Reborn are going to be picking up Wrecked, Starting All Over, and Coldamik.
Yeah, incredibly strong rosters for both teams here. Kinetic are going to lead off with the Alpha ban. Now, we haven't heard or seen too much Alpha, but my guess is, as this season moves forward, we're going to see a lot of Alpha, especially here in North America. Now, this is going to be banned out, leaving Lyra as the obvious ban for Reborn out of the top meta picks. Now, Kinetic, they can open up with this Vox, they can open with Saw or Taka. Let's see how they prioritize this.
Well, they're certainly hovering over the Taka for now, and I would like them to pick that up. They do go for it. Taka hasn't had necessarily the success we expected, but I also feel like that doesn't take away from how strong Taka is in the current meta. He's a very, very good pick. Makes it difficult for Reborn to pick certain heroes. For example, the Vox could get jumped on and burst down, so could a Saw.
Yeah, well, I mean, Vox is incredibly strong. I would expect... Now, if you're facing a Taka, I would expect this is going to be a weapon Vox. You almost force them into that role. Reborn pick it knowing this. They'll also pair it up with the Finn, which is arguably the best roamer in the current meta. Kinetic, how do they answer this? We still have Saw available on the board. I mean, I really think that Kinetic have a deep game plan here, because with the Alpha as the first ban, they knew that they wanted this Taka. Alpha one of the best against Taka right now.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you go in and you actually manage to kill the Alpha very quickly with Taka, she's just going to come back, or at the very least, there's a window of opportunity for your opponents to try and deal with the Taka who's now in their front line. It is going to be Saw and Sky picked up. Maybe a Roam Taka is what Kinetic are going to be running with. Let's see how Phoenix Reborn answer this, though. I mean, this might have taken them by surprise.
Yeah, Nerds for Revenge might want that Roam Saw, but it's not going to happen here. I think we're going to be seeing this Roam Taka and high damage output potential. Can they lock him down? Kestrel, the last pick, should fare decently, but really, Reborn, this is all about snowballing here. I think if Hammers come out, they find the early advantage, there's no looking back with this lineup. Conversely, if they get shut down early, the late game could be very hard for them.
I would definitely agree with that. And I think that on the side of Reborn, when we saw, for example, the Kestrel earlier on today, it did a lot of damage in the early game. It was very slippery, but had some trouble as we moved forwards. And that is the same position here for Reborn. But guys, we're on to the Halcyon Fold. Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon are going to take you through all of the action as we jump into the game.
AJ, so you know what? I'm just going to give it right back to you after I throw it to Bacon, because I know you wanted that Saw port. It just didn't happen, man.
I was really hoping when they picked it up that it would be a Saw port, but we are going to throw it back to the analyst desk really quickly as we reset things for a technical issue.
We're back again. So that was a slight technical issue, guys. Don't worry, the draft is already getting set up yet again. Everyone's going to pick the same things. We should be underway very shortly. The good news is that this actually gives us some more time to break down the team compositions. So talk to me a little bit more about how Vox and Kestrel are going to work together for Phoenix Reborn.
Well, the thing is that my preference would be to have the CP split with your weapon Kestrel, because your Kestrel right now you're getting the most impact out of your weapon. But on the flip side, your Vox is not going to be able to 1v1 the Taka, but it's going to be a Roam Taka. So you have this like Inception
layers
level.
within
yeah,
layers.
You have to peel this onion open. I think they do have pretty good tools here, but they're gonna have to fight around this Finn. The engages are gonna have to be there, and a good force to cord, landing some quibbles in team fights, it could do it for them.
Oh, it absolutely could do. They only really need one shot to get some good damage down. One shot, one kill is how Kestrel rolls. So we're going to be hopping back into the Halcyon Fold right now, ladies and gentlemen. For the second time this game, it is Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon.
Second time? No, I'm Batman from Lego Movie. First time. We did it. We're here. We're good. Tasty Bacon. We have no soft support. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's still going to be a Saw. I'm just happy to see Saw in general. I love Saw as a hero, especially in competitive. And a Roam Taka is interesting enough on its own. And both roamers actually starting off with that Iron Guard contract has definitely seen a lot more play than I expected it to have in this first day of the Evil 8. I'm really actually surprised that we're not seeing more of the Dragon Blood contract.
Yeah, there was a few reports of like early aggression with some of these contracts, but nobody seems to have really gone for the Protector, at least not here at this high level. And you're right. What we've traditionally seen here for the beginning is either lances with weapons, or if it's not going to be that, it's Oak Hearts or it's the actual Iron Guards. So, new systems, everybody has their preference, and there doesn't seem to be an overwhelming kind of preference.
No, definitely not. It's definitely been, like you said, between either damage, health, or guard. I really do want to see the Dragon Blood come through. I want to see more teams go really early aggression. I'm personally not a fan of the Protector contract, so I'm not surprised to not see that one. But right now, Hammers looking to go very aggressive, just like their sister team, trying to find a kill early on in the jungle, or at least steal away the camps.
Yeah, well, they're going to be having to play with Cole, and, Cole, it's on his side, but in that 2v1, you can't really leave that Kestrel by themselves. So look at the roam that's now starting all over and wrecked. They're going straight into the opponent's jungle right there, and Cole the Meek is actually going to rotate up and take care of the lane while the others have gone for a little bit more of a, a staycation out in the jungle. So, it's actually Mixi picking up both of those farms?
Yeah, Mixi got both of those jungle minions, and now here comes the rest of Hammers looking for some kills.
Yeah, Wrecked, absolutely. Wrecked starting all over. He's gonna try, but it's just a bit of a goose chase at this point. Now, what is Cole doing? It looks like he's shopping. He's gonna take away some of those forward camps, and that's about the best that you can get out of this one. Not picking up those backs was crucial.
Yeah, it really changed the things in the backside of that jungle. Does give a slight lead over to Hammer's Kinetic. It's a very small gold lead, but it's still a lead nonetheless. And oh my goodness, as that forward barrage finds Cole the Meek, that's going to be another kill picked up.
Cole, Mixie, you used to be such good friends. But it's the Evil 8, and that's evil personalities coming into this here, Mr. Bacon. Like, everybody is here to win.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how close of a friend you are outside of the game. Once you are on the fold, all bets are off. And Mixie getting the upper hand right now against Cole the Meek. Both of them actually in the jungle, which is, for Mixie, that's going to be one of the interesting things. Pon the Original is actually the starting jungler for Kinetic, but when they get that saw, he is the one that is known for the saw as he takes it and is getting himself a kill on to Wrecked, and it is Wrecked the one who gets wrecked.
Yeah, the big old lumbering river troll, not really able to hold up to that one. And, you know, I had doubts about this Roam Taka. And again, you know, Mind Games might have came into this one with that Taka first pick. They're like, okay, no, this is going to be a carry, no problem. But Sweetie, outside of that, you know, Iron Guard, looks like he is going to go for the Fountain first. So it is going to be an actual Roam Taka, but it feels so much more impactful, doesn't it?
Well, Taka does a lot just based off of his, you know, base numbers as well. So he's going to be able to provide a lot, but right now there's a big skirmish happening. The turret is down.
Yes, turret goes down, but, you know, how did Pon live through that? Pon actually got the kill on top of the river troll, but they did pay out with their Takas still. Even going that deep, there we go. Cole actually is able to pick up that return. Can he pick up Mixie? Will Mixie pick up the return? And oh, it's going to be so close. And Mixie, he's running for his life. He's got to outrun those shots, and he does. That's another kill going over to Miko. And 7-2 in 4 minutes and a turret. That saw made his mark.
Yeah, Kinetic starting to pull ahead. You know, that first turret being down 4.5 minutes, I talked about it earlier in Europe. That 5.5 minute mark is the number that I have been told by some of the professionals, where if you don't have a turret down by then, you're not gonna win with Saw. But getting it down a minute before that mark, that's a really good time for Pon the Original. This is why they are willing to switch out their, you know, their standard roles when they get this pick. That is what Kinetic has decided. You know, they brought on Pon the Original to be their starting jungler, but he is just so good on Saw that they are willing to defer Mixie down to the jungle just so that he can be in the lane when they get this hero.
Yeah, this isn't the only team that's actually explained this kind of strategy to us before either. I mean, Europe has really shown that they have a few players that can do pretty much the same thing in that regard. So, you know, who knows? You know, these guys are all having boot camps and they're all here to win. And so far, 7-2 with this Saw in lane. No touchdowns today. It's all about the weapons, but they are making their mark here in 119.
Yeah, Mixie, of course, also known as one of the best Skye players in the world. Doesn't matter if he's in the lane or the jungle. He's going to be able to make plays and make them work. And that's exactly what he's done thus far. 4-0-1 and 40 CS. Compare that to Cole the Meek in the jungle, to 1-2-1 and only 29. Mixie is just doing incredible things.
Luigi going in, getting a little bit of damage, a little bit of vision. Pon just comes in, wrecking ball. Cole the Meek's now on the retreat, and that is it for Wrecked as well. Coming down to the ends of their health bars. They are going to be out of this engage, and you know, with these minions coming in, Pon is actually set up for a free turret, and it is going down fast, Bacon.
Yeah, 6.5 minutes. That's now 2 turrets taken out, and you can see what that's done to this gold lead. 5,000 gold, or 4,000 gold, sorry, in just 6.5 minutes. Kinetic, they have themselves a massive lead already, and it's just going to continue growing if they keep this up.
Well, Cole tried his best there to steal out the farm, but it was a little bit too early and ultimately did not get anything for his trouble. And 4,000 gold, man. I'm with you. Like, this is a monumental lead right here. And, you know, Pawn, before that second turn, he had that Sora's Blade, and it looks like he is going into the Bone Saw. But, you know, I'll have a question for you later. Looking at this, Cold though gets blown up. He's just out of here. He does not exist anymore. And look at Mixi with this engage from behind as well. Starting all over, he has nowhere to go. They are not too worried about Wrecked. He will just go down in due time in 1 and 2. That is it. We are sitting at 6, 1, and 3. For Pawn the original and Ace another turret. Could they push in for another turret, Bacon? Or are they going to back out?
They're going to back out after they take this one. There's no way that they push in again. It's just way too risky. The respawns have come through. Sui Generous on this Taka. I was about to question what he was doing when he went into the entirety of the enemy team, but then all of a sudden, the damage from Pawn the original just deleting their opponents, and oh my goodness, 11-2 at 7 minutes. This is just looking so strong. Mixi and the rest of Hammer's Kinetic just not impressed with this new Phoenix roster.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's only game 1. You can always come back, but it's just been a disastrous snowball from the get-go here for Phoenix Reborn. So, either way, Kinetic looks like they are looking to poise for a gold mine, and, well, it is going to get started. I want to ask you, though, Bacon, earlier we saw all of EU going for breaking points early first, except Iraqi Zoro. They went for that Sora Blade Bonesaw, which we've been seeing. Here in NA, no breaking points. It's all Sora Blade Bonesaw. What do you make of that?
Well, I think it's definitely Iraqi pulling the strategy over from his time in North America. I like the strategy much better because of the fact that, you need those damage items for Breaking Point to be fully effective. You can see the damage already going down to Cold Meek.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that, I mean, we're hitting like trains at this point, and they are just not stopping for anything. They are zooming right through, and they're getting to the destination in good time. 11-2, Phoenix Reborn, they just absolutely retreat, full on 100%. We're not dealing with this. Go all the way back to get those heals, and now, more or less, they're trapped in lane. And this is what you keep telling me. If you're trapped in lane, especially 9, 10, 11 minutes in, it's very hard to get that income going.
Yeah, well, they are going to be lucky with the respawns of the camps. They're able to at least get one of their backs, but the rest is actually gone. And now look at Sui Generous picking up 3 minion candies to help push and try and close out this game. They don't want this one to go very long at all. They saw how quickly Gangstar Cerberus had ended their game over in Europe, and I think Kinetic, they may be looking to try and beat that time.
Well, they might actually be on track with a saw this powerful this early on. Anything is possible. So, you know, Phoenix Reborn, they're not giving them the time of day. Look how far out they got. They got to their backs, they put down a trap, and they are outie, man. Like, they are not willing to give up any more kills. They're willing to stop this hemorrhage at the cost of their workflow and their cash flow. And, you know, this could just be a very slow and drawn-out death.
Yeah, and with that second mini mine getting captured, that's another sign that they want to end things sooner rather than later. You usually don't see a team grab that unless they are ready to try and push for the win. Again, that combined with the minion candies, I think, is a clear sign that they want to end this. Pawn the original, his infusion is about to run out, though, so I expect to see him rotate down, maybe grab another one,
nice
or
catch.
they'll just find a fight.
Yeah, and that's a hook in there as well, and they hook Pawn into the back. That's 1 and 2. Let's go for the hat trick, baby, right there. That's a 3. That's an ace. Where are those candies, my man? Because it is time to go trick-or-treating. These little minions will gobble that up, and this could be our fastest game of the day.
Yeah, it very well could be, and it's going to be. That is 11 minutes, and they are working on the crystal. The respawn's coming through, but it doesn't matter. An 11-minute victory for Hammer's Kinetic over Phoenix Reborn. Just absolutely dominant performance. You have to wonder, did they just catch them off guard? Were they not ready for the Rome Taka? Is Pawn the original just that good on Saw? That's so many questions that still need to be answered.
Look at that money, man. Like, you're looking at a factor of almost 2 to 1 at this point. 7,600 to Pawn, and then just Mixi, Sui J across the board. You double or nothing, and you still can't even touch these guys. Hammer's Kinetic, you know, The Hammers Velocity team already putting points on the board. Kinetic right up there with them. And back in spring, they said these guys go 50-50 in their scrims. This was a powerful way to start.
Yeah, you add up all the gold on Phoenix Reborn, and you have about 500 more gold than what Pawn the Original has himself.
That's some hashtag caster math right there, my friend.
Calculators at the ready
Don't give it
are
away.
super handy. That's the first. It's the only way that one was coming out accurately. So we are gonna go ahead and send it back to the analyst desk after a absolutely dominant performance from Hammers Kinetic.
Man, that performance was so dominant and over so quickly that Humanist barely managed to get his shirt back on in time.
I did, though.
In any case, man, out of the gates, that was an incredible performance from Kinetic. Really, really solid play. Why did that composition work, though? Like, Taka as a roamer, we have seen before, but it struck me as a little bit surprising that they went so deep and so aggressive so quickly in this game.
Nobody knows, Jackson, honestly. That kind of voodoo right there. Okay, so let's break this down. Let's talk about it for a second. I don't think it's so much as what they went against. It's just that composition together and how they've executed it. You can tell, and coming into this Hammer squad, this is one of the most cerebral teams I think out there in the scene. They think everything through. We were starting to peel it apart, the onion layers of the strategy here. But really, when it comes down to it, they need to snowball this comp. If they do get an early lead, there's almost no turning back on it. And you're picking up Pawn's best hero, okay? And he could be debatably the best Saw in the scene right now.
Yeah.
Then you give Miko his Sky, okay? And Sui gets to go just ham on the Taka. So when you get to that first jungle shop rotation, there's so much firepower coming out of this combination that they can do almost anything they want.
It certainly seemed that way. I mean, I do think that Phoenix made a few misplays that allowed for things to get so out of hand. They were a bit too aggressive sometimes in the early game. They tried to pick fights that they couldn't. Fighting against the Taka Sky early game is never really going to go that well for you. So really not much more to say about that game one. It was over in a flash, but I do want to give shout-outs to the winners of our giveaway that we just had in the chat. It is Exonerated, Kilowatt VG, and Aries27. Congratulations on winning 500 ice. There are going to be more of these giveaways moving forwards. Just remember to type in that hashtag Amazon Coins whenever we do one if you want to win 500 ice for yourself. Every time we do a giveaway, 3 people will get chosen to be winners. Now, that was game 1 of the series, so Phoenix Reborn maybe have an opportunity to rise from the ashes here. Can they do it?
Can they do it? Yes. Will they do it? I don't think so. While you have an incredible compilation of talents, I think across the board you have equal talent, but that just happens to be molded into a little bit stronger of a team right now.
All right, well, let's get the second draft underway. Phoenix Reborn banning the Saw. That was, of course, something that Pawn the Original played to great effect in the previous game. Kinetic banning out Lyra. That's going to allow for a Vox first pick on Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, I like what they've done thus far. Now it's up to Kinetic to decide how they want to approach this. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually take the Taka or maybe go with the Finn here.
Yeah, or both, right? That's possible. They got 2 picks, so maybe they can go for that kind of a thing. Certainly, the Taka doing a lot of work last time around.
Making me smile, these guys.
Is it going to be the Roam Taka and like a lane Finn, though? Probably not.
But a guy can dream. I don't think so. We can dream for sure. Switch chat can dream as well for that lane Finn, but I don't think that's what it's going to be. Lance highlighted right here. This would make sense as a response. Very strong in the roam position. He's going to give Vox something to just kind of, kite backwards through, be that tanky frontliner for them. What they pair it with, it looks like it could be the Sky, and they could get a lot of work done with it, but it's very hit or miss against the Taka.
Yeah, I feel like Sky's super risky. Glaive is much better. I'd rather have a second frontline threat that is kind of tanky at the very least, and they are going to lock in the Glaive. I think that was the right decision from Reborn. I love the fact that we're seeing the Finn and Lance matchup too. This is such a skill-based matchup because you can interrupt a lot of the things that your opponent is trying to do with either Gythian Wall or Polite Company. So it's kind of like a game of chicken for who uses their important skills first. We'll have to see who fails that one. Kinetic, they've got one more pick. Hovering that Celeste could lock it in here, but it's going to be a Scarf. First Scarf of the Evil 8, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Scarf has kind of fallen out of the conversation recently, but you know, this is a very strong pickup for Kinetic. And one of the cool things right now with Kinetic is that Mixi, Pawn, they can swap between lane and jungle very fluidly. So I think Miko in a good position to get work done here.
I actually like the Scarf too. I think against a double frontline composition, you're going to be able to burn them down quite well. And you don't necessarily need to worry about killing the Vox, because you have a Taka on your lineup to do that for you. So potentially even just the presence of Taka diving onto the backline will be enough to buy Scarf the space and time he needs to stack up Fan the Flames. So all in all, I think this is a very synergetic composition.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, we're having a slight delay getting into the match. We had a slight technical difficulty, but the draft is already restarted, so we're going to be back into that very, very soon. What do you think about the Scarf here? I think it has merit.
Well, I thought you needed something with range. You need high damage output, and then it's like Celeste comes into the idea pool here, right? But with Scarf out of the conversation for so long, I am almost not surprised, because the moment you see it, it makes 100% sense. I think they'll get a lot of work done with it. With the Finn, it's paired up. It's very well. It's going to be, can he get these item progression, right? Can they get late into the game with it? I think they'll be just fine.
All right, so on the flip side, with the Vox Lance Glaive composition, we've seen this before. You know, you buy a lot of space for your Vox to move around. How are they going to distribute their front line between Scarf and Taka, though? Because someone's got to peel for your Vox, or Taka can blow him up. Vox does probably need to go weapon power, right? Because the fight's going to be spread out anyway. Scarf wants to be miles away. Taka wants
I wouldn't be surprised to see an Atlas pretty early on the Taka here, but let's see.
All right, well, to actually find out how the game's going to play out and to see if Phoenix Reborn can take this to a Game 3, we're going to be passing back to our casters, Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon.
Bacon, you know, this team is definitely a very tenacious one, and Cole the Meek coming in, he brings a lot of experience. Is this where the Phoenix is reborn?
Well, it very well could be. I mean, Cole the Meek, we've always talked about how he's been known for so long for his glaive play. It hasn't been quite as dominant as it has been in the past, but it's still a hero that he knows the absolute ins and outs of. And I'm hoping that he can bring back the Cole the Glaive play that we have seen in the past, just because I want to see these teams have another go at it. But Kinetic right now, Sui Generis, he's the one taking a lot of damage. Upon the original, we have the Taka in the jungle this time instead of as a roamer.
Yeah, and while they give up the chase on Suijay, they do take one of the forward camps right then and there from Pawn, but he did hit level 2 anyways. Golden Meek level 2 as well, but they're not confident on those kills as of yet, so they'd rather just farm up. So Cole, will he regret that? Will he actually be able to pick up the second one here? Suijay's actually dropping real low, and that's going to be the afterburn. You can't stun him, but you can slow him, and well, Mixi's going to come through. Will this be the turnaround? Golden Meek is still waiting for that cooldown. He's trying to get as much damage done as he can, starting all over with the rotate. They will make it a 2-for-1, and now Pawn, he's going to get spotted out by this flare, but will this be Rex just spotting, or are they actually going for a kill?
Well, Pawn the Original is going to try and clear out this camp and take that little bit of extra gold for himself. This is getting real risky, though. He gets it just out of range, but Cole the Meek picks it up, and now Pawn is in trouble.
Yeah, Pawn, he is going to be donezo. He gives it up. He just wants to respawn, get to his own backs. Now, there's not going to be an invade. At least I feel like there's not going to be one here from Reborn, but they do defend out their jungle. By the time they are able to make that hike, there's absolutely no worth to it. So, overall, 3-1, good start. A nice reverse kind of start here from Reborn as they do get their legs in this series.
Yeah, definitely a much better start for Phoenix Reborn this time around. We'll have to keep our eyes on Mixi, on the Scarf. Scarf had a lot of changes, especially coming into 119. They took away a lot of what made him really, really strong with the Fan the Flames passive, and it's now made Scarf a little bit more burst-oriented, I feel. And so we'll have to see. Oh, this hasn't changed, though.
No, you get Golden Meek into that lane, you get that Glaive into that lane, and you have no escape mechanisms, well, you could be pinned up against the wall, and you will be taken down. 4-1 with that 3-man rotate, and again, Cole, you called it. I mean, Cole the Glaive, you're looking very much forward to this one, and so far I think he's doing quite well for himself. 2-1-2.
Yeah, 2-1-2, and looking for more, going really aggressive underneath that turret, just trying to keep the pressure on. And that little bit, it forced Kinetic to have to stay in the lane just a touch longer, which now allowed them to come in and steal away these backs, but they may have stayed too long.
Yeah, Golden Meek is going to be on the retreat, starting all over, looking to get some damage in, but he's a weapon Vox. There's not going to be a lot of resonance here, but he still can bring down Suijay. 1 and 2, the Sonic Zoom, and he's going to come right back up to this lane, feeling confident as Mixi is going to give him that space. Now into the back, the RC and Pawn, he's trying to get that, but Cole comes in, stun, steals away 1. The root will miss, but they bring Pawn out of the Kaku, and now he's going to be running for his life, but will Rekt go for the blind shot? No, Pawn's actually not going to go home. He will be found out here by Rekt, but it's not going to matter. Cole's going to get the farm, and I think that I want to say that's going to be it for Pawn. You should not be putting more people into this, but I say that, and starting all over comes on right down to the party.
Yeah, starting all over comes down, but meanwhile on the other side of the map there's another chase going on. Both junglers in a world of trouble. That is going to be Taka going down. Meanwhile, back on the other side, Cole the Meek managed to get himself out to safety. A great job there by Phoenix Reborn. It's like a polar opposite of the first game of the series.
Yeah, we have gone a complete 180, maybe even a 520, but at this point, you know, Mixi, he's going to be back in this lane. He's looking for that farm, 40 to 44. He is keeping up with starting all over despite the 2 deaths, and starting, I mean, with so much weapon damage to his name, this is a double weapon comp, Nathan.
It is indeed, and we'll have to see how the side of Kinetic responds to it. Looks like Mixi actually started off with a bit of shield there, expecting it to be a Crystal Vox. So the prediction's not quite accurate for Mixi in the lane. Of course, he will be able to just sell that a little later, and it won't hurt him too much. But still, for the early goings, it could be something that has an impact.
Well, Pawn's going to get some damage in. The Lithian Wall not really connecting there with Pawn, and Mixi's going to go home. We are just more or less keeping this lane ready to go. If there is going to be a re-engage, Koldamik is here, has that level 6 on top of it as well, so that's another little bit of burst to add to the situation, and Pawn just gets immediately just outranked in his own jungle. Sweetie's coming in, but I think that's a very dead River Troll.
Oh, it definitely is. That's another kill picked up. That one actually goes over to Rekt, but the jungle belongs to Phoenix. However, Hammers, they're trying to take control of the lane, getting some good damage onto starting all over, but they do need to back off. Pawn wants to go try and farm up the Phoenix jungle. Starting all over, he's there to check on this.
Oh man, could he actually kite this out? We don't have that level 6, then we can wait for it. Starting all over's got to be happy about that. The invade is denied. He did leave out that lane a little bit, but starting all over's going to get all the farm. And Koldamik, I mean, they're fun mixing here now. Rekt is even going to come into this, and that little dragon has no friends on this side of the rift.
Hey, definitely, he's all alone, and now he's gonna have some friends back at the base as he does get picked up. 9 kills going over to Phoenix Reborn in the first 6 minutes of game number 2. What has happened in this series that this is just completely turned around? I mean, I don't think we've seen a game be this like one-sided for each team in a series since somewhere in like the winter qualifiers. I think is the last time we've seen something like this. It is absolutely crazy how much better Phoenix Reborn is looking here in game 2.
All comes down to that draft, man. Perhaps that Saw is, you know, that hidden ace, and we've overplayed that card. You never know, but the game's not over yet. It is only 3K up, but it is looking good for the Phoenix to come back into its former glory and put a point on the board in this one and force that game 3. But yeah, never say never. I'm not gonna say that this game is over yet, but it is looking fantastic for the early start.
Yeah, and you know, the one saving grace you could say that Kinetic has is the fact that they do have this Scarf. They try and get some damage onto starting all over, but just nowhere near enough. Pawn the original had to buy defensive items very early, so he does not have the damage.
And Cole, he's looking for that stun. We'll only find Suijay, but it's enough. They do bring him down. Now Pawn, he is going to be in a world of hurt, and he is going to be running. Almost looked like a tail between his legs as Cole going to find him. He's going to get him, and he's going to take home that kill. And then we actually finish the ace on top of that with that weapon power starting. So the Vox, the single target just burst damage from these guys is so far trumping everything that we can even throw at them here from Hammers.
Yeah, are we sure that we actually switched players and didn't just like give everyone name changes or something? Because
They all traded
this
consoles at the table.
This is just looking almost identical to game number 1, just with the teams reversed. And you know, again, that saving grace of having a late game Scarf to try and take over, that's negated by the fact that there's a late game Vox on the other side. You know, upon the original, this Taka just never got off the ground, had to build tanky, hasn't been able to get any damage. So when he tries to jump in onto starting all over, there's nothing happens.
12-1. I mean, like, yeah, nothing is really happening here for the Hammers Kinetic team. Such high praises we gave them too, and now it's looking like we might eat crow. But hey, that just means a game 3, and that's big excitement for everyone. So I'm okay either way going through this. How would Pawn come back into this? As you said, he had to kind of diverge into that defense, and if they don't have that punch, how are they going to take down anyone?
That's an excellent question. I feel like he just needs to, at this point, turn the items he has, try and get like maybe a breaking point and just go full tank. Try and just survive long enough in the fights to get that stacked up. But it's far easier said than done for Pawn the Original at this point, as he is once again being chased into the enemy side of the jungle. They're actually just going to let him go, because
okay
they aren't even worried about him being in their own jungle.
MixG is holding down the defenses here at the choke point turret, but with this wave coming in and another one behind it, you can sacrifice the jungle for a turret, no problem. With this 3-man coming in, I mean, they already know that Taka's not here. They can confirm it with that flare. It's just Suijay and MixG, and well, that's going to be a hook, but it's not enough to bring down Cole. Kudos for the effort, but ultimately, again, pressure is very much on Connecticut.
Yeah, this is actually working out pretty well for Kinetic, able to stave off that defense, and Pawn the Original got some farm. He was able to get into the enemy jungle and pick up a couple of camps. Now he's going to be able to recall. He has a Sorrow Blade now, so he'll have at least a little bit of damage, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough. He's started to build up some defenses. I feel like at this point, though, because of how far ahead Phoenix has gotten, he needs to just go all in on the defense, be able to survive long enough to do a couple of rotations of his abilities, and at that point he can still be somewhat useful for the team. But right now, all he's able to do is just try and roam around this jungle without being seen and pick up some farm. But once he does get seen,
Pawn, I gotta say, with the Matrix dodge, starting all over, finds him though, right over the wall. That's Sonic Zoom, and now, well, that's one dead Fox once more. Cole the Meek gonna be very happy for that cleanup, and this is very likely a gold mine going through. Phoenix Reborn not interested in pushing no more. Now that they've limited a little bit more of that comeback, they're just gonna stack stacks on stacks. And 13 kills in 11 minutes. It's still a very tough pace for Kinetic.
And you can even see just how little concern there is from Phoenix for this Taka. There is only a single piece of armor, and it is a tier 1 armor, the light armor on Cole the Meek. No one else has even bothered to itemize against this Taka because he just has not been a threat from the early goings. Cole the Meek and Rekt were able to just take complete control of the jungle.
All right, once more, Hammers Kinetic, a little bit of pressure on him. They're right back to where they started at that choke point turret, and the gold difference is starting to become very scary. I wanted to make a comment like, we got Pawn some farm. He has that Sorrow Blade. This is the point of the comeback if there's going to be one. But, that line of reasoning just keeps getting a little bit more dimmer and dimmer as time goes on, and soon it's just going to be snuffed out. I feel like once we had a Kraken into this, it's going to be one big huzzah, and that could actually be game 3 right there.
Well, if the side of Kinetic can hold off this push for another 5 minutes or so, then they have a chance of coming back. MixG is going to be the one that needs to get a ton of farm. If he can get to 3 full offensive items and still have enough defense and survivability to endure Cole the Meek or starting all over trying to jump on him, then perhaps it could be a way back into the game for Kinetic. But it's gonna take a while still. He just finished his second offensive item, that Eve of Harvest, which does help him stay alive a bit longer, but the damage with only again, the Evo Harvest and Broken Myth, just not going to be enough to win team fights essentially on his own.
So, Pawn, using the Kaku to kind of get in and around areas unseen, I thought he was going to try to contest some of this farm. Instead, he's going to do a little bit of a cross-country trek, but he did get spotted out by a scout trap. Look at Coldamik. He knows exactly where Pawn is. He's coming down, he's taking a survey, and he goes right into the bush where he was. It's just like these guys know what's up. Oh, he's going into the backs? All right, we got to get there. They are really on top of this lockdown.
Yeah, well, they weren't able to stop him from stealing away those back camps. So again, Pawn Original is doing the best that he can with the hand he dealt in the early game. 1 and 5 on this Taka, only 43 farm to the 77 of Coldamik. Definitely, again, still not a spot he wants to be in, but you have to give him credit. He's at least doing everything in his arsenal to try and get himself caught up and relevant in this game. He does have that Atlas Pauldron, and against the double weapon composition, this is actually a really big item because of the fact that Taka can go invisible, walk up to the enemies, pop that Atlas Pauldron right as the fight starts, and it's a really great way to take a team by surprise, but it's going to be so difficult for him to do that because of all of the scout traps being put down by Rekt and the rest of Phoenix Reborn. They have vision just about everywhere.
Yeah, if you wanted to give credit where credit's due, I will give it to Pawn, but I'm also going to give it over to Rekt here because he is making sure that they are 100%, they have security cameras in every single bush. You cannot really have anybody sneaking around, especially with a very important Kraken timing coming up. They did take down that gold miner. We have now a breaking point. Starting all over, you're talking if Mixi can get to that 3-item state. Well, we just hit it for Vox, and sitting at 604, and now the triple with the defense, looking worse and worse in then.
Not to mention infusions for both carries on the side of Phoenix. It is only Pawn and Suije that have an infusion on the side of Hammers. I expect Mixi to pick one up. He has more than enough gold right now, but we'll see what he decides to do. The Kraken has already been unleashed by Phoenix, so this could be that last stand for Kinetic. If they lose this fight, it is game over, and we will be going to game 3. But can this Scarf do enough damage to stop the Kraken push?
It's very tough to say that we're going to be able to stop this coming through. Now, we have held on to that turret, so the choke point is still, somewhat relevant, and it is going to be a very nice roadblock on this trip to the crystal, but, I mean, with those crits coming out, it's not much at all. All right, so yeah, I mean, they're going to be starting this one up. Pawn, however, he's going to dodge that, wait for it, and he immediately goes in. You said he got to go to a tank, and, well, he kind of did, but still, the damage is just absolutely unreal. Stun, Mixi gets nothing out of that ult, and now here's the root. Pawn, you're not going anywhere. Remember, the Kraken's in on this as well. The turrets are not part of this fight up against Reborn, and, well, maybe, Bacon, you know what's up. They are still holding, and that Pawn, he is so very hard at get this kill, but starting all over, he's able to dance it around. That's the Vox triple, and as we say, that is going to be that, my friend. We're going to a game 3.
We absolutely are. Our second game 3 of the day, the first one for North America. Phoenix Reborn completely flipped the game on its head, and they take a victory in just as convincing fashion as they were just beaten in game number 1 of this series. I have no idea what's going to happen coming up in game 3.
Well, we had a Saw in game 1, a ban of that game 2, then in comes Coldamik, who, by the way, did the worst on the team with 1 death. How dare he? Chat's been ripping him apart all about it, but he did make 5 kills. So, I mean, we're not going into blinds anymore. Game 3 could very well be a Saw Glaive ban. That would be very interesting.
It definitely could be. It would leave the Lyra open. It would leave, so many power picks would still be open. That's going to be, and that's what's so great about having a draft for game 3 is you have to now really, really think which heroes are the most important to you or your draft comp or to take away from your opponents. we're going to go ahead and get the thoughts of our resident analyst and host back at the lair, Action Jackson and Humanist.
Thank you very much, Bacon. Man, complete reversal after that game 1. I certainly figured that Kinetic had momentum enough that they could carry through into a game 2 and really take home the series, but Phoenix Reborn did exactly as their name suggested and rose from the ashes, came back. Can they close things out, though? I mean, game 3, if it's anywhere near as one-sided as the first 2, is going to be an exciting one.
I think we just flip a coin and go to the next series. I honestly, Reborn such a phenomenal job there in game number 2. They seem to know exactly what Kinetic wanted to achieve as far as rotations. I think Kinetic also kind of got greedy, and they were punished for it. Part of the thing was you knew you wanted to shut down the Scarf. They did that. But they were also simultaneously shut down every other hero on the Fold. So, I mean, I just don't think that was the draft that Kinetic wanted. And going into game 3, they're going to have first pick. I think it's going to be a lot better for them.
I think they needed to avoid bleeding out so early in the game, because if they could have just stayed alive for a little bit longer...
Oh, you saw how much
Mixi,
damage Scarf was doing at the end.
Yeah, Mixi did a lot of damage at the end. But guys, we are going to be hopping into the draft for this third game. I'm curious to see what's going to be banned especially, because obviously we've had a number of very powerful performances across the board. It's all about which ones these teams weight the most heavily. And
this is tough.
You know, leaving Lyra open, for example, or leaving Vox open... over something like the Saw and the Glaive, which Tasty Bacon thought might get banned out, is a tough decision to make.
It really is. I mean, you have one of the best Saws in the world right here. If you let Pawn on that, it's really tough. Vox obviously played to a high capability on both sides. Anyone happy to grab that right now. Surprised, actually, to see the Celeste as the first pick here for Reborn. But yeah, let's just get our bearings here. Lyra banned, Vox banned. Kinetic pick up the Saw. So they are happy with this. Now, what do they pair up with this? We know that they like the Sky. They've done this before. But is that the right choice in this situation? I think they can get a lot done. Lance lends himself, pretty well to dealing with that, but
I would pick Sky Finn here, because the Finn, if you ever get Celeste, it's like game over. Saw goes well with a Finn. Sky can be the additional threat you need, but it looks like they're going to be going for a Taka, and maybe a Sky on top of that also.
Okay. Well, so it just goes back to game 1. I mean, this is what
this
they
comp
did.
Was pretty sick.
They were completely in control of that game. Now, the thing is, they banned out Alpha game 1. Alpha gets through here. Can Cole shut this down with some strong Alpha play?
I love the Alpha here for Phoenix Reborn. For a start, it's thematically congruent with their name.
Oh, they don't know, though. Do they want that Glaive?
Dude, the Alpha would have been so good because you threaten the backline very heavily and buy time for Celeste to do damage. Plus, it's just inherently good to have one of your damage threats not be at risk of dying immediately to the Taka.
Right.
So
the thing is, though, you got the Roam Taka.
It is Roam Taka.
So you don't have as much damage output potential, and I think that's how they almost got baited into picking that Alpha. Well, Alpha still would have done decently there. Glaive might be better.
Glaive certainly is the more controlling option.
Yeah.
It is going to give them potential maybe to catch people out. But guys, this is going to be an explosive game 3. We've had 2 awesome ones so far. It's the dynamic duo, Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon, to take you through the action.
All right, so Kinetic brought the energy game 1. The Phoenix was reborn game 2. Now it's really hard to call this one, Bacon.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, Kinetic, they're going back to what got them that first dominant victory, the exact same composition. Will Phoenix be ready for it this time? Will they have the counter to take care of, what caused them so much trouble? I'm not sure if the Glaive Lance Celeste is going to be enough to do it. I feel like the Saw is still going to be able to just kind of run wild if they can get Pawn the Original ahead once more.
Well, what I was looking forward to on that last pick, and I was half of mind that the Alpha ban was actually a throwaway, but if that was something that these guys have up their sleeves a little bit, as a hidden card, as we look into this lane, Pawn the Original, he's like, nope, Brody runs, spider senses are tingling. What we saw is Rekt actually now the one getting absolutely destroyed with that forward barrage, but these teams would let me finish. In the Spring Championship, Celeste, Lance, Rona was something that we saw from Mouse Sports, and it worked out fantastically well. When I saw that last pick spot, I was thinking Rona. Then they saw Alpha, and it's like, well, okay, it's the same kind of idea, right? You set it up, you blow up somebody. But with the Glaive, I'm not entirely confident on it.
I mean, I'm confident with Cole the Meek on Glaive, but I just don't know about it being into this composition as Sweet Generous gets taken down pretty low, but he's able to quickly get back up into the lane to the safety of that walking turret. And now it's just kind of a soft reset, I guess, in a way.
Yeah, a little bit. So when you have a roaming Taki, you do give up, a lot more of your defensive peel. There's absolutely no peel ready to go. I mean, look at Lance. He's a little bit more like a peel bot at this point. So in terms of Lance has left Cole to his own devices, and Cole's looking for that 1v1 duel, but it gets interrupted. Mixi and Pawn are now trying to chase him down. And, well, if it's not going to be that spin up, it's going to be the forward barrage. And even then, Suijay is going a little bit too deep. We do trade that out 1-for-1 very needlessly in my eyes, but Cole, good on him, man. That's the best trade he could have asked for there.
Yeah, absolutely. A 1-for-1, keep things pretty much at parity. The gold is pretty much dead even, about 100 gold separates the two teams, but now it's starting all over, right back up into the lane to try and deal with Pawn the original, but Pawn is just clearing out these minions so quickly. Starting all over is able to do so equally as fast, but he has to get close enough to be within Pawn's attack range, which is not where he wants to be.
Yeah, I can't wait to overdrive that Heliogenesis, keep him a little bit safer. And, Pawn at this point, you start off with that Eulogies. He's really going to be getting those last hits. Might be a diminished health return, but it's still good. Pawn, though, not going to go the way that Cole the Meek wanted. Into that wall and then a roadie run to safety. I mean, it was a good attempt, and this is what we need to do from the Reborn crew. They need to continuously put up the pressure on top of Pawn, but they need a little bit of a better afterburn than that.
Yeah, definitely need a little more accuracy, but for Cole the Meek, it's you have to wonder if it's just that anytime his afterburns are not completely on point, it's usually because it was a really nice play by the opponent to get into a nice position. That's how consistent he is with this Glaive. But now Sweet Generous, he's found starting all over, but he's going for that full roam, so not really having enough damage.
Yep, Suijay, will he actually go deep for this one? He's not going to train himself out. Might have actually been worth right there if he was able to take down the laner for just the roam, but at the same time, he also got wrecked now, kind of just playing ring around the rosy with Taka, trying to get that heal so we can keep the glass cannon of the Celeste alive. But for now, they are just going to bounce. 1-1 for the kills will remain, and turrets are still looking fairly healthy. Mixi getting some really good harassment.